Should we talk about one of the best units across all three routes, Corrin?
Yes. Corrin is, I don't want to say underrated. I don't think that's quite the right word. I think coming after Robin, I think people maybe have a bit of a higher expectation just because they are like the Avatar main character in a 3DS game. But even though Corrin isn't nearly as dominant as Robin in Awakening, they're still a very strong unit. Being able to get mostly any class that you want by reaching A support is great. Being able to customize their growths is great. The fact that they get so much EXP in the Branch of Fate that they're just going to be like higher level than your other units at the start of Conquest is great. Also, like, probably the best personal skill in the game.
Dwyer's is better.
Correct.
Dwyer's is better.
Dwyer's is better. True. But yeah, no, supportive is insane. It's really easy to get, Corrin supports everyone, and it's really easy to get to see support. And then it's just, this is like +2 strength, magic, defense, and res, +10 hit. Like, Corrin's C support pair-up is, like, equivalent to most other units, like A support, possibly S support pair-up. It's so much. And then...
And correct me if I'm wrong, it's not just pair-up, right? Like, this also affects attack stance, because we had that with Silas.
Yeah. Yes, and attack stance as well.
So, like, you get the +2, -2 in attack stance, too. Which means that, in theory, she can provide it to multiple people in a defensive formation in the same turn. Which I've done before. Like, if you're on a map that allows for it, just having Corrin stand in the middle of, like, a triangle of people who have C supports with her is huge.
Yeah, I mean, people talk about it in Engage with, like, a Lear, right? Because they have their personal, and then, like, give everyone support bonuses, but, like, it's arguably more. Like, it's better here.
Yeah, because the numbers are smaller. Like, in the game overall, I mean.
Yeah. Well, and also just, like, it's more bonuses overall. Like, this is better than the Roses Thorns effect. But, and also, like, Corrin probably the best way for boosting accuracy, because, like, attack stance is already +10 hit over guard stance, and then supportive can give another +10. Like, Corrin boosts reliability a lot. To the point where, like, even in 0% growths, despite joining at level 1 at the beginning of the game, Corrin is still super good because they're a great support bot. And obviously in the context of a regular playthrough, like, I mean, this map even is another huge point in their favor. As we've demonstrated in the streams, Dragonstone access during the first half of the game is really good.
Either by becoming incredibly tanky, or just dealing a lot of damage. Like, a 14 might weapon that hits on resistance, if you decide to go magical Corrin, which Corrin has the stats for either magical or physical, it's huge. Like, it's just a great way to kill things.
Rosa points, I think Rosa says it best. Corrin is a unit so centralizing she makes other units good, yeah. I guess the only real downside to Corrin is, like, again, their starting class doesn't really have anything special like flight or, 1-2 range or anything like that. And then they do lean, like, before you factor in the boons and banes, Corrin does lean more physical than magical. Which you could argue, like, oh, Corrin would be better if, like, the strength and magic base growths were swapped or whatever, but it's really not a huge deal. Magical Corrin is still super good.
I will say that even though I agree with you that the noble classes are pretty bad, I think that starting in the noble class, since it gives access to Dragonstone, is actually good. It's similar to how Camilla and Effie start in classes that they want to get out of eventually, but can be beneficial for them in the short term, either in terms of Camilla being able to more easily access Malik's skills, or Effie just being tankier in the early game. And then once you get to the point where, like, obviously we didn't do this, but once you get to the point where the class is starting to let them down, either partner or marriage or heart seal can get Corrin out of noble to the point where I don't think it's at all unreasonable to have Corrin in a non-noble class by this map. And honestly, we could send Corrin into Dark Mage. Or I guess it would be Sorcerer at this point.
Yeah, Sorcerer or Dark Knight. I don't think that's too unreasonable to send her Dark Knight right now. I think we do want to grab Draconic Hex while we're here.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Like, she's gonna get all this experience. Grab Draconic Hex, hand it to Ophelia just in case, like, it might benefit her as a Vantage Nosser. But just in terms of pushing back against the noble class line and the extent to which Corrin is not the only unit in the game who starts in a class line that they want to get out of.
That's true.
And Corrin has an easier time getting out of it since you can choose her talent, as opposed to someone like Effie who really needs to get a support to go into something she wants. Or like Selena needs a support.
I think, and for Magic Corrin as well, actually, the fact that Noble has tomes is really good, because you can do what we're going to be doing, which is just building tome rank on this map before we get out. Like, we're probably either going to hit C tomes here by the end, or like very close to C tomes.
Nobility is... So Dragon Fang's a bad skill. Like, don't use Dragon Fang. But Nobility is... So it's not as strong. It seems like it's stronger than Robin's initially, because it's not conditional to pair up. But I think it's actually not as strong as Robin's, just because the EXP formula makes it really hard to over-level, which is kind of what Robin does with, Tactician, I think it's called, or whatever, the skill. Yeah. The thing is that Nobility alongside Chapter 15 does really help if you want to sandbag Corrin in the early game to train other people. It helps catch up. So rather than pulling ahead of the curve, the extra 20% means that catching up is less of a hurdle.
Yes, I don't think Nobility is nearly as good as Veteran.
Veteran, that's what it's called, thank you.
Yeah, partially because the yield is much lower, like 20% compared to 50, which combined with the much harsher EXP formula, I think the minimum EXP gain for killing an enemy in Awakening is 8.
Yes.
And so then Veteran boosts that to 12.
Turns it into 12, which is ridiculous.
Yeah. Whereas in this game, the minimum is 1.
Well, the minimum is 0 if you're over-leveled enough.
Yeah, in this game it's 1, so Nobility does nothing. And even if you're getting 5 EXP from killing an enemy with Corrin, Nobility is adding 1. So...
And it does not round in your favor. I believe it rounds down, right?
Yes. So it's okay. It's at the end of the day, it is still free extra EXP. It can't be bad. But yeah, it's not nearly as impactful as Veteran.
It's the sort of skill that you leave on until you have 5 skills better than it. But yeah, I maybe I phrased things wrong, but I agree that it is worse than Veteran. I was just trying to say that it looks better without in a vacuum.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, do we have anything else to say about Corrin? I guess, so Corrin can also, if you just want Corrin, if for some reason you don't want to use Corrin as a combat unit, Corrin also has the utility of bringing in classes that you would not have access to, either in terms of, like, this specific unit doesn't have access to it, like, say you wanted to make Effie a Wyvern or Jakob a Wyvern or something, or just, like, bringing Hoshiden classes into Conquest. Like, this game, you do have more Hoshiden classes in Conquest than you do Norian classes in Birthright, but there's still quite a few that you either don't get until Gen 2 or don't get at all. Like, if you want to give someone Lancebreaker, that has to be through Corrin talent. If you want to do funny Miracle Midori strategies, it's not good, but you gotta do it through Corrin talent. Yeah, like, that... Even if you're not using Corrin at all, Corrin being able to provide those classes to other people is also really, really nice.
Yeah. Even classes that are available, like, if Effie wants to go Wyvern, she needs Corrin marriage.
Yeah.
You know, even, like, Leo can get Malignite through Beruka, but, like, a magical Corrin's gonna be a way better partner for him. So yeah, like, the utility of giving any class you want to any unit you want, like, that, yeah, that's great.
It's the best way to make Azura into a berserker.
True.
Fighter talent Corrin.
Yeah, I mean, Corrin, like...
But yeah.
Like, Corrin's ridiculous, even if not, like, as dominant as, like, someone like Chris or Robin.
Yeah. I personally don't think Corrin is the best unit in this route, but I wouldn't argue with someone who says that they are, just because of how much they offer. Like, I can see it. But yeah, I don't really have anything else to say. Do you?
Yeah. No, I think we covered our bases with Corrin.
We do have 2 supports to read. Both of them with Gunter. And we also have, in addition to the children, 2 units to talk about, because we delayed talking about Jakob, so we could talk about the servants as a pair, since both of them have an early and late option. Would you rather do the supports, or talk about the servants?
Let's go ahead and talk about the servants first.
Should we start with Jakob, since we've been spending the most time with him, and then move on to Felicia, who's replacing him?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So, Jakob, is a pretty infamous unit. Probably, like, one of the most talked about units just in discussion of this game. Outside of, like, Royals. Jakob is really well liked, and it's pretty easy to understand why. Joining early with dagger access and an actual strength stat is really good. Like, it's hard to pass that up. And he has staves as well. And he makes pretty good use of live to serve because, you know, he actually has, like, enough bulk to, like, take a hit or 2 and then can heal himself up. Something you'll notice with both the servants, but I would say it's more noticeable with Jakob, is that their growths are not great, and this is to offset the fact that they start in a promoted class and they get promoted skills early. And in Jakob's case, outside of the troubadour skills, like outside of the maid butler strategist stuff, he gets Cavalier. Which a lot of people will do, like, Heart Seal into Paladin or Great Knight, to grab Elbow Room, Shelter, possibly Defender. And my thing with Jakob is that it does sound really appealing to start sealing into other classes as early as possible to get a bunch of skills, but I find that in terms of the what you get out of the Heart Seal, it's generally best spent on other units, because Jakob himself early game is still quite good if you just stay in Butler. Giving up dagger access and staff utility for E-swords and E-lances in Paladin and elbow room is questionable, but it's even more questionable because you have Silas, who can generally do all the same thing that Paladin Jakob is going to be doing if you make use of his personal skill. So I like Jakob as just keep him in Butler. Just make use of his 1-2 range, make use of his staves, and then, maybe a bit later once he's gotten his S support, you steal into another class if you want to keep using him. And when I say S support, I do specifically mean S support because unfortunately, none of his A+ supports in Conquest actually give him any new classes. It is Gunter and Silas, who both just give Cavalier again, which is unfortunate for a unit whose whole gimmick is getting a bunch of different skills. But you could marry one of the Wyverns and go into Malignite. You can marry, I guess Mozu and go Archer. I guess you could marry, Selena to get early Bowbreaker, Shuriken Breaker from Bow Knight. There's possibilities. Ultimately, I usually like using him as more of a temporary unit, but you can make him work long term if you want.
On the topic of friendship, if you do want to do Paladin Jakob, I think waiting on that is usually better just because I'll put my cards on the table. I know there's sort of a debate about who's the Jagan of Conquest. I think Jakob and Camilla are the two candidates that fit easiest. Felicia a little bit as well, but I think Jakob much more so in the early game has that sort of crutch combat that you want out of a Jagan unit. The only reason I don't say Camilla is she joins in Chapter 10. And the only reason I don't say Jakob is he's not always the unit you get, depending on Corrin's gender. But I do think that 1-2 range, the surprisingly decent bulk, especially when factoring in Live to Serve to sort of self-heal while supporting the team, is something that is very valuable. We got a lot of use out of it early on. Ours is strength blessed, but I still felt like he was at his most useful before he started getting strength level ups. Just because even though he has 18 strength, if we look at the rest of our army, most of them have around that in their primary attacking stat. Unless they are Kaze, where he's famous for having a noodle arm. So even a strength blessed Jakob is kind of just keeping up with everyone. But if you do want to make him a paladin long-term, heart seals are a little bit more in demand than friendship seals. So the Gunter friendship isn't the worst thing in the world if you're doing a lot of reclassing and you still want to pick up elbow room and defender, or for some reason you want him to be a paladin long-term. It does mean that he's got E rank at a later point, which does kind of suck. But it's, in my opinion, better than spending a heart seal on him. Those early heart seals, there are better candidates for. I really like Mozu and Elise, but potentially early mercenary Silas, if you don't care about the movement. Potentially just dipping into Corrin's talent immediately, if you don't care about the Dragonstone. Potentially just saving them, because you do only get 5 before Chapter 21. So maybe you don't want to spend one of the 2 early heart seals on an early unit, but instead you want to spend it on someone who joins in the mid-game. I don't necessarily think that, I don't like Paladin Jakob, because it feels like you're throwing away a 1-2 range unit to get, as you say, just another copy of Silas, who gets promoted skills earlier, but other than that is pretty comparable. And I'm just not super high on that. With high investment, Jakob can continue to keep pace with your army, especially if you get him a marriage in a class like you were saying. But I don't necessarily like. I think you get more out of high investment into other units than you do into Jacob, and much like you, I just prefer him in the short term. Late Jacob is because there is also the option for late Jacob where we would get him for technically for chapter 15, but really chapter 16, right? Or no, it's the end of 15, so it is literally for 16 that we get him.
Yeah.
You could, at that point, instant reclass him into Troubadour to get inspiration, and just sort of make him into a utility unit. I think late Jacob is probably not worth the high investment. If you want to do, like, low investment late Jacob, he doesn't really have the magic to make... I said Troubadour, I meant Strategist. He doesn't really have the magic to make Strategist work super well for him. And if all you want is inspiration, I guess you can pass it down to Dwyer. I'm pretty low on late Jacob. Obviously late Jacob is not the only form of Jacob. I quite like early Jacob, just not as a long-term unit. But yeah, I don't really know what else to say about...
Well, yeah, late Jacob is... pretty difficult to make work just because, like you said, being stuck at E rank, like going into a class with E rank even longer sucks. Unfortunately, he can't friendship Kaze at all, so unless you're marrying him to Ninja Corrin, you can't like take his shuriken rank to like a different class. You just kind of have to stay in Butler, which is not a great class for him long term. Mostly just because his magic growth is not very good, and his strength growth is okay, but you'd rather be in a physical class that boosts it a bit, and just has better base strength. And Corrin marriage with the first servant is something that a lot of people do, because again, getting those promoted skills quickly, you can do it. I think it's better done with the first servant, just so you can benefit from those, benefit from the support bonuses as long as possible and get those skills really early. Jacob with Corrin marriage is all right. I think people definitely overrate it in the sense of you'll marry the first servant to Corrin and be like, oh, look how good they're doing. But it's like, any unit who gets married to Corrin is going to benefit a ton from that. The only thing unique to the servants are the promoted skills. But, stat-wise, it's not like they're going to be that much more impressive than your other units who would get Corrin support.
They are the fastest possible by a couple of chapters. I think by 2 chapters, because you build C in the Branch of Fate, and they are a fast support, which helps build B faster as well. So if my math is right, that's 2 chapters faster than anyone who joins in the Swamp map.
Yeah, I believe
so if you really
one...
care about reclassing by chapter 10, it's only them who can do it with the partner seal.
Yeah, it's like one faster than Elise and 2 faster than everyone else.
Oh god, I forgot that you have fast support with your siblings. I hate this game.
I mean, okay. It makes sense to have fast supports with them. It's the S supporting that makes it weird.
Yeah, it's in the context of planning your Corrin marriage that it's like, Elise is one of the fastest candidates. Makes me want to vomit.
Right. But yeah, like the servant, you can do that. You can marry them to Corrin, and you can do some fun stuff with that. But I find that generally, I prefer using Jacob short term if he joins early, and then long term, usually not. And I guess there's also the factor of if he joins earlier, you can get Dwyer a lot earlier if you wanted to use Dwyer. So,
And he can build support with Gunter in the Branch of Fate, too. We mentioned that with Gunter. It's more beneficial for Gunter in terms of, like, picking up promoted skills from the Troubadour line. But, like I said with the Heart Seals versus Friendship Seals, like, if you desperately want Paladin Jacob and you're doing late Jacob, you could consider doing the Trans Corrin strategy, especially if you don't care about getting early levels on Felicia. But on that topic, I like Felicia. I'll let you go first on her as well, because I think you have more to say about her in this route specifically than I do. And I like her a lot.
Yeah. So I like Felicia a lot too, and I'm more keen on long-term Felicia than Jacob, especially if you get her second. And the reason is because, unlike Jacob, Felicia doesn't mind staying in Maid. In fact, it's actually like one of her best options, because she is more magically inclined. And her real saving grace is that you get a free Flame Shuriken on this route. And that is really, and it comes at a reasonable time too in chapter 12. And not a ton of other units want to use it a lot. Like, sure, there's like Maid Elise stuff, I guess, but that's pretty high investment. There's Maid Corrin, I suppose. But for the most part, it's like kind of Felicia's personal weapon, and it's a weapon with pretty good might and hit that gives +2 speed and works off magic. So it's very nice for her to use. And you could just stay in Maid and just use the Flame Shuriken and staves, and you're gonna have like a pretty good, like a unit with good staff utility and like surprisingly good damage output. In fact, looking at her stats right now with her 24 attack and 21 speed, I think she's actually going to perform very well for us on chapter 16. Where, like, you know, her, like, early on, when you only have physical daggers, her damage output is, like, worse than Jacob's because he has better strength. But if they're just staying in Maid or Butler, Felicia's gonna have like better damage output once you get the Flame Shuriken. And like, you know, hitting on res isn't as big of a deal in this game as some others because enemies will have some res, but most enemies still have lower res than they do defense. Like that even makes a difference in chapter 16 if you're comparing late Jacob to late Felicia. Late Felicia has better combat on that map because hitting on resistance actually lets her kill the physical enemy types like the fighters and the mercenaries more easily, for example. In terms of class dipping to get a bunch of skills like Jacob would, she's also she's in an awkward spot, but for different reasons than Jacob is. Because she actually does get friendships that give her new classes. Because there's like Peri for Cav, there's Flora later for Dark Mage. And her reclass doesn't overlap with that. Her reclass is a mercenary. The problem for Felicia is actually getting her kills in a purely physical class. Which can be difficult. The only real exception is like if you marry her to Kaze and try to dip for like Shuriken Fair or Replicate, in which case she can still use the Flame Shuriken, but that's kind of it. But just like with Jacob, I'm not huge on like grabbing a bunch of skills on Felicia. I'm usually pretty content in just keeping her in Maid for the most part. And she's just like this really nice blend of like glass cannon combat and staff utility. Also, it should be mentioned they both have personal skills that support Corrin. Jacob gives Corrin -3 damage taken, +15 avoid. Felicia is just +2 damage dealt, -2 damage taken. This is Fates. Fates is not a game where you want to try to stack a void for the most part. Felicia's is definitely better. Both are good, but Felicia's definitely more useful overall.
But have you considered that Armor Knight Corrin appreciates -3 damage taken?
Oh, yeah.
To further defense stack.
Yeah, and then you get and
then enemies ignore you because you take 0. Perfect. Yeah, I like Felicia's better. Gunter's of the 3 is probably the best, just because like it lets you reach run-rounding thresholds more easily. But Felicia has the option of coming early with Devoted Partner, which is a very good support skill. The other support skill that is a big selling point for early Felicia is Demoiselle. Jakob gets the gender-swapped equivalent of this, in that he supports female allies, but in the early game, your female units don't super need their to have their defenses buffed. Like if we look at Camilla and Effie, they don't really need it because they're bulky enough. And if we look at like Azura and Nyx, they're on the other end of the spectrum where it's probably not going to make a difference because they're so frail. Corrin will be affected no matter which servant comes early by the early servant. But Demoiselle, since it affects male units, there are several early units who are like right on the cusp of either being 2 or 3 rounded by certain groups of enemies, such as Arthur and Silas, Niles, and Felicia can be the maker. Oh, Odin, because he wants to enemy phase a lot with Nosferatu. Felicia can let him effectively take, 1 or 2 more enemies depending on the math. Like, it's obviously going to depend on how the units level, but in general, the female units either are too frail or too bulky to really appreciate Gentilhomme, and the male units tend to, as a rule, be in that space where -2 damage does actually make a pretty significant difference. And then, of course, once you get the second servant, like, we do have a more fleshed out army now, but once you get the second servant, you can choose whichever one is better for the situation. So that's sort of the argument for early Felicia. She trades Jacob's quite good early combat. It's not that her combat is, like, bad. She struggles to deal damage, but she has high res, so against mages she can do alright. And in the early game, you're probably not one-rounding, so she can debuff people, which is often impactful. Parallel to this, I'm playing Lunatic with Felicia early on, and even just with physical daggers, dealing like 1 or 2 damage and debuffing to let other people get kills has been really good for her in that regard. And on the topic of debuffing, you mentioned that like enemies have res, so the Flame Shuriken is not necessarily going to be one-rounding everything. The defense -4 debuff, and I guess technically res -4, but defense in particular, I think is impactful against the group of enemies that at least I think are the hardest to one-round with anyone, which is the Wary Fighter Generals. You can do it with really high-strength effective weapons, but since Felicia is hitting on res anyway, and they don't have super good res, she's not doubling them because of Wary Fighter, but she can set up for someone else to kill them, which is, another impactful part of her combat going forward. If you wanted to, she does, you mentioned that she has the mercenary line. Technically speaking, she does natively have Soul Ninja, or Discount Soul Ninja, if you want to call it that, with the maid. I'm not high on it because she's not super bulky, but if you got her early, it's not that hard to get, like, with dual strike kills just to get a level 5 skill in Hero and then go back. I don't think that's a great use of 2 heart seals, personally, but it is something she can do, I guess.
It's not. The bigger problem to me is that Flame Shuriken can't activate proc skills.
Yeah, you gotta use physical ones.
If you're doing Soul Dagger Felicia...
She heals for 2. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
If you're doing Soul Dagger Felicia, you have to use your strength and physical daggers, which is not a good prospect at all.
I forgot about the Flame Shuriken not doing proc skills. I already wasn't high on Soul Felicia, because, like, I've heard it suggested, I'm like, that sounds pretty bad for a unit who's already kind of frail. God, I forgot she can't even use her good weapon. It's so bad. I'm glad I brought it up, and I'm glad you were here to tell me it's even worse than I thought.
Yeah. There is also, though, the note that, the second servant at worst is always going to start with C daggers and C staves, which means Felicia will, if she comes second, she is going to have Flame Shuriken access from the moment she joins, which is, what we've done here. So she can immediately start contributing as the second servant, which is nice. There is also, you mentioned earlier, the Corrin strat. I think we should actually explain what that is for people who don't know.
Yeah. So at the beginning of the game, you create your character, right? And if you choose a male Corrin, you get Felicia. If you choose a female Corrin, you get Jakob. Once you complete the first 5 chapters of the game, you get to choose whether to go to Birthright, Conquest, or Revelations. And at that junction, in order to save you time, since chapters prologue through 5 are basically an extended tutorial, the game forms what is called a Branch of Fate, and you can start a new file from that Branch of Fate. All of the level ups that you got are carried over. So for example, Kaze, even though he joins at a higher level in Conquest than he does in Chapter 4, he just gets auto-leveled, or not auto-leveled, he gets given the levels that he got in Chapters 4 and 5 on top of his bases and base level in Conquest. Normally this only affects Kaze and, I guess, Rinka, but Rinka joins literally in Chapter 6, so just Kaze and Conquest, and Rinka and Rev. And Kaze and Rev. And Sakura and Rev. But in terms of Conquest, it just affects Kaze. However, if you do the Branch of Fate, if you do the first 5 chapters as, like, male Corrin, and so you have Felicia gaining some levels, and then you start a Branch of Fate from that branch as female Corrin, you'll get a level 1 Jakob, but when Felicia returns, instead of being level 13, she will be 13 plus however many levels she gained during Branch of Fate, and her stats will be improved by what those level ups were. So if you wanted to automatically get Tomebreaker on Jakob, you can have Jakob in the Branch of Fate, get 2 levels on him, and then start as male Corrin, so you have Felicia, and when Jakob comes back, he'll be level 15. This is not... So, outside of, like, specific challenge runs, I don't think it's necessary. It can be helpful for accomplishing specific builds, especially because, Jakob in the Branch of Fate can build supports with Gunter, whereas Felicia cannot, and generally Jakob's combat is better in the Branch of Fate. So going Transmass Corrin is something that people sometimes suggest. I know Zoran used it in the Train Everyone run in order to get experience on Jakob, because he had to do late Jakob for child marriage stuff for the various rule sets. But if you're just playing casually, it's not necessary, but it can be funny. Especially if you are doing late Jakob to get him those extra support points, and to get him those extra levels if you want Tomebreaker. Or you can edge him, like in Pokemon Nuzlocking, get him to like 1 level and 99 experience, so then you can immediately reclass him and have him, well, I guess technically he's still 1 level and 1 experience away from level 15 skill, but I generally don't think Felicia benefits too much from Corrin stuff, just because, like you said, she doesn't really want to reclass. She's not super good before Branch of Fate. Like, she's not bad, but she's definitely the worst of the 2 of them. And she can't build supports with Gunter, so it would only be to get a C support with Corrin. But yeah, it is something you can do if you plan on using both of them or plan on using the late servant. It's certainly not like the meta-breaking thing that I sometimes see it presented as, but it is occasionally helpful, and in specific challenge runs, it can be like huge.
Yeah, I actually do like it for Felicia, as well, like doing Transfem Corrin for that. Mainly just because, like, if you're starting in chapter 6, because if you do this strategy, then if you do this strategy, then the servant who you actually end up getting first will join at level 1 in chapter 6, right? So if you use Jakob during the Branch of Fate, and then you switch to male Corrin, Felicia's going to join at chapter 1. Or at level 1, I mean. And that, I'm like, generally mind that less for Jakob, early Jakob. And if you do get a couple of early levels on Felicia, then she's going to join with Tomebreaker, and like with the Corrin C support, which just generally like makes her better on join. Like you said, it's not like any sort of huge meta breaking thing, but it is nice if, for whatever, if you're planning to use the second servant at all, or like you just want to use them for whatever reason, it's something to consider doing.
I guess technically it could also, if you want to do like a crazy reclass, immediate heart seal them, it can make it a little bit faster to get the skills in the new class they go into. Like, say you've decided you want to do Paladin Jacob, having him be level 1 when he heart seals lets him get elbow room and whatnot faster. Technically,
or like Strategist Felicia.
Yeah, or Strategist Felicia. Although I think with Strategist Felicia, at least for me personally, one, I don't love it in Conquest, at least for early. But then two, I kind of like getting Live to Serve on her for that, just because she's going to be doing an amount of staffing anyway. Even though she's not super bulky, it can be nice if she, like, eats a hit to recover her HP.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a little confused. Sorry, I thought you meant, like, for the second servant if you're getting them extra levels, because, like...
Oh, yeah, because then she gets Tomebreaker. Yeah. No,
yeah,
sorry.
So
I meant, like, if you want to do early game Paladin Jacob, and you're like, I need Defender immediately, you can heart seal him at level 1, and then he gets, well, not Defender, but Elbow Room he gets at level 2. Which is technically faster than if you, like, waited till he gets Live to Serve, where he doesn't have stabs, and reclassed him.
But if you wanted, like, say, Tomebreaker, and then wanted to switch, you could edge him to, like, level 15 with 99 experience.
Mm-hmm.
And then he'd join with Tomebreaker, and then you switch to Paladin and, like, 1 EXP away from Elbow Room or something. It's like it's a neat little thing. Yeah. I think it's more of, like... It can be helpful, but I also just like talking about it because it's, like, a cool trivia, I think, that it's even something you can do.
Oh, if we're talking cool trivia, I promise we're almost done talking about the servants, but Jacob has a unique, like, marriage situation with Azura. Do we want to talk about that now, or when we get Shigure?
I think we should talk about it when we get to Shigure, because it's mainly for his sake.
Okay. Yeah. In that case, I don't have anything to say about either servant. Do you?
No. Yeah. So we have our units.
Yeah. I mean, like, I guess we didn't really stop to, like, talk about Corrin and Jacob. Do we want to do... Is this one of those where we want to do, like, unit reviews or whatever? I do that sometimes.
We can. I'll have to, like... have to limit how much I say, because I definitely have a lot to say about all these characters, but...
We can talk about Silas first, just because, like, I haven't decided if I'm going Wyvern Elise yet. Probably, but not this map, because, you know, no seal. Mm-hmm. We can talk about Silas, because I think he's cool.
Yeah, and everyone's saying I sound good, so that's good.
You always sound good.
Thank you. So Silas is kind of insane.
Yes.
Very. Why are his bases so good?
In every route, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, he has cracked bases no matter what.
Yeah. But Vow of Friendship especially, it's like one of those things where it's kind of nice to keep Corrin in their personal class early on if you're using Silas, because you can switch between the Yato and the Dragonstone to sort of control how much damage you take.
Yeah.
And if you do set up Vow of Friendship, he basically becomes as strong and bulky as Effie, but with more speed and movement and weapon triangle control.
+3, -3 is ridiculous. Obviously it doesn't scale super hard into the late game, but I think people exaggerate just how much Silas is still phenomenal throughout the entire game if you want him to be.
And also just good class access for, skills. Cavalier and Mercenary have good skills.
And Ninja through Friendship. Relatively uncontested, because, who else is he on a Friendship?
Yeah. You can go Ninja, or, he does pretty well in a flying class, too, if you want to put him in, Wyvern or Kinshi or something.
And that would have to be through marriage, right?
Yeah. Wyvern would be Camilla or Beruka, and then, Kinshi would be Mozu or Azura.
Or any of them can be Corrin as well.
Really early units.
Yeah.
He's super good.
I also like if you are struggling in the early game, he can just throw on a Master Seal, and then that cuts his long-term potential, but it's really good for chapter 10, 11, 12, 13 type deal. And then you can just have a daughter take over instead for the long term.
Yeah, that too. She doesn't quite do as much the same. She doesn't have quite the same potential because she doesn't have Ninja, and she doesn't have Vow of Friendship, but she's still really good. I
meant for the Cavalier, specifically for the Cavalier role. Although I guess if you're going long term, you probably want him in Ninja, just because it's an amazing class.
Yeah, I think regardless of long term or short term, I think getting his lance rank to D for Javelin is pretty good. Because you have access to Javelins right now, but you don't have access to the Kodachi until I believe it's the end of chapter 12. So
yeah, because that's only purchasable, or that's not purchasable in this route. It's only in the Birthright Armory.
Yeah.
And then there's Elise. Do you want to talk about why Elise is good? Why Elise is better in Wyvern than Troubadour, or should I? Because I made a poll about who gets the first Master Seal, and I did get a couple of comments asking why would you ever want to move Elise into Wyvern, she's not a physical unit. And I think it's potentially worth talking about that, because I do think it's the best path for her.
Yeah, so the way I see it, for the early game specifically, is player phase action economy is really nice, and if Elise is a Troubadour, she cannot provide any attacks at all, whereas if she is a Wyvern, she can. And Wyvern bases alongside the might of axes is enough. I believe I believe she goes up to 10 strength if you just reclass to Wyvern right now.
And then you get strength +2 after 1 level.
Yes. And then also axes, bronze axes 6 might, that's good enough.
Well, there's one thing about axes that I don't think is quite good enough for her.
Well, so here's the thing about that, right? Is
yeah, I know she's forge your bronze, right?
You can. the thing is, I'm pretty, like, attack stance focused in the early game. I think it's generally very good, which does give you plus 10 hit. And also, like, just in general, being able to leverage your player phase, like, action economy with dual strikes is really nice. Like, okay, why Elise is hitting enemies for okay damage, but then backed up with, like, Silas, Effie, Corrin, whoever, dual strike.
Well, the other thing about, like, taking so much advantage of attack stance is if she's a troubadour and you're using Lily's poise, she might steal attack stance from someone. Because she's, if she's adjacent and Arthur's adjacent, like, if both she and Arthur are adjacent to Effie, right? And Effie attacks, and Effie just happens to have a higher support rank with Elise, she'll pull Elise, and you just don't get a second attack from attack stance unless she's a wyvern.
Yeah. Well, in general, wyvern also just makes it easier to use Lily's poise because she's not gonna die in one hit. Like, wyvern has enough base bulk to where she can actually take a hit, and it lets you use Lily's poise way more proactively. And then, yeah, like, the long-term benefit is you have this flying, 8-move Malignite with insanely high magic, which is pretty good.
And she can either use the Bolt Axe or Tomes when she's promoted, to, like, actually take advantage of that.
Yeah, that too, because Tomes have really good hit, so you can use the Bolt Axe when it has decent hit rates, and when not, you just use, like, a Forge Fire or whatever. But, granted, I don't think she's, like, bad in Troubadour. Like, she still fulfills the healer role well.
Yeah, the thing is Troubadour, I just feel like she's sort of generic. Like, she's just, like, early healer, not much special about her.
Yeah. For sure. It's like, you can stick her in healer and just early promote her to strategist and she'll be good, but I think to get the most out of her specifically as a unit, then yeah, Wyvern is her best path.
She gets 6 strength up from Wyvern. Well, I think that's only 6 before the strength plus 2, right? Like, if you factor in the skill strength plus 2, then she also,
Well, I think they were correcting. I think I said earlier that she gets plus 8 and then an additional 2 from the skill. So
ooh,
they were correcting me on that. But yeah, so for these 2 units,
do we want to talk about hit rate issues or good in general?
Let's talk about good in general because I think that's the one people like more generally.
Yeah, I do think she's better. I just like Arthur as a character.
So Effie, I think Effie sort of had the Louis thing from Engage going on, where like when the game first came out, people thought this was like one of the best units in the game, because like, whoa, a good armor knight. How about that? But she is like pretty good. I think the best thing about her is that like if there's any time to be an armor knight in this game, it's the early game. And then, like, by the time armor knight starts to become, like, not ideal, she can build up, her supports and reclass.
Poor Ignatius. The late game armor knight.
Hey, at least Ignatius comes at a point where you can probably buy the heart seals or whatever.
That's fair.
It's Benny. Benny's the unfortunate one.
Oh yeah, get fucked, Benny.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think she's like terrible as a general long term, but I do think like going archer is better.
Yeah, archer or fighter, I think, through Arthur.
Oh, for like berserker stuff.
Yeah, berserker Effie's just like I want the biggest number possible.
I've never seen Berserker Effie outside of the PvP episode we did. I wasn't aware that was a thing people did in-game, but that now that you're saying it, that kind of sounds like something I might want to do.
Yeah.
And we do want to get Percy so that Ophelia can get Wyvern access, so maybe we pair these 2 up because they have a fast support, so I don't have to lug Arthur around very long.
Yeah, this is like, I feel like this might be the most done pairing in the game, because it's just like, it feels like the game pushes you to it.
Mm-hmm.
They have a fast support, they join next to each other, and Arthur makes activating Effie's personal skill easier.
They work really well support-wise with each other, because, like, he kind of wants to be a backpack, and she appreciates the strength.
Yeah, and also Effie just so happens to be Percy's best mom, in terms of, like, stats, so...
Nice. I do like Percy. I kind of want to use him long-term. I don't have, like, a full picture of who I want to use long-term, but, like, Percy's one of my favorite child units, and I know that, you really like Ophelia.
Yeah, I like Percy a lot, too. I think he's quite good. Arthur is, he's... Okay. I don't think he's, like...
Oh, bless you.
Oh, excuse me. But yeah, I don't think Arthur's quite as bad as people say for, like, an actual combat unit.
Mm-hmm. I want to see something
like,
real quick.
He's definitely more usable than I think
fucking
people give him
81.
credit for, but he's not great.
I really value hit rates. I really value reliability, and he doesn't have it.
Yeah. The thing is, if you use him long term, most of his growths are really good. Like, every growth outside of, like, luck and res is really good.
The 1% crit. 85 hit with fucking support adjacency.
You want to know something
faces
funny?
1% crit.
You want to know a funny trivia fact?
What's the funny trivia fact?
So, Berserker, part of Berserker's class bonuses is you actually get -5 crit avoid.
That's
and
so stupid.
And clubs have extra crit on them.
Mm-hmm.
So if you like instant promote Arthur just for like a Berserker, just like an early Berserker, he will face crit, like between his luck, his personal skill, and club crit, he'll face crit against like the Oni Savages in the early game, even with a Bronze Axe equipped. He'll face like 5 crit.
That's very funny.
It's so bad. It's like yes, luck is like not a great stat, but also you want a little bit.
So I should have looked this up beforehand, because I'm struggling now to remember the specific person who did this run. But in the Conquest negative growths playthrough that I watched, I've only seen like 4 episodes from it, and this map is one of the 4 episodes I've seen, and it's amazing because they promote Arthur on this map. They give Arthur like every single kill because experience is actually bad in that run because negative growths. So they give Arthur like every single kill, and then she promotes him and makes him into a backpack for the rest of the run.
Is that Karma, or was that?
Hello, Odin and Niles. I could have read that dialogue, actually.
Hello,
that dialogue's kind of fun.
It is.
Is there a plan?
So, yeah, these two.
Oh yeah, do we want to unit review them? Right. Let's talk about Niles first, because I have less to say about him.
Yeah, I feel like these two have, like, the very funny, like, dichotomy of first impressions, where Niles is a super good, mostly good first impression on this map. I still hate his hit rates against the Dark Mages.
Yeah.
And then Odin has, like, a pretty poor one here. But I think Niles, he's sort of like because capture, like, I do think you kind of have to, like, rate him with capture in mind because, like, you have to deploy him to use it, right?
Yeah. Well, not only that, but, like, the fact that he has to be able to secure kills for it. Like, obviously you can whittle an enemy down to 1 HP. I've seen him capture things on 0 growths, but the incentive to invest in him and raise his stats so he can capture things is part of his, like, he has the Seliph syndrome. Where you invest in a unit and they get good because you invest in them, but you're incentivized to invest in them, right? Like, it's obviously not as extreme as Seliph, but I think that's a term that I use for when, yes, the unit's good if you give them favoritism, but they have a quality that causes a lot of people to want to give them favoritism from a gameplay perspective, not just from, like, I think they're pretty.
Yeah, and I mean, same with a lot of, like, early game flyers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, I think I'm someone who is... I'm not super big on capture. Like, I don't think it's that good for the most... I think, like, you can do a lot of funny stuff with it. I think most of the time you're better off using, like, the actual named units.
Mm-hmm. Support,
there are some exceptions,
personal
obviously.
skills, class routing,
Supports.
Yeah, I said supports. I don't think you heard me.
Oh. Yeah, my bad.
But yeah, like, there's just so many things that they have over generics. But there's some generics with very funny stats or skill combos. And also just, like, having bodies to throw at the problem is certainly something.
Yeah. And there are some whose stats are legitimately so good, it doesn't matter. Gazak is, like, the big one.
Yeah, a lot of paralog bosses. I know there's, like, the strategy... I've seen the strategy for, like, routing to get Sophie's paralog before Chapter 10, so you have a second Camilla in the form of, what's his name?
Nicole, yeah,
Nicole Bolas.
Yeah, Nicole is also very strong.
I knew he was a Magic the Gathering character. Paralog. Oh god, the Berserker Bros. They're my favorites, but they're so bad.
They're pretty bad, but it's like free Rally Strength and Berserker backpack if you need it.
And they've got, like, really, really high... Like, they are the most Berserker statted units to exist. There's Rallyman. I need to say Rallyman because chat keeps saying Rallyman. There's Rallyman. Yeah. I know a lot of people like Haitaka because Rally Defense. I think, from my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, the meta has sort of shifted away from value in Haitaka, but, like, that is an option.
Haitaka is not bad. I think a lot of people before were like, oh, he's such a good combat unit. And he's not a bad combat unit. He has fairly solid stats. But to me, the advantage of Haitaka is, like, getting Rally Defense so early.
Yeah.
Like, the only other way you're getting it is, like, first Servant into Wyvern Lord. And then that's it.
Yeah.
And, like, early Rally Defense, the extra bulk lets you be very proactive.
Yeah.
But, yeah, like, capture, you can do a lot, but I find that most of the time...
Oh, the Past Falcos is another one, because that's, like...
Past Falcos,
a key part of one of the ways to... It's a key part of one of the ways to one-turn the final map.
Yeah. I think there's also, like, movement +1, lock touch, grizzly wound, master ninjas.
Oh, that's pretty high.
Those guys are pretty silly.
So you can capture Takumi in Chapter 10, and then he joins your army.
True.
And then there's no final boss, so that's the 0-turn strategy for the final map.
Yeah. The real endgame skip.
But yeah, there's a lot of, like, I think, even though, like, I know you're lower on capture than most, and I'm like, I don't know if I'm lower or higher than most. I feel like you have to acknowledge that, like, it unlocks a bunch of strategies that no other skill does. I was in a group call with a bunch of people who were trying to make, like, a tier list of every game in the series, like, as a single list. And at one point, people decided we're gonna make a dancer tier just because rating dancers is kind of obnoxious, because it's kind of just like a practice in how much you value availability. And we ended up putting Niles in dancer tier because capture is such a unique, it's in the same spot where it's really hard to rate it compared to other units.
Yeah, captures, yeah, it's very weird.
I think he's decent, not counting capture, but
then
like I don't think he would be
as like a unit himself, like outside cap.
You're kind of breaking up. You're kind of breaking up. Blue, are you there? I think I just lost my coach.
Hello.
So what Blue was saying right before they broke up is that they think Niles is the best unit ever, and that Capture is the best. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, well, I'm back.
You're back. Okay, damn it, I can't slander you anymore. So yeah, I think like he's on his without Kidnap, he's probably the weakest early game unit, but that doesn't make him bad, right? Well, actually, maybe Arthur. I don't know. Oh, we forgot to take Gamble off him, didn't? Oh no, he doesn't have it yet. That's HP plus 5.
He hasn't learned it yet.
I freaked the fuck out. I was like, I can't forget. But yeah, he's just like, bows are good, and that's the sort of like his big deal, right?
Yeah, in terms of like, it's really annoying because they want him to be like, you know, your high res like anti-mage unit, but he has weapon triangle disadvantage.
Yeah.
Once you get Kaze, he's basically just strictly better at that role.
Yeah.
But yeah, like bows are good.
I think my conspiracy theory is that this was before tomes, bows, and daggers were part of the triangle. Because I see a lot of Fire Emblems give early archers res because they can enemy phase mages more reliably than they can enemy phase other classes. And so that's just my conspiracy theory is that, like, oh, they hadn't fully decided how the triangle was going to work yet, and so they designed him and then just didn't change it.
Yeah, that's possible. But yeah, his strength is like good enough. He's like you can make an alright instant promote as well to like Bow Knight, just for like 9 move bow unit.
It's a good class too, yeah.
Yeah, that too. Like he gets movement plus 1. I want to say he gets a lot of credit for having lock touch, but not really, because you can get the rescue staff next map without him because Azura has a chest key, and then the only other chest before you get Kaze is like a spirit dust and an enfeeble staff.
You miss a brass Naginata. Is that like worth anything? Because you get another one with Mozu. Do you really need 2? Since it's not a forceful weapon, like it's kind of not worth anything, right?
Yeah, because you can't forge them. But yeah, it's like he gets credit for just like a spirit dust and an enfeeble staff, which is good. Yeah, it's not bad. But not as much as you'd like think for your like who's technically your early thief.
I mean, thieves are weird in this, in that it's like you just throw a skill on the unit for it.
Yeah.
I don't hate the way they approach thieves in this, but I feel like they're not utility classes, and that's fine. But it's weird to be like, you know, Niles is thief utility when I don't think you're using him in the early game, you're using him for combat.
Yeah. You talked about it a little in your thieves video, but like they tried to do like, you know, adventurer as like the more utility class where it has lock touch and also staves.
Yeah.
Which I think is neat.
And the only first gen unit who's naturally in it is Niles, who has a piece of utility as his personal skill too, which sort of feeds into that. Like obviously Nina exists and there's capturables and people can reclass like Nyx, but.
Also, someone says Niles kills some Pegasus Knights in Chapter 10.
Yes. Yeah, him and Mozu.
No, he doesn't. Mozu does.
Well, they both can. I think they're both valuable. Having a bow during the portion of the game where you're dual striking is really good, because any effective damage on a dual strike is... Like, if you're properly positioning and taking advantage of it, you can gun down, like, specific classes of enemies. Like flyers. I like that for him. And I don't think that Mozu's existence invalidates him. Like, I'm probably bringing both of them. I think Nyx is the person who we're benching for 10.
I agree. Yeah.
I don't like her. I don't like Nyx. She's so bad.
We'll get to Nyx.
We can talk about her competition, though. Mr. Odin Dark.
Yeah. My boy.
I know you really like Odin. You can gush. I'm... Tell you what. You can gush. I'm gonna go refill my glass of water, so you have the floor.
Okay. Sounds good. Alright, so, Odin. I love this unit. I think this unit's great. It's really unfortunate that, like, this map, I think, is his worst map. So he just, like, he gives, like, this really poor first impression to what I think is, like, overall a really strong unit. Because... Do you think you're gonna get all the kids? No. I don't think Danny wants to put that much, do that much support management and do all the paralogs. We'll get a good amount of them, though. But yeah, Odin, like, he has, like, he's one of the best, I think, benefiters of class growths, where, like, his worst growths are, like, magic, speed, and res, and that's exactly what Dark Mage gives. So with, like, the class growths, he just has, like, 45 to 55% in everything. And, especially, like, to have that in the defensive stats, like, for a mage is so good. I think tomes are, like, probably the best weapon type in this game. Like, magic's just very good in this game, and, Odin being, like, this very accurate, fairly bulky magic user who you get early. I just think he's very strong. Like, Nosferatu, of course, in the early game, very good. But even once Nosferatu stops being, like, really good every map, and it's only good every once in a while, I think Odin is still all around.
I'm back. What did I miss? Did Blue gas up Odin way too much? I think Odin is, like, definitely better than Nyx. And I like him in the early game, and I know that you can, like, invest in him to make him a good res tank. Or not res tank, like, Nos tank, right? And he has the Vantage thing, too. We're going to be marrying him. Because I want to have Ophelia, with Magical Corrin Mother. But, I'm thinking he's probably not going to be a long-term unit, because I'm going to send him Samurai to get Vantage for his daughter, and I don't think I want to spend a Heart Seal to send him back. That's my current thoughts on that.
Yeah, well, the thing is, in our specific instance right now, we don't need to, because he can partner seal to like, Diviner.
Oh, true, actually.
We've got this.
Okay, so maybe we will. I'm a big fan of Leo, and I know that, like,
do this together.
A lot of people like to compare them to each other.
Let's do this.
Yeah, and for good reason. They are, like, similar in some ways. I think they're both, like, about as good as one another.
I think we send Nyx back. Oh, right, we should talk about her unit review. Yada, yada, yada. Nyx sucks. Nyx sucks. I don't like her. She's got bad...
Really sucks.
She's, like, a really, really min-maxed unit, but somehow, like, often units who are min-maxed feel really good. Somehow it just, like, doesn't seem to work for Nyx.
I mean, I can tell you why I don't think it works. It's because she's a player phase nuke with no bulk, which is fine. But then, like, sometimes she just doesn't hit things, in which case she's doing nothing.
Yeah, the lack of skill. It's a skill issue.
Well, skill and luck. Like, they're both part of the hit formula, and she has bad base and growth in both of them.
Yeah. Yeah,
Like,
the nuke with no accuracy. Welcome back to Radiant Dawn, Ileana.
She also, like, can't really leverage Heartseeker like the other Dark Mages because she has no bulk.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she can't really leverage it the same.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. If you want to do something with her, like, the Shining Bow is sort of her unique niche, other than just, like, if you want a big magic sorcerer and don't care about missing. Certain Blow, if you're able to give her Archer, right? Because she has Mozu friendship, I believe.
Yes.
So if you're able to get her Archer, Certain Blow patches up the hit a little bit for, like, if you're just player phasing with her. And
yeah, I think
I guess that would be the main appeal of Shining Bow, rather than, like, the thing is, Shining Bow feels like it should be an enemy phase build because it's got 1-2 range and most weapons don't. But yeah.
Yeah, I think the Mozu friendship saves her, like, for her long-term viability, because if you get Certain Blow, then she'll always hit, and then she's then she's doing stuff.
I guess you could dip in and out of Archer just to get Certain Blow, but
yeah. I also wanna note about Nyx, one last thing, is her magic and speed growths are very high. It's like 70% magic, 60% speed. But these bases are not bad, but she doesn't, like, start off as a magical nuke. Like, she's not nuking anything on this map. So she like, the one thing that she's good at, she has to grow into, which is really bad.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. Like, I don't mind a project unit, but, like, I've got project units. And, like, Mozu's the project unit, but she's fucking competent at base in Chapter 10. So, like...
Yeah, that too. Like Mozu can do things at base, and she doesn't need to skill dip to have good hit rates. I don't know. Nyx is so sad.
It is an unfortunate situation. That's true. Okay.
Oh wait, Danny, we have to do our unit review for Azura.
Okay. Azura has a really high strength stat and strength growth. I like marrying her to Arthur so she can go berserker as a result of that.
Oh, why not?
Yeah. B tier, I think. Okay. Yeah, no, Azura's... Jesus. Why do they...
Azura's the best dancer in the series, and it's not even close. Like, not only is she in a game where your player phase economy is probably at its most important, I don't like the phrase player phase game and enemy phase game because I think that oversimplifies things, but I think that, especially the early game of Conquest, your action economy on player phase is very important, as well as where you end up for enemy phase, both of which Azura contributes to. That's before factoring in that she has some of the earliest availability of a dancer. In Rev and Birthright, she just fucking joins immediately, and in Conquest, she joins 3 chapters into the campaign, which is much, much earlier than, like, usually dancers join halfway through the campaign. And that's before factoring in the fact that with Shelter Singing, you can have her dance multiple times per turn. I've seen up to, like, 5, but the more typical, I think, is 2 or 3.
Yeah. Shelter Singing is, because you can do it, like, it's the amount of shelter users you have plus 1 is the amount of times you can do it, but also the more that you do it, like, each turn, like, the more convoluted it becomes.
Not only that, but, like, you're losing action. So Shelter Singing is basically trading 2 other units' action for an additional dance. So you are negative on action economy. But considering how specialized so many units are in Fates, oftentimes that trade is worthwhile, especially if you have people who are deployed for, like, non-combat roles like staffing or rallying that doesn't need to happen every turn.
Yeah.
Because you have to trade the Shelterer and the Taker in order to get an additional dance. So you are going negative on action economy, and what it is you're like, a dancer gives you positive action economy by giving someone an extra dance, but Shelter Singing has you trade 2 people's action for another person's action. But sometimes getting 3 Camilla actions is worth going negative on action economy. Getting 3 Xander actions, worth going negative. Getting 3 whatever super child you've trained up is worth going negative. And that's why I say that like 2 to 3 tends to be the more typical, because in addition to it being more convoluted, you're spending a lot of resources. Like, you're not making full use. I've seen videos where someone has Azura dance a bunch of times, but it's like to show off rather than to, this is the best way to spend my turn.
Yeah. Also, inspiring songs, super good. I said plus 3 speed, like. But yeah, in general, I think yeah, Azura's so ridiculous.
I think
like it feels,
at one point I was making, for my 1500 sub special that I ended up never making, I was doing like a top 15 units in the franchise, and Azura was like number 3 or something. Just because of how cracked she is.
Yeah, I think like it's boring to say that the dance is the best unit in the game, but I don't think that Camilla, as ridiculous as she is, I think Azura's definitely still like
this should be simple
above her in my eyes in terms of how much she opens up.
I think this is the only game where the dancer is actually the best unit. I think in all other games,
why not?
I would say the dancer is like S tier and oftentimes the second best unit, but
you have my support.
What's the plan for Mozu? We can talk about Mozu now. She's a green unit, but we can do like, do you want to just do the Mozu review? Because someone asked about Mozu.
Yeah, you can go ahead and give your thoughts first.
I really like Mozu. I think that, so she's arguably the best trainee unit in the franchise. If you don't count Cyril, because Cyril, he was designed to be a trainee, but he's able to one-round everything at base, so he doesn't count, in my opinion.
It also depends if you're counting Effie 9 Astrid.
Oh, true, but that's another one where, like, you just give her bonus experience and she becomes a pre-promote. But I think that, much like Cyril, she was designed to be a trainee, but it's just that bonus experience is the worst mechanic ever invented, so it ruins it. But Mozu is really cool. She's kind of similar to Leaf in that you train this unit not because, like this aptitude, that's, it's not a lie, but it's not the appeal. She has Archer access, which in Conquest is not only very strong, but very rare. I think the only other option is Corrin's talent, or there's some capturables, but like, generics are not as good as regular units for a variety of reasons. So she can pass Archer on to her spouse and her friendship, specifically the Effie and female Corrin. I think are the only 2 Conquest units you can get Mozu friendship. Oh no, Nyx, right?
Yeah, Nyx.
And she can also be an archer herself. Archer not only has bow access, but has 2 very good promotion options, either Sniper for very good skills, or Kinshi to be a flyer with bow access. And itself has very good skills, even if you don't want to be an archer long term. Which Archer is a good skill, or is a good class, but not everyone is going to want to stay in it. Just dipping in to get things like Quick Draw, I guess Certain Blow for certain builds, like we were talking about Berserker, Effie appreciates that. I guess Arthur would also appreciate Certain Blow if using him long term. She can't give Archer to her children, right? She passes down Villager, which is kind of unfortunate because it's a pretty bad class.
That is correct. Although its promotions are usually, like, have some use. So, like, the fact that her kids don't start in Villager makes it, like, not nearly as bad.
They're Master of Arms and Merchant, right? Are the 2 promotion options?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see some use out of that. If only to get, like, specific skills or whatever. Like, especially if you're delaying her kid and you get a 15, like Life and Death or Spendthrift.
Yeah, that is one of the big appeals of Mozu, is that her 2 natural class trees have a lot of damage boosting skills. Between quick draw, life and death, spendthrift, all that stuff. Bow fair.
But the biggest downside to Mozu is she does kind of live and die by that early heart seal, because while villagers promoted classes do have some merits, I would say villager itself is just trash. It's the Donald problem where you have to heart seal out, but at least she doesn't have to train up to level 10 to do so. Yeah, I don't really have much more to say about her. Is there anything I missed?
Yeah, so I just wanted to touch on the last thing that you said, which is I think Mozu's very interesting because I think she is very strong. And especially because I want to point out, I feel like the circumstances of Conquest specifically help Mozu a lot, because right after this, we're going to have Chapter 10, which has a bunch of flyers that she can shoot to not only contribute well to the map, but also train herself for free. Which I think is a huge point in her favor. The fact that on such a important map, she can contribute at base and train herself while she's doing it. But the other thing is like you mentioned, Villager's awful, and I've tried to make Villager Mozu work. It's really not worth it at all. The way I think about this unit is you have to spend a heart seal to use her. So if you're using your other two heart seals on early heart seals on other units, you're probably not using her. But if you do put her in Archer, she's really good.
The other thing worth noting is that this is specifically about Conquest Mozu. Her stocks do go down in the other two routes. In Revelations, I think she's pretty middle of the road, because that is a game that still emphasizes what you can do with your skills, what you can do on player phase. And you don't get other archers as early. You do get Takumi fairly early, but a second archer is not something you're going to scoff at. And Setsuna comes so disastrously late. And then in Birthright, not only is it that you get both Setsuna and Takumi very, very early, but also, I don't like calling games player phase or enemy phase based, because I feel like that oversimplifies things. But in the case of Birthright, I will make an exception, because you do 90% of your combat on enemy phase. It's about building people to access either a tome or hidden weapon class and let them route the map that way. And anyone can do it, but Mozu has the hardest route to do so, because she doesn't have one naturally, and her stats are pretty bad.
Yeah, you're better off training Hayato in Birthright if you want a level 1 trainee unit. But Rain in the chat also brings up the... I'm sorry?
I said someone should make a video about that, referencing the fact that you've made a video about that.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, Rain in chat brings up a good point where generally, I think Quick Draw is almost always the better choice to pass down than Aptitude. Mm-hmm. Partially because Quick Draw is a super strong skill. Also partially because Aptitude works really weird with the child units. Because it doesn't impact their auto levels while unpromoted, but it does improve their auto levels using an offspring seal.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's probably where the rumor about Cyril's aptitude working that way came from. Because Cyril's aptitude works on all of his auto levels, but for 6 months after Three Houses came out, there was a rumor that it didn't. And
yeah. It's because you can change which skills you pass down, and the game calculates the kid's stats before it passes the skills down to them. So
that makes sense. It's probably an anti-abuse thing, because otherwise you could probably go in with aptitude, then go out, and then go in with a different skill.
Yeah, although it does, because it works on the offspring seals, I guess it would be best if you're recruiting like a super late kid for the last couple chapters. Passed on aptitude, you get like probably like +2 to all their stats or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if that's the best skill you have to inherit, I would question whether or not you have something that gives more than +2 to all stats.
Quick draw is a lot of the time going to be better than what aptitude gives.
Yeah.
But either way, it's also like, if Mozu's partner goes into Archer, then they can pass down quick draw, and Mozu can pass aptitude, and you can have both.
Mm-hmm.
Which I've done before. Either way, though, Mozu's very interesting, like, not just as a unit herself, but also, like, as a, in terms of how she affects the Gen 2 units.
On the topic... Hey! Look, we just got some good units.
It's the squad.
It's the squad. It's time for the unit review. Do we just go, like, left to right, or do we start with the important one?
I guess we could start with the elephant in the room.
Alright, Camilla's pretty good, right?
You could say that.
I think she's the closest thing Conquest has to a Jagan. Showing up in Chapter 10, which is really Chapter 4, is, like, the biggest mark against her, but, look at these stats! Look at these fucking stats!
And in true Seth and Titania fashion, good growth rates.
Yeah, and the EXP formula is kind of nice to her because of internal level stuff.
Yep, she gains EXP super quick later on once the majority of the enemies are promoted.
She does fall off at some point because she goes from being the de facto best unit in your army to, like, top 5.
Yeah, the biggest point you can mark against her, not even... I've seen some people say that, like, she would be better if she started in Wyvern Lord because she leans more physical.
Mm-hmm.
I actually disagree. Her magic base is good enough to where her combat with, like, a Forged Thunder Tome or a Bolt Axe is still really good. Especially with how fast she is. But the biggest mark against her is that, like, in the late game, you do want to go out of Malignite. Because her magic combat starts to fall, like, does actually fall off, and the caps are kind of bad for her. And she will cap stats, or at least her offensive stats.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, like, fantastic, like, best combat unit in the game. Like, there's a couple units who are usually better late game, but for most of the game, she's your best combat. And flight, because she needs it.
Yeah, she's kind of incredible. I guess on the topic of her magic, the other downside would be she doesn't really have good Heart Seal options, because she goes Sorcerer Dark Knight, which, like you say, her magic's good enough early on, and I guess you can dip in to get, like, Heartseeker and stuff, right? Heartseeker, Life Taker, whatever. There's some good skills in there, but if you want to make her, like, long-term class something other than Wyvern, she kind of needs either a marriage or a friendship for it, right?
Yeah. Thankfully, she has 2 friends who join right next to her who give her good classes.
Yeah.
And the supports are fast.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, she's
blessed in every way. She even has a really good personal skill.
Oh, right. We didn't even talk about that.
It's one of my favorite parts of Camilla as a unit is that between Rose's Thorns and the fact that her dual strikes are very powerful, she is one of the best tools for feeding kills to other units.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if, like, Mozu was still, like, underleveled, which at this point she's already, like, catching up at a good pace, but, like, even, like, Peri in, like, Chapter 12, just any like, underleveled unit who you want to feed some kills, Camilla makes it very easy.
Mm-hmm. God, this unit is so good. I really wish that her design was not that.
Yeah.
I know that, like, some people will defend the design decision because they'll be like, oh, well, you know, they made her that way so that in the support she could talk about how she hates being sexualized, but then the camera sexualizes her a bunch. So that, I don't think that argument holds up, personally. Like,
it doesn't really work.
I think that there is something to a character who is designed with traditionally incredibly sexualized features in mind. And then having them go into how, like, damn, it sucks that, like, the male gaze is always sexualizing me, right? However, this game does not fucking earn that type of discourse, because every single cutscene that has Camilla is like, dommy mommy, ooh woo, let's have the camera face plant into her tits, let's watch her bend over and look at her ass and stuff, and it's just like, you don't get to then also say, I hate being sexualized. You don't get to have a nuanced conversation about that when you are the problem. Not part of the problem, you are the whole problem.
Yeah. I will say, I think, like, it's not the same thing, but I think Charlotte is kind of a better version of, like, a similar thing.
Yeah. I do like it with Charlotte to a degree. I think there's some issues, but it's more just Fate's moment.
Yeah. But yeah, as a unit, Camilla, it also, if I have to give her design one compliment, fantastic hair. They gave her really cool hair.
I like the little, like, the horns, too. The devil horns or cat ears or whatever they're called.
Yeah, the little horn, like, horns that are part of, like, the crown, like, headpiece.
She makes a good mother because I like the hair color on a lot of the children. So that's the other thing.
True, the purple hair looks awesome.
Her design actually looks really good if you just don't ever take away the skill, the stats. If you just don't take away the stat screen, her design is very good, because everything above the stat screen is nice.
Yeah.
Okay, who do we want to talk about next? Beruka or Selena?
We could talk about Beruka, since a lot of people compare her to Camilla.
Yeah, I understand the comparison, because they both start in Wyvern. I think that's, like, a little bit... I think that's a little bit GBA brained, though.
Yeah.
Because, like, everyone can access Wyvern in this... Like, a lot of people can access Wyvern in this game. So, like, Beruka starting it is nice, but...
Yeah, so I used to be sort of one of those people who was like, oh, Beruka's bad because she's a worse version of Camilla and, like, just strictly worse or whatever. Mm-hmm. Which, like... I definitely disagree with that now, because, like, for one, if being worse than Camilla makes you bad, then 95% of this game's cast is bad. Like...
True.
So it's like, that's unfair. And then also, like, you can deploy both, and you probably should deploy both, because I think Beruka's not amazing, but, like, I think she's pretty solid. She... Like, having good skill for an axe unit is really nice. Her bulk's legitimately pretty damn good. Like, 14 base defense at level 9 is good. The other really nice thing about her is her, like you said, starting with flight is nice, but her reclass option is fighter, which, Wyvern and fighter synergize extremely well with each other. Like, you see it with Percy as well.
Yes.
Where the axe rank is transferable between the two, and then they both learn rallies, rally strength, rally defense, and they both learn damage boosting skills with, like, axe fair and trample. So she just kind of has access to, and also, like, if you want to make Beruka a combat unit, Berserkers, she makes a pretty nice Berserker, because she has good skill, and then it, like, shores up her speed.
Isn't her strength growth pretty good as well? If I'm remembering correctly, that's one of the better areas, or is that just because when she goes Berserker, that class supplements it?
Yeah, her personal strength growth is just okay, but Wyvern and Berserker both, like, raise it to, like, pretty good. So, so yeah, like, she just sort of has the advantage of, like, the classes that she has are the exact ones that she would want, which is really nice. I like this unit a lot. I like her as a, just, like, an easy option for, like, rally defense and, like, accurate, damage.
Yeah, I think she's unimpressive if all you do is leave her in Wyvern, because then she does just feel like worse version of both Camilla and Elise. But if you take advantage of the second seal, I really like that aspect of it. And well, not just worse than Camilla and Elise, like the fact that a lot of people can go Wyvern, and you can have other combat units go into it. I do like the fact that she does actually start out with Axe rank, and they are shared though.
Also, her personal skill, it doesn't come up a lot, but it makes her like hand axe. Like she can get a surprising amount of 1 rounds with just like hand axe plus a dual strike. It's like plus 4 damage is a lot.
Or she can just murder archers too.
Yeah, or archers. It doesn't come up all the time. It's basically just a worse version of quick draw.
Yeah.
But quick draw is really good.
Pretty good.
So. yeah, exactly. Turns out being a worst version of one of the best units in the game still makes you pretty good.
I like her better than Selena, even though Selena's probably got more like interesting stuff going on. I know you're pretty high on Selena.
I am. I do think Selena's better than Beruka, but I also think you have to be a bit more particular with her. She really, first of all, these bases are actually pretty nice. 15 speed is really nice too.
That's very good. That's the one that immediately draws my eye. Every time she joins, I'm like, oh right, you have 15 fucking speed. I always forget that.
I'm also just pretty high on mercenaries in this game. Because like the mercenary skills and like their promotions, mainly Bonite, I really like. Granted, I don't think she wants to go Bonite. I definitely think she just wants to go a class that gives her more strength. But
if you're not using her long term, she is ready to just go Bonite on this map and like shoot down pegs though.
That too, yeah. Instant promote Bonite just to use her short term is really good. And then like Strong Riposte is really nice because it's like, yeah, she has 12 strength, but on an enemy phase that becomes 15 strength, 15 speed, which is pretty good for this point in the game. And then it is funny, she kind of ends up weirdly being like, she has the mercenary stuff, but she kind of wants to go into similar classes as the other two, which is like, because she wants more strength. It's like, okay, you can go Wyvern, you can go Berserker, but there's some other fun things you can do with her too.
The fact she has a fast friendship growth with 2 different Wyvern candidates, like means that she can very easily access Wyvern.
Yes. In particular, she works really well with Beruka on this map, so they're pretty likely to just gain the C support here. And from there, it's only 3 more maps to reach A+. Like, it's very quick.
Yeah, probably. Would you say that's the fastest non-native Wyvern user to get it?
Yes.
I guess technically
easily.
Jakob, if we're counting like Corrin marriage, which is a huge fucking investment, and the paralog not like, being part of the real campaign in quotation marks.
Yeah, like Jakob and Felicia can technically enter Wyvern or Malig at this point, like at this chapter, but other than the first servant with Corrin, she is the fastest, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, Elise, I would count Elise as a native, just because it's her heart seal. Like, when I say non-native, I mean specifically, like, non-part of your... By native, I mean, like, either your first or your heart seal class, not just you started it.
Yeah, and then one thing with Selena, too, is, and this is especially compared to Beruka, Selena is a pretty good mother, because, like, the main growths that she sort of passes down to, like, make better are HP, speed, and defense. And if there's a kid who already has a good strength growth, like Soleil or Valoria, they really appreciate Selena as a mother. And she can pass down good skills to, like, Strong Riposte, Soul, potentially, a Wyvern skill, whatever.
You mentioned that one of the strengths of Beruka is she also has 2 rallies, but Selena gets speed and skill, which you could argue in situationally is better. Obviously, it depends on what unit, right? Like, some people want strength and defense, when some people are just on the edge of doubling thresholds, and skill is never bad, just because yeah, you have a lot of tools to supplement hit rates, but like you need to use a lot of tools to supplement hit rates.
Yeah. Hi Vex, hope you're doing well. Yeah, so she has skill and speed natively, and then she, again, like, because she gets Wyvern easily, that's also defense. And then she can marry for strength with, like, Arthur or Keaton.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, Rallybot Selena is a thing. And, like, strength, skill, speed, defense, I mean, that is, like, the best rally for for your physical combat units. So that is a niche too, even though I generally prefer using her for combat. Like you could definitely do Rallybot.
I think we do have supports, but do we want to do a Kaze unit review first?
I think we should. Yeah, we just got him back. Kaze is really, really, really good. Granted, this one we're a little strength screwed, but just in general, very good unit. The way I kind of see it is that, like, if you invest into other units to make them ninjas, they're probably gonna, like, be better, like, carries. But Kaze is completely free, and he can do your ninja stuff, like, just as well as anyone else can for, like, no investment. Being able to be trained during the Branch of Fate is super good.
Yeah, we got 4 levels on ours, because at base, Kaze is 9, and then they add whatever levels he had from the Branch of Fate.
Yeah. Like, I typically try to, like, hard focus him. I just like Kaze, so I try to hard focus him during that time and get him to, like, I can get him to, like, level 15. But even outside of that, like, level 13, that's, like, about on par with our, like, what is, like, Effie?
Effie is 14, and she's probably our highest level non-Camilla unit. Yeah, Effie and Silas and Based are all 14, and they're the ones who've been doing the most, like, oh, this unit can just, like, carry this situation. Even Jakob's only 13.
Yeah, so like, he's automatically just, like, on par with our highest leveled unpromoted units. And also his weapon rank, very nice. Which is especially notable because daggers and swords get the, like, full strength weapon rank bonuses. Like, they just get attack from C to S rank every time. So that's really nice. And also, like, having good res matters in this game. It's not a death sentence if you don't have good res, but it's very helpful.
That's another one of the in GBA versus outside of GBA situations. I find that res is it's sometimes memed on, and, like, you can use a pure water to fix it in some games, but even that, it's valuable. Like we just saw with Jakob, the value of that in taking on the mage room.
Oh, pure water would be fantastic in this game if it existed.
It is. It's called the resistance tonic.
True. But yeah, I value Kaze pretty highly.
It's also worth noting that Kaze's ability to pass ninja on to people is, because you mentioned, you know, if you put the effort in and turn other people into ninjas, as opposed to Kaze being just sort of the one that comes for free. Laslow, and Selena specifically marrying Laslow can get it without Kaze, but anyone else that wants ninja access does need to, in some way, shape, or form, get it from Kaze. Whether that be inheritance in terms of, like, being a child for Kana, marriage for any of the females, male Corrin and Silas can get it from friendship, and I feel like I'm forgetting someone.
Well, Soleil has it naturally as well.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. I forgot because she just has the same class set as Laslow.
Yeah, and Midori as well, but Midori has
child.
Midori has some problems with trying to go Master Ninja.
Yeah.
But yeah, and also one thing I should mention, because this might sound counterintuitive because of his stat spread, but I do generally think that in Conquest, Master Ninja is the better promotion option for him than Mechanist. Because Kaze's whole thing is like he's super fast. And like in Birthright, for example, that's like pretty overkill. Just because a lot of the enemies don't have super high speed.
Mm-hmm.
Which is part of why Saizo's better, is that he has like better bulk and stuff. But in Conquest, his really high speed is actually not overkill. It's actually really valuable because it means that he is the unit who can most easily double the very fast enemies, like enemy sword masters or enemy master ninjas.
And doubling also helps fix his bulk issues if you have him doing guard gauge stuff. Like if you're paired up in defense stance instead of attack stance,
Yes.
then anytime that he doubles groups of enemies, he will only take half as many hits as he would if he weren't doubling, because of the way that, or I think it's 2/3 as many hits, because of the way that guard gauge is calculated.
It depends on what it is at the start of the enemy phase, but
yeah.
it is up to half hits, which is super good.
He fills the gauge in 2 rounds of combat if he's doubling.
Yeah.
Or getting doubled, but like, then you've got a different problem on your hands.
Yeah.
Then you're Effie. But yeah, his only reclass option is Samurai, or his art seal option is Samurai, which I don't really find much use out of. It feels tempting to be like, oh, I'll go in and get Vantage, because I've naturally got 1-2 range weapons, but I've never really been able to make that work. Have you gotten any success with Swordmaster or Master of Arms just for skill dipping? Or not for skill dipping?
For skill dipping, yes. So it's like kind of gimmicky, but you can... Vantage can help in certain situations with like the guard gauge thing, where it's like, because if you proc Vantage, it's like, okay, you're building one more part of the gauge before they attack you.
Yeah.
And that can make the difference. Astra also is a neat option on him because he has good skill and is doubling everything. Which is, good for his damage and also again for the gauge.
Because every hit of the 5 hits counts as part of the gauge. So if you get all 5 off, which you probably don't, because a lot of enemies will die in less than 5 hits, you get a full gauge out of that.
Yeah, but even if you get like 3 or 4, that's still usually enough to like, okay, now it's built up, and I'll walk the next attack.
That's why Ryoma is bulkier than he appears at first glance. Different game, obviously, but just it's the same principle.
Yeah, I was actually going to mention that. Yeah, it's like because he's very fast, has the 1-2 range. If you get him the Vantage and Astra, he sort of becomes like a budget Ryoma. But and also I know someone else is mentioning Effie Kaze for the sake of Effie. I actually like it for the sake of Kaze because not only is it a pair up that he appreciates, but some of those skills he actually likes. Like he can grab Pavis, make pretty good use of that, like Pavis and defense +2 and stuff.
Yeah, and if he gets Wary Blow, then he doesn't get doubled, which is a big problem that I often run into with Kaze.
Right, of course.
No, don't put Wary Fighter on your ninja. Don't put Wary Fighter on your ninja.
Yeah, but yeah, no, Kaze's, he's just a very appreciated unit, where it's like, the way that I think about Fates units a lot of the time is like, it's like level of investment versus what you're getting out of it, right? And Kaze is a unit who you put very little investment into and just kind of does a lot for you. And I like that a lot.
Yeah, he probably doesn't have enough strength for Vantage life and death stuff, right?
Oh, no.
Naturally have those skill combo, but it's just... hello.
Yeah, no.
Base of 9, it's a 45% growth rate, so like I'm kind of sad. We haven't gotten a single one, but still.
Yeah. Yeah, we've gotten pretty unlucky. She should probably have like 11, 12 at this point.
Well, no. We only had 3 level ups that actually get rolled. His base of 9 is what he has at level 9.
Well, we've had 4 levels.
Oh yeah, no, we have.
Yeah.
So we've missed the
So
coin
we're
flip 4
-2.
times, but like that's still not. I wouldn't describe that as screwed personally. I think that law of averages they do eventually even out. I still have faith in Kaze.
Yeah, for sure.
He's 30 experience from proving me wrong. He's only 30 experience from proving me wrong and telling me that he is just going to be noodle armed the entire playthrough. Do you want to talk about him first?
We could talk about the good unit first.
Yeah, okay, so Peri.
Oh my goodness.
Peri is one of the units in the cast of all time. She's like bottom 5 probably. Right? Like there are some truly abysmal units. Just Gen 1, right?
I wouldn't quite say bottom 5. She's better than like
she's better
Charolette.
Better than Benny. Probably better than she's definitely better than Flora.
She's definitely better than Kana and Midori.
Yeah.
So she's not quite bottom 5. She's definitely bottom 10 though. She's this unit, okay. I don't understand, like, why does she start like this? Cause compare her to like our Silas, right? He's like what, level 13?
He's a little bit slower than her.
A bit slower, yeah, but like comparable strength. He has better defense, better skill, and like growths-wise, the main thing she really has is just like speed over like the other Cavaliers. And like speed is nice, but this start is pretty rough. Single-digit skill is especially pretty rough on a map with like a bunch of samurais and ninjas. Like one of the videos on my channel that some people have seen and that we've referenced before is a video where I grind Peri up to level 17 on this map. Just like cause I could. And cause I thought it would be funny. And even with even in attack stance, her hit rates are just so annoying. And outside of like the good speed growth, she doesn't, the good speed growth and her personal skill, she doesn't really have anything else that's super stand out.
Her personal skill's really cool and it's very tempting. In terms of it's one of those things that you really want to make work, and Shamir has it, and Shamir can kind of make it work, but Three Houses is like a whole different beast, and so it's not really great there either. But here it just feels like that's a huge buff, right? Like 4 strength and 4 speed, and 4 magic. So even if she goes into like a magical class, she's getting a rally for all of them. But it kind of feels like it just brings her up to where you would want combat to be as a starting point.
Kind of, yeah. Because, like, it also, like, late game, it doesn't stack with, like, the actual rallies.
Mm-hmm.
So once you get those rallies, it doesn't really do very much. I do definitely like it early on, because, like, having access to those buffs under a condition is better than not having access to them at all, right? And like, you know what, that puts her up to 17 strength, 17 speed. I mean, that is genuinely quite good. And I see someone in chat asking, no, it does not stack with itself.
I've seen some people suggest Darkflyer for Gale Force. And if you're using path bonuses, like, that's kind of a funny build, but
yeah, the problem is just Gale Force is pretty late.
yeah, it's a level 35 skill. And it's just
Yeah.
like, yeah, it's
You just like, yeah, like these bases are all right, but the skill in particular just not great. The like the speed growth is pretty good, but outside of that, her growths are like solid but not amazing. And also probably the most unfortunate second like heart seal option in the entire game. It really feels like Peri was supposed to be like Sizo, where she had like a really good magic growth too, but they just forgot. Cause like she has Dark Mage, and her personal skill gives her Rally Magic, but she has a 0 base and like a 5% growth.
yeah, like Niles is a character who also can reclass from a physical class to a magical class, but he kind of functions as a hybrid unit. With decent magic and decent strength. He's not standout in either, but he can make both of them work, and you know, dipping into Dark Mage to get skills for accuracy and stuff, is like, it's not the best use of a heart seal, but it's a thing that he can actually like feasibly make use of. Whereas like with Peri, it feels like this feels like the most pointless heart seal class of the entire cast, because even like Effie with Troubadour, which is kind of a meme, it gives her access to hidden weapons as a promoted class inherently, so that's something she can make use of potentially. Charlotte's in the same boat, like Troubadour, again, you can get a hidden weapons class, and it has that whole like knockoff Soul Ninja build that I have thoughts on that I will share when we talk about her. Whereas like Peri, what is she doing with Sorcerer? Does she really benefit from Heartseeker? Because that would be the one skill that I can think of to take out. I guess Life Taker?
Heartseeker, yes. Life Taker also, yeah, not like massively more than other units, but she does.
I mean, she's a unit who wants to play her phase because of Bloodthirst.
Yeah, so like you can grab those skills and she'll make good use of them. But it just makes me sad, like, because of what could have been. Because if Peri had like actually good magic, and you could like get her sword rank up from D to C, use the 11 sword, and like go Dark Knight, this would be like such a cool unit. And as it stands, she just kind of ends up being like faster than Silas, but otherwise worse in every way, and also joins later. And we're starting to get to the point in the game where deployment slots are the most competitive. And it's really hard to justify deploying Peri. Especially when her retainer is, or her fellow retainer is so much better.
Oh my god. In addition to like just being one of my favorite units and /or characters in the cast, I also think he's quite good, which previously I did not. Like, it wasn't until the first... I did a Heart Seal swap run where everyone started in their swapped class, and my co-host, Casual Jakob, was saying that, like, Laslow is one of their favorite characters. Can we please use Laslow? And I was like, you know, he starts in Ninja. We'll give him a try. And I fell in love, both as a character and as a unit. Now, obviously, he doesn't start as Ninja in Vanilla, but I think he's still in a very good class. Mercenary is a quite good class and has good promotion options. Both Bow Knight and Hero are solid. And he has Ninja inherently, so he doesn't even need to friendship anyone for it.
Yeah, I like Laslow a lot. He feels like a unit who... I'm usually not making him into one of my carries. You can, with Ninja, for sure. And he's... Actually, I re-looked at him, and for a while I sort of thought that, like, he's one of the, he's like a cheap but kind of like less good Master Ninja option. But I sort of looked at the numbers again recently and realized, like, no, he's actually pretty good in Ninja. But even though I don't usually use him as one of my carries, I find that he's always doing something useful. part of that is his personal skill, which is very unique and very helpful. It is so satisfying. Like, there's so many times in Fire Emblem where you're 1 strength or 1 speed off of killing something, and to be able to actually just get that point and kill something is so nice.
On the previous map, after she got seal speed, Selena was 1 speed short of doubling.
Yep.
Like, not on the enemy phase, but on that player phase after 1 wore off.
Yeah.
Hey, you know who would have helped with that? Like, if we got Laslow map earlier.
Yeah, so Laslow, yeah, the fact that it stacks with other rallies as well is very nice.
Unlike somebody. Unlike somebody.
Yeah, exactly. If only. But yeah, his personal's awesome. His growths are pretty good too. He has really nice strength in particular. Like, he can sometimes, like, he's not as bulky as Selena, but he generally is going to have the strength that he needs, whereas Selena is sort of the one who needs a bit more help there. And I personally like just promoting him to Bow Knight just because, you know, it gives him another rally and it just makes him like a mobile bow unit with good strength. You can't really complain about that. And he's a very good unit. Like, even if you haven't used him in a while, you know, if he's gotten some experience, just bring him off the bench. He can do rallies, he can do filler combat, and he'll still do pretty good. Yeah, I like Laslow a lot.
He can get access to rally speed through Selena Marriage, which is a relatively niche rally just because Pegasus Knight is not a Nornian class. Which, you know, you can also get through Azura Marriage, but it is notable that, like, there's another option if you have Azura marrying someone else.
Yeah.
And also, I find that unless you're grinding it out, Azura support builds so slowly. Yeah, so that's nice. He has skill inherently and strength through, I want to say, Keaton friendship?
Yes.
So, like, those are all very good rallies. Skill and speed in particular, strength and speed in particular are, like, the standouts. But skill, I think people sleep on skill. Maybe it's because I'm more hit rate pilled than a lot of other people. But I think skill's quite nice, and he just gets that for free through Bow Knight, without even needing to support people.
No. Yeah, so yeah, even we have someone in chat who didn't know. Yeah, Laslow's personal stacks with other rallies. So, like, if he gets rally strength and speed, he'll be rallying everyone for +5. Which is huge. Like, he can very easily fulfill that support role in the late game. And, like, the nice thing also is his just general stat spread. Like, say when he's dipping for rally strength through Keaton friendship, right? Like, he'll have, like, good stats in Berserker, like, during the levels where you're doing it. Like, same with most, basically any, like, solid physical class. Like, he will have the stats to make it work and do whatever, like, get whatever you need him to get. Yeah, he's a very solid, like, helpful and reliable unit, even if you're not making him a carry.
Oh, here comes our new army.
Our new army.
We can get everyone over there using pair up, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, maybe not Benny. No, he can make it.
Surely.
He can make it. Who do we want to talk about first?
Oh Jesus. Which tragedy?
I have Benny's wiki page pulled up, so we can start with him.
Okay, yeah, let's start with Benny.
So Benny is my favorite Falco Knight. In my most recent playthrough, I had him marry Azura and got Falco Knight. It was stupid. Benny is the second armor that we get, and he's unlike Effie. He is like just min-maxed. He cannot go out of armor and be functional. He's just supposed to be strength, defense, and nothing else. This is the man that Wary Fighter was invented for. But the downside is, for some reason, despite the fact that he does actually have a very decent strength growth at 60% to go along with his massive 75% defense growth, what the fuck is this base? Like, he's crawling out of a hole. He can tank things, but he will hit like a wet noodle for a very long time. It's obviously unfair to compare him to Effie, because she's just, like, built different. But they do start in the same class, and so it draws a natural comparison. Our Effie has definitely had some amount of favoritism in terms of experience, but we didn't give her any stat boosters. And she's just not even in fucking Armor Knight anymore. She only has 3 less defense than him. And higher strength, higher speed, higher everything else.
No.
I guess he has, like, the dubious honor of, like, because he's level 15, he can be a backpack for free. Which, like, I do value, but less than being able to fight.
Yeah, being an actual unit on your own.
Yeah.
Sorry,
what were you saying? Sorry.
I was gonna say, to better put the base strength thing into perspective, Selena joined 3 chapters earlier, 5 levels lower, and in a lower strength class, and had 3 less strength at base. And Selena is like a unit where people are like, oh yeah, this unit can struggle with strength, like, sometimes. So it's like, comparatively, like, for his level, for his class, and for his join time, like, 15 strength as a level 15 Armor Knight is pretty sad, actually. There's also, like, Wary Fighter does help him, obviously. Like, obviously he wants it, and it makes him a lot better than if it didn't exist. But the fact that he has to get it really sucks. He's basically the only unit in the game who, like, needs it. And while it's not impossible for him to one-round enemies, because you can use dual strikes, it feels like bending over backwards to use a unit that ultimately doesn't really have anything, like, other than the bulk and the personal skill.
Should we talk about what I believe is his best aspect, the personal skill?
We should, yeah.
Because this is nice. Like, this is unironically really good. I know you say it sounds mean to say that it's the best part of his kit, but I think that if you're in the market for an Armor Knight, right? Like, if you want a general and, like, Effie's doing something better than being a general, like, the fact that he passively also increases the reliability of every strategy you have is genuinely nice. It's just that, like, I don't know. It's just that, like, he's not really good at combat. Like, I think he wants to be a utility unit. It kind of sucks that his reclass option is fighter. If he was, like, one of those physical units who could reclass into the Troubadour line or something, you might be able to justify, have a low magic staffer who can contribute with, like, Fierce Main, or, like, even if he could go Cavalier for shelter, you might be able to justify him as a utility unit, but as it stands, if Fierce Main is the only utility he offers without getting into a marriage or friendship class that gives him some other utility skills, it's hard to justify deploying him just for that. Yeah. So then again, he's on backpack duty, but Fierce Main isn't active if he's a backpack, because he does have to be the front unit for it.
Yeah, that's the part that sucks, because he is genuinely good as a backpack, I believe. Mm-hmm. He is, as a general at S rank, he gives, like, 5 strength, 7 defense.
And he has fighter backpack if you would prefer a berserker. Like, he has 2 classes that just give really min-maxed backpack bonuses in areas that people want. Which is nice. It's just a matter of, like... I know some people don't value backpacks at all, and I'm not fully in that camp, but I think it's better to be a unit who's a good backpack, who's capable of doing combat. One example that, like, this isn't a conquest unit, but in Birthright, Rinka is, because she's physically tanky, considered to be on the higher end, but she's also just the best backpack in the game, and that complements each other, because you backpack someone, and then if the front person's HP gets low, you just switch to the person in the back, and they can fight. Whereas Benny, if he's backpacking, like Corrin, and Corrin's HP gets too low to fight, you switch to the front, Benny's gonna fucking die. Which is the unfortunate part.
Yeah,
Like, the annoying thing is that even though Wary Fighter does help a lot, he doesn't start with it. Even if you instant promote him, you still need to spend 4 more levels in general before getting it. And like Benny's res base and growth is actually pretty solid, but if before Wary Fighter, he's probably still just gonna get one-rounded by mages, or nearly one-rounded.
I mean, let's look at the mages, not even Orochi, just a generic mage on his map. So this is 12 times 2? Yeah, he gets brought down to dead to a physical attack from that.
Yeah, so yeah, and then even physical attacks, it's like, okay, do these wyverns double him?
Probably 10 speed. No. Oh, he's just barely not doubled by the wyverns. They're all the same. Yeah, they match. So they gave him a good first impression.
The calves, right? Where it's like, they'll double him, and then it's like, well,
26 minus 21, so he takes 10 from that. Which is like a third of his health. Which is unfortunate. Yeah, but I guess the, like, it's not like he's going to die to literally everything, right? He is supposed to be tanky. It's more that he can't deal any damage. He gets doubled by everything, so he's not as tanky as he seems. And he kind of doesn't have the flexibility that a lot of other units have. Because what is he doing if he leaves General?
Being railroaded into doing one thing is not very good in this game, unless that one thing is really good. But Benny's one thing is not very good.
It is worth noting that, like, going General isn't the downside it would be in other games, just because pair up, he can move. Like, he can get across the map if you want him to.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that part of it isn't as bad. It's more so just the actual combat.
15 strength is so sad. I guess he can use steel weapons, because, like, he's not fucking doubling anything anyway.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like, he's the best user. He starts with the steel ends in his inventory for a reason. He actually has an inventory suited to his skill set, unlike his counterpart.
Oh boy.
It's just that skill set is, it's not great. There are worse places to be, but not many. There's a reason he was on the poll for the worst unit in Conquest that I did recently, and it's not that he's unusable. Like, if you want a physical tank, it's hard to do much better than him. He's just not dealing damage. And Fierce Main's actually nice.
See, you say that, but the extra insult to injury is that in a few chapters we get Xander.
Oh, I guess that is the other thing. I'm glad you brought that up, because it's not just Xander. The next couple of units that we get are Leo, Gunter, and Xander. All of whom also specialize in physical defense. They're not as min-maxed as Benny. Even Xander isn't going to be as physically tanky as Benny, assuming that you've made Benny, like, a core part of your team. But they also have flexibility, which he doesn't. They can just fill that role. Like, it's nice to have someone who can fill multiple roles, because, like, hey, we needed someone super tanky for a while, and we had someone super tanky for a while, but we didn't have to train a different person to get an anti-flyer unit. We just made that same person, and Benny... What even are his friendship options? Because I know he gets fighter as a heart seal, and then, like, through romance he can get a bunch of stuff.
About that.
Oh, no.
It's Arthur and Keaton, so he doesn't get anything new.
He gets fucking fighter twice?!
Yeah. He gets Hayato and Rev for all your diviner Benny dreams.
I mean, unironically, though, that might be, like I said with Fierce Mane, and, like, he wishes he had a utility class, that might be the path to go with him in Rev, because you get Rally Magic, you get Staff Access with low magic, and you get Fierce Mane. Woo!
Oh, yeah, and support with Charlotte for more fighter. Do they have a fast support?
They do not have a fast support.
Regular.
They do not have a fast support. I know this because I was looking up everyone's fast supports for a future playthrough that involves recruiting all of the children in Revelations. And so I wanted to see which fucking scrubs I could quickly match to each other, and neither of these units have fast supports with anyone, so I'm stuck with these fucks for 5 whole maps. Oh wait, no, that would be a fast support. 6 whole maps. Which is very unfortunate. But, speaking of unfortunate, should we talk about Charlotte?
Charlotte makes me sad. I feel like these two are like a case study in how being min-maxed in this game specifically is not great, I feel. Like not to the degree that they are anyways. So, Charlotte is, I would say, most comparable to Nyx. Like, you could think of her as, like, the physical Nyx. And that's a bad place to be. Very bad place to be. Because at least if Nyx attacks on player phase at range, and she misses, she doesn't die, there's a lot of times where Charlotte might just miss and die. And her hit rates on her join map are worse. Because you have to deal with Gamble, and you have to deal with the Steel Axe. You can trade her like a Forged Bronze or something if you prepared that ahead of time, but the Gamble's still there.
I have a Forged Bronze, but it's on someone better.
Yeah. Base skill of 10 is okay, but not great. And I mean, just look at her bases. Like, what are we doing? What is she doing? Listen, her growth is better than Benny in strength, and she has more levels to grow, but she's still starting with that same base 15.
At least she might double some stuff. I mean, not with the Steel Axe, but
right.
Like she can leverage this twice at least. He can't.
If you count Gamble, this might be one of the most unfortunate starting inventories in the series.
Yeah, probably. It's really sad. This is like an engage unit starting inventory in terms of how poorly it fits their skill set.
FE10 Nefme starting inventory.
Oh god.
Getting way down so you can't double.
Yeah. She is another... Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, her... I will say, I do think the way in which she is min-maxed means that there is a greater incentive to train her compared to Benny. Because if you get her levels and promote her into Berserker, she will get a bunch of strength and speed, and she will start killing things. And you can fix up the accuracy in a few ways. So, like, if I'm training one of these two, it's Charlotte, but I'm not going to be happy about it.
She's another unit who, I mean, I guess like Benny, I was going to say like Arthur, but like Benny also, can kind of work as a backpack, which might be the incentive to train her, because like I said, it's nice to have a really good backpack who then can switch to the front lines when the front unit gets low.
Mm-hmm.
But, I feel like a lot of people, especially because the merits to Xander is popular, it gives him hero and it gives him the type of backpack he wants. I feel like a lot of people really hype her up as being good because she's a backpack, and I'd rather have a backpack who can also do work if you have to switch them to the front. It's not like she can't. It's not like there's no reason to train her. Like you said, she will get a lot of skill, or not skill. She won't get skill. That's what she needs. She'll get a lot of strength, and she'll get a lot of speed. She does also. Should we talk about the 5-point special? We probably should. We probably should.
We should.
So I don't want to be mean. She does have inherent hero and maid access, right? So she can be a discount soul ninja, is the idea. It's definitely not the worst thing to have without having to marry or friendship. Laslow also has that, and that is a big part of his draw combat-wise, and so does Soleil, just as being a version of her father. The problem is, Soul Ninja is primarily an enemy phase build, and even though Ninja is not the tankiest class out there, it is tankier than Maid and Butler. And as a result, being discount Soul Ninja in the Butler class, still... I think you ultimately, if you're going for that, you probably want to marry her to Kaze so that she can eventually transition into Ninja itself. She can build dagger rank before they get married or something, but I don't think you want to leave her in Soul Maid long term if you're doing that. Not that, obviously you can make a lot of different things work. It's fates, tonics, rallies, skills, all that fun stuff, but her bulk is going to be shakier as a butler.
Yeah, and I think there are other units who I think can get away with the lower bulk of butler maid. Charolette is not one of those units at all. She, out of any, soul tank in the game who just naturally gets it through, friendship or innately, she is the one who has to rely the most on soul proccing in order to survive. Because her defense and resistance are just bad.
And remind me again, what stat does soul proc off of?
Gil.
What have we been saying is one of Charlotte's weak points? Which Maid doesn't really help with.
Yeah, like dagger hit is so high that her hit won't be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
But
oh no, I meant soul itself. She won't proc it enough. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas Ninja gives some more skill than Butler and Maid do, right? So she'd at least have a higher chance of it proccing, which is why the other reason why I think ultimately if you want to do that, Kaze marriage, again, it's nice that she can build the rank outside of it, and if Kaze is occupied doing other things and you really want her to be one, it's an option in her kit. I just don't think it's the best thing you can do.
The sad thing about that, though, is that gives Kaze fighter, so at that point, you would just do it with Kaze.
Yeah. Well, 2 is better than 1, kind of.
Yeah, but
the diminishing returns. I did a run with 4 Soul Ninjas recently, and it is diminishing returns. But yeah.
Yeah, at least she gets friendship classes.
True.
She gets Beruka for Wyvern. That's pretty cool. That's pretty neat.
It lets her keep her X rank too. It is one of the things about joining at this point in the game is you really don't want to be in bronze hell for too long. And if she friendships into Wyvern, she just skips that phase entirely.
Yeah, and also it lets her combo rally strength, rally defense. She gets Peri for Great Knight. Carry her axe rank into Great Knight and get elbow room and stuff. So she's got, unlike her friend, she at least has friendship options that give her things.
Hey, at least Benny has Charlotte's friendship. He might not be able to use a friendship seal for it, but you called them friends, so he's happy about that. Her personal skills, how often are generics female?
So, okay, I think this personal skill is a little undervalued. It's not great, but it's, so it'll be
Strategists, maids, Falco Knights, Kinshi Knights. I think maybe one other class that I'm forgetting, like priestesses. Yeah, priestesses.
Mm-hmm. And there's some bosses too, like Orochi on this map.
Bosses. Yeah, there's Hinoka. There's Scarlet here, but good luck trying to feed the Scarlet kill to her.
Mm-hmm.
There's Hinoka. There's Oboro. There's Kagero.
On this map, she has triangle advantage over 2 of the female bosses. If Reyna equips her lance, which she starts with.
Yeah.
So like that is something. Like the fact that she has a skill to fight against female bosses, and we've got the Calamity Gate and the Steel Naginata. And I guess you could bait Scarlet into weapon triangle disadvantage. Like, I don't think she's the best option for killing any of them, but,
Yeah. Well, and also against the generics that she can hit, right? Like, being able to, say, like, get that +4 to one-shot a maid so that she doesn't take the shuriken debuff, or to one-shot, like, a Falco Knight, you know, who has their lance equipped. Like, it's, like, those are enemy types that are common enough to where it's, like, you get decent value out of this skill.
It is a lot better in PvP, though, which I think is what it was designed for, like Dwyer's, to a lesser extent.
Yeah, that's true.
It being the lesser extent, not Dwyer's. Like, Dwyer's is much more PvP, but, like, here, you know, 50% of the cast is female. And a lot of the top-tier PvP units are, so, like, it's nice. Yeah, I don't really have too much else to say about her, do you?
I would like training her a lot more if her start on this map was just better. Like, the fact that her start on this map is bad and it's hard to feed her kills here, like, it just discourages me so much from using her, and I think that's bad.
That is sad. Alright, we do have 2 new units, though. I know we, like, talked about Nor Noble, and I guess we'll do a refresher on that when we talk about Corrin. But, let's talk about the one who's blue first, and then the one who's green. Because I like both of these units, and I feel like I'm higher on both of them than the general consensus is. I'm very high on Leo, and I recognize that part of why I like Leo is the route that I have the most experience with is Revelations, and he's a lot better in Rev than he is in Conquest, but I still think he's very good in Conquest.
Also, because the weapon rank thing came up real quick, just to address that, people talked about it a little in chat. Cavalier, Great Knights gain A lances, and then Paladins is the only class to get 2 A ranks other than the noble classes, but it has less strength, so that's sort of the trade-off. But anyway, yeah, these two. So, yeah, we'll talk about Leo first. Leo's, I mean, just look at the bottom screen. I don't need to tell you that this unit's bases are good. Like, 34 HP, I believe, is the second highest base HP in the game? In Conquest? Or like, third highest? It's very high. This bulk is better than Benny at base. It's like a bit less defense, but more HP, way more res.
Enough speed to like knock it doubled without Wary Fighter.
Yeah, and that too, of course, which is a huge part of it. 15 speed is like okay. It's the same base speed as Xander.
Yeah,
in
and
fact,
Xander's a unit who's often thought of as a little bit too slow. So like the same is true of Leo, I would say.
Yeah, but just like, you know, they're both in the tier where like their speed is fixable, you know? Like they're a bit slow, but it's good enough. And you know, huge magic. In a lot of ways, Leo sort of feels like the sort of magical equivalent to Xander. Their PRFs, I believe, are both 10 might 80 hit. Of course, Leo's has a way worse secondary effect, but...
Yeah, I've had Aegis proc, like, 5 times, in all of I use Leo in basically 2/3 of the runs that I do of both Conquest and Rev, and I've had it proc like 5 times, and it's been relevant 0 of those times. Like, if you put yourself in a situation where, so like there is the argument of like, if you're tanking a bunch of enemies, it can potentially be like, I think this would be better on a unit who is like relying on dodging.
Well, so the problem to me is that it's not even actual Aegis, because this only works against tomes. Aegis also works against bows, daggers, and Stoneborn, I believe. Like, if this was actual Aegis, I'd be like, that'd be pretty neat, I think.
I thought this was like a side, like, it's definitely a downgrade, but I don't think it's just tomes. Doesn't it also work on like Bolt Naginata, Shining Bow, Levin Sword type deal? Because it's magical attacks, not tomes specifically. Which, like, that is worse. Like, that is definitely worse, but it's not, like, quote-unquote, strictly.
That is true, that is true. And then someone in chat saying he can work as a Nos tank with less investment than Odin. I like Sorcerer Leo a lot, and I think he wants to go into Sorcerer, not immediately, but at some point. Kitsune Lair is the obvious example, because he loses his beast weakness.
Yeah.
It gives him more speed.
He can pick up some skills from Sorcerer too.
Huh?
He can pick up skills from Sorcerer too. Like, if you... Because I like sending him back into Dark Knight towards the end game, but...
Yeah, the main downside with him compared to Odin, other than, like, the lower reliability, because, like, Leo's hit rates aren't bad necessarily, but they will be worse. But the other main downside is that Leo needs a Heart Seal to go into Sorcerer, whereas Odin does not. Which is a pretty significant deal. Though his magic is so high that there are some instances where you can just get him to one-shot enemies with Nosferatu. Not like more resistant enemies, but like, you know, physical enemies like berserkers or snipers and things, and that is very funny.
Alternatively, if you want a Vantage Sorcerer, Leo only needs 1 Heart Seal, because he can Partner Seal into Samurai and then Heart Seal out of Samurai into Sorcerer, whereas Odin either needs 2 or needs to wait until Chapter 21, when you have the Infinite Shop, which is not the worst thing in the world, but, like, it does often lead to Odin... I mean, we did it in this playthrough, going into Samurai and then just never coming out, and Ophelia becomes the Vantage Sorcerer.
Yeah, yeah, and he can do the Vantage Life and Death thing, similarly to Odin and Ophelia. The way I sort of see that build is like, Odin's gonna have the best hit rates, but the worst raw magic stat. Ophelia's gonna be the other way around. Leo sort of exists as a middle ground between the two.
Yeah.
But overall, I think even if you don't go super high investment, I think Leo is still like a very easy like mid-game deploy. Yeah, he also is arguably the best user of the Ophelia Paralog tomes. I mean, they're good on any tome user, but like Leo with the Horse Spirit, you know, getting extra bulk and speed is huge. Lightning is huge. With Calamity Gate and a bit of extra speed to avoid being doubled, he can contribute on the Ninja Cave map. Not like as one of your main units on that map, but he can definitely help. I like him a lot. It's hard for me to say that he's like, oh, super good, like top 5 unit, just because his availability. Joining at this point in the game is really bad for support purposes. Like, again, if we're comparing to Odin, Odin's already married. like Odin's getting married as Leo is showing up, you know? So a lot of the early units are going to have advantage over him in that way, but it's hard to argue with these bases.
There are only 5 first-generation units who haven't joined yet, including Keaton, who joins on this map, before we get to the point where it is the, like, My Castle building stuff units. So he's at the tail end of the joins. And, like, of the units who haven't joined yet, him, Keaton, and Xander are the only ones that are not Corrin sexuals. And, like, Corrin sexuals, I do think it's a disadvantage, but in terms of, like, class dipping, at least they have the extra class and don't have to, like, spend a bunch of time building relationships to get them. Whereas Leo, Keaton, and Xander show up late to the party, and like you said, the not being able to build supports and get those extra skills, get those extra class options is, or, you know, until now, having to start building supports late can hold them back.
Yeah.
It is worth noting that he's an arm scroll away from Levin sword usage, so if you want to do a bit of an off-meta build, Odin Friendship lets him be a Levin sword swordmaster with an actual magic stat. I don't think it's great, or even good, but it's funny. Like, the Levin sword is 11 might,
I wouldn't say
and he has
it's
a good
bad.
magic stat. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's bad. It is, like, high investment for something that is probably not worth... Well, arm scroll... Who else wants an arm scroll? I guess maybe if you're class dipping people, they might want arm scrolls. And then Friendship Seal is not super high demand.
And then some of the Gen 2 units, depending.
Oh, true. Valoria likes that a lot. If you don't want her
Valoria.
in Wolfgeiser.
But yeah, it's something to consider, because it is a big speed boost. But I think largely... You can also, like, D to C rank, I believe, is 30 combats. So, and he has an alright, like, not bad base strength. So if you, like, it's good enough to where, like, if you want to get him just to C swords naturally, you can do that.
I think in contrast to the units we got last time in Benny and Charlotte, Leo shows how being a generalist, while that's usually a bad thing in Fire Emblem, in Fates, it's actually pretty good because of how liquid your stats are. And stuff like meals, tonics, and pair up can fix the areas that you care about fixing on specific maps. You know, if there's a map where his speed doesn't matter that much, which I would argue his join map is one of those, he doesn't need a speed pair up on this map. Actually, on the topic of comparing him to them, he has a very good start. He can one-shot all of the archers with Brynhildr at base, and with, I think it's any magic boosting, like pair up or tonic, he can also one-shot the samurai.
Yeah.
31 attack, they have... Okay, he needs... No, he cannot one-shot the samurai. He can one-shot the archers. With a Corrin pair-up? I was doing some testing beforehand, like testing out for my strategy, and he one-shot the archers, and I don't know if that was because he had a pair-up.
He should. He has 33.
Oh, it's because of, Oh, wait, no, that's against injured foes. I guess pragmatic's, like, okay, I guess, but...
Yeah, it's okay. Like, it's good, say, if you're, like, having a couple units team up on, like, a wary fighter general or something, or if you're having him Nas tank, potentially, it's not super good. It's definitely worse than Xander's, but it's okay.
I'd rather have extra damage against full HP people, yes. But yeah, that's Leo. I like Leo a lot. Definitely not in, like, the upper caliber of units, but very, very solid and usable. And I feel like he's overlooked quite a bit. Do we want to talk about the other guy? Or do we want to wait until he becomes blue?
We should talk about him, yeah.
I started with Leo. Would you like to start with Keaton?
Sure. So Keaton, I like how the wolf skin are handled in this game as beast units. Not so much the Kitsune, but that's just because they were just kind of dealt a dirty hand. But like I've been playing through, Tellius for the first time recently, like playing through Radiant Dawn recently, and it always struck me as weird that the Lagoos have the sort of trade-off of you have really good stats, but you're one range locked, but also you have the transformation gauge stuff to worry about. And here, the Wolfskin, they have the same trade-off of great stats, but one range locked, but they don't have a gauge to deal with. Which makes them feel really nice to use. Being locked to the stones does limit them somewhat. Like, it's pretty hard to make Keaton or Valoria a main, like one of your main combat carries. But he is very good. First of all, everyone knows that like Wolfskin and Wolfsigma are very good pair up. It's just strength and speed, like very good. But even like he's not just a pair up bot, because you can pair him up into someone, and then if whoever he's fighting with is on low health or just isn't good against a particular enemy, you can switch to Keaton and he's gonna be pretty good. The stones also in general give pretty good bonuses. Like both of them give better boosts than they do, like stronger boosts than they do decreases. And he just ends up being like, I was gonna say filler combat, but filler I think is like not doing justice to the fact that like when he is in range to hit the opponent, the damage is very good. Like, I don't know.
Especially because oh, that's the wrong one. He does effective damage to cavalry, which includes the Pegasus on his join map. And it is, so, unlike effective weapons, it's only 2 times instead of 3 times effectiveness, but it has the trade-off of effective weapons get their might lowered when they're not dealing effective damage, and the Wolfskin and Kitsune's Beast Stones do not. It is exactly what it says on the tin. It's a 6 or 9 might weapon, but then it just becomes 12 or 18 against horses, which can be enough of a buff to ensure kills that he wouldn't get otherwise, which is nice. He's also, much like Leo, not as tanky as Leo, but 14 defense, 35 HP is very respectable.
Yeah, that's with the less tanky stone as well.
Yeah, because this one reduces the defense by 2, so with the Beast Ruin, he would have 20 defense.
Yeah, 20 defense, 12 res, 35 HP. Yeah, that's like...
That's a lot. That's a lot for a unit with, like, 35 HP is a lot in Fates. So his ability to switch between high offenses, high defenses, is, depending on the situation you want, is very valuable. Eventually we'll get the Beast Stone Plus, which is like a silver weapon. And I know a lot of people don't like the silver weapons because they debuff you every time you use them. But they're very good player phase tools, and you just trade something off of someone or put them in a position where they want enemy phase. You don't need to enemy phase with every single unit every single turn. They can be a very good delete button for threatening enemies that you just otherwise wouldn't reach the threshold for. And it's only -2 on each use. So if you use it once to delete a single enemy, you recover 1 next turn. Like, you're not that far behind your stats.
Yeah. And it gives like +6 speed as well, the Beaststone Plus. So it's very good at reaching doubling thresholds as well.
Yeah. Which, like, his base speed of 16... Well, I guess it's only 13 plus 3 from the Beast Stone. It's so hard to, like, look at his stats, because I mentioned liquid stats with Leo, but, like, Keaton can just equip a different weapon to change his stats, which is kind of cool. Like, I mean, a lot of people do that. You know, steel weapon makes you slower, practice katana makes you faster, but Keaton, that's his whole gimmick. His alternate class line of fighter, I see some people mentioning it in chat, and I would agree that like fighter is a good class line and he has the stats to make it work. I think leaving him in Wolfskin is probably better. If you do just want to backpack him, either Berserker or Wolfgesser are like both very good backpack classes, but in terms of like letting him be the backpack who can also do combat when needed, by switching to the front if like, hey, he's in a flyer's backpack and there's archers this turn. I think Wolfgesser is just better for him. He can make use of the beast stones, and he has a higher stone rank. He's not gonna have to work his way out of bronze. I think his daughter probably likes the fact that he passes down a very good class for her, but for Keaton himself, I kind of just prefer leaving him in Wolfgesser rather than doing any sort of reclassing shenanigans. Especially since, much like Leo, he shows up late and doesn't have any fast supports, so he's building them even slower than Leo. Like, at least Leo can dip into Samurai in 4 maps. Keaton doesn't have any fast supports. I think if you want to use Keaton, which we're going to use him at least short term, because I want to get Fighter Friendship for Laslow. Fighter is more of a, like, class you pass on to people than you turn into.
We have someone in chat asking, please pair him with Mozu. We have good news for you.
Yeah, we planned out our pairings a couple of weeks ago, and that's what's happening. That's what's happening. We won't be reading the S support just because I don't want to read the S supports of any of the characters that are portrayed to look like minors, but we will be reading their the A through C, so...
Yeah, the big thing that does sort of hold Keaton back a little bit is his base skill is okay, but his growth isn't super good, and... Oh, actually it's 10?
Yeah, no, he's getting 5 of that from his weapon, I know.
Never mind. Okay, yeah. So his base skill is kind of poor, his growth is poor as well, and I think if you put him into, like, fighter, it's lower than Wolfskin.
And he has to deal with Gamble for at least 1 map.
Yeah, so Wolf Segner helps because it has higher skill and it has a plus 10 hit bonus. Wolf Segner's class bonuses are plus 10 hit, plus 10 crit.
Because it's considered a 1-weapon class, right?
Yeah, and it reaches S in stones. So, like, his hit rates as a Wolf Segner are good. Like they're fine enough even with the Beast Rune. But if you put him into, like, if you want to turn him into, like, an axe unit, like, go to Berserker, he's gonna have hit issues. Which is why, even if you're not just using him as a backpack, I generally prefer him in Wolf Segner.
I like the Wolfsegger skills as well. We talked about Beastbane, but Odd Shaped means that every other turn he gets plus 4 to his damage as well. Which you do have to, like, it's another thing on the mental load, but you're gonna have more odd turns in every playthrough than even turns, because turn 1 is an odd turn. At the very minimum, you're going to have the same number, so it's going to benefit him more often than the counterpart. And then, I think it's odd... I know even better is the... Better odds, that's what it is, yeah. Lets him recover, I think, 40% HP every other turn.
Yes.
Which, in that instance, it does kind of suck that it's on odd turns, because the first time you get it is on turn 1 when your HP is guaranteed to be full. But even then, like, hey, this character has a weapon that lets him get even bulkier, and a naturally high physical bulk, and a naturally high HP stat.
Yeah.
I wonder if he can benefit from recover.
Yeah, like, I think after a promotion and, like, maybe 1 or 2 levels, he's gonna have 40 HP. So, like, 40% is, why am I blanking out on math? 16 HP. Like, 16 free HP every other turn, like, that's really solid. And I guess I guess technically we can also mention that if you're playing on 3DS in the year of 2024, his personal skill is one of the best in the game. I guess.
Don't say that, and if you keep saying that, we'll get Midori defenders, though.
Ooh, true.
Yeah, I know a lot. It's similar to like with Selena, where the personal skill doesn't come up that much, but I don't really think that that's a big deal. The only person whose personal skill I hold against them is Arthur, because his personal skill is quite literally detrimental. All of the other ones, even Pyrotechnics, which is the other one I see people bash, I don't think... Like, if you have a do-nothing personal skill, it obviously is worse than having a good one, but I don't think it's like, damn, I'm gonna bench Keaton because Collector doesn't do anything for me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, one more thing, sorry, and then we'll actually get to the map, I promise, an hour in. You mentioned being one-range locked, which does legitimately suck, but if there's any game to be one-range locked in, it's probably Fates, where a lot of units, yes, you can use the Javelin and Hand Axe, and I think that people don't use Javelin and Hand Axe as much as they should, and Kodachi, but this is probably the most nerfed one-to-range will ever be in the franchise. So, you know, there's worse situations, like you could be one-range locked in Tellius.
Yeah.
It's
definitely not as bad here.
Yeah. Do you have anything else to say about Keaton before we,
Oh, the only other thing I was gonna say is, an unfortunate thing about in Rev, someone mentioned in chat, oh, this is why you support Keaton with Kaden to get odd-shaped and better odds.
Oh.
Better odds and even better. And unfortunately, that is not how it works. Keaton cannot go Kitsune, and Kaden cannot go Wolfskin.
Yeah, he gets
so
Diviner.
You can't get both.
He gets Diviner. He gets cursed with Kaden's bad secondary class.
Yeah. I think there is...
if you do Gay Fates, then you can have Valoria and Selkie have both of them.
Yes.
Which is not vanilla, but, you know. Another win for the gays.
True.
On the topic of Gunter, we should talk about him before we talk about Corrin.
Yeah, speaking of overlooked units in the cast, Gunter is surprisingly useful. These bases are not bad for doing filler combat, and with these weapon ranks as well. Like, he can wield a good amount of like effective weapons, pretty good like strength, skill, defense. Actually, very good skill for some reason. You know, defense. So he's like good filler combat for a little while. Obviously, his growths are god awful. Like, he's not growing.
Yeah.
Like, he's actually close to like FE1 Jagan levels of bad growths. It's that dire. But I feel like if you're gonna be like a mid-game unit with good bases and bad growths, it's probably gonna be in Fates, where you have a bunch of stat boosting tools. His biggest utility is definitely his personal skill. This is a huge buff to a unit who's already one of the best units in the game, and then +3 damage, +15 hit is great. Definitely better than Jakob's, sometimes better than Felicia's. His other big trait is having a super good class set. It is Cavalier, Mercenary, and Wyvern, which is like one of the best combinations of classes you could have, honestly. It lets him get to all sorts of skills, and he has a similar thing going on to Felicia and Jakob, where his level cap is 30, not 20. And his internal level is actually pretty low, so he actually gains EXP very quick for a level 10 promoted unit.
I think the game treats him like he promoted at level 5, right? That's the thing?
I believe so, yes.
Because, like, Jakob and Felicia are treated as if they are unpromoted. Camilla is treated as if she promoted at level 10, and Gunter is treated as if he promoted at level 5.
Yes, and I think Leo is like 15 or 16, and then...
Yeah, and Xander's
Xander
like
is like 20.
18-ish. Oh, is Xander 20? Okay.
I think Xander is actually like level 20.
And then all of the other promoted units are also treated like 20.
Yeah, I think Shura might be a little lower, like 18 or something, but yeah. But yeah, Gunter, like, you can load up on promoted skills on him if you want. And in particular, it's really nice having Wyvern as a Corrin support, because, like, if you're doing Magic Corrin, you know, the strength from Great Knight or Wyvern is not going to be of much use, but then he has Malignite for, you know, a more magical pair-up. So he just fills his role really well.
It's also, you mentioned promoted skills and his class set. If you want to make him a utility unit, which, yeah, he has 20 defense, so, like, his bulk's not bad. But I can see some people being turned off by his combat potential at base. He has access to 2 rallies natively. He can get a 3rd through Jakob friendship, which, like, most Corrin sexuals don't get any friendship options, so it's not like Gunter wants to be a strategist, but, like, he can be a very off-brand rally bot if you want. I don't think that's the best use of him, but it's a thing you can do. I do like that he starts in Great Knight, which is not, like, a great class at this point in the game, but it means he can have not E rank in 3 different ranks. So, like, if you want to dip into the mercenary line, you get to keep your swords. If you want to dip into the Wyvern line, you get to keep your lances and axes. Which, like, is a problem that other Corrin sexuals will run into, or any unit that wants to reclass at this point in the game runs into, of, like, bronze weapon hell.
Yeah. So, yeah, overall, he's definitely still on the lower end of the cast, because, like, you know, availability issues, very limited supports, like, really bad growths. Like, he does have things holding him back, but I think he's better than those negative qualities would suggest.
I think if you're going to marry a Corrin sexual, he's probably the best one to marry. Simply because he benefits Corrin really well with his personal skill, and, like you mentioned, Wyvern can help boost either Corrin sexual variant. And then, like, worst case scenario, he can be a shelter bot, I guess. I'm not super high on him, but I see him dismissed as, like, worst unit in the game from time to time, and I feel like we talked about Benny, and we'll be talking about some other pretty bad units fairly soon.
Yeah.
I think there are definitely people who perform worse than him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's alright. And yeah, in terms of the Conquest Corrin sexuals, he probably is the best one to marry, yeah.
Yeah, I should be clear. When I'm talking about them, I mean specifically Corrin, or specifically in Conquest.
Yeah.
There are, for the other routes, I mean, literally, if you want to marry him, you have to do it in Conquest, because he can't support in Rev.
Oh, yeah, huh.
I guess he can also give Jakob Paladin if you don't want to spend a Heart Seal on Jakob. And the fact that he... Yeah, he has so many acts. He can get Paladin so many ways. But, so, they usually get C support in Branch of Fate. Like, if you picked female Corrin for Branch of Fate, Gunter and Jakob pretty effortlessly get C support during Branch of Fate, which means that can be a little bit faster way to get Paladin on Jakob, through Partner Seal, I guess. Not faster than Heart Sealing, obviously, but if for whatever reason you don't want to spend a Heart Seal on him, I don't think... Can you get Yeah, you can get Paladin Jacob through Gunter Friendship before Infinite Heart Sales are available. So, like, I guess that is theoretically an option that he can do.
Because I'm pretty sure it's a fast support, and then, they would start with the automatic C rank. Mm-hmm. So, that's like 3 maps.
And that will also benefit Corrin if you're trying to marry Corrin to him. Because they also pretty effortlessly gain C support during Branch of Fate. Like, you could obviously do Branch of Fate without getting the Gunter supports, but it kind of feels like you're going out of your... Like, you would have to be going out of your way for that to be a thing.
Yeah.
Since I'm struggling with these hiccups, in order to potentially make the eventual review compilation better, would you like to start by talking about... we already spoke about the Queen of Conquest, but let's talk about the King.
Yeah, so... Xander is another very infamous unit in this game, known as being sort of like one of the best candidates for, like, if you want to try and juggernaut through the late game, and just a really good unit to have in general. Xander is... He makes Benny very sad, like sadder than Benny already was, because you get this unit with 27 defense, 38 HP, like just better defensive bases and better speed than Benny, and way more mobile. And of course, one of the main things about the unit is Siegfried. It's a very powerful PRF with plus 10 dodge just to make sure he never gets crit, because why not? Plus 4 defense. Even when it's like in his inventory, he doesn't need to have it equipped. So even if he's equipping a lance or reclasses into Wyvern, he still gets it. The big... I guess the only thing like holding it back is like 80 hit is a little shaky for a sword. It's not like bad necessarily, but like the steel sword and the Kodachi are like 85 hit, for example. So like 80 for a sword is below average, but it's still really good nonetheless. And the fact that it's 1-2 range and can double is something that's not true of like most weapons. The most infamous use case for him is you marry him to Charolette or Selena, but Charlotte's more popular. And you go into Hero, which gets rid of his beast weakness and is a little faster than Paladin, and it gives him Soul. He is definitely one of the best users of Soul because of how bulky he is. Though, and of course he starts with like Elbow Room and Shelter, which are great skills. He's also 1 level off from Defender, and because he's only 1 level off, you should probably just grab it anyways. He also has a fantastic personal skill. Chivalry is really good. It's just going to be plus 2 damage dealt, minus 2 damage taken in most situations where it matters. The big downsides to Xander are that, one, his res, which is actually relevant because his base is alright, but it's not great. His growth is like kind of mediocre, and late game you actually are going to run into a fair amount of enemy mages that are pretty threatening or are like mixed in with physical enemies. And so Xander, you do need to support his res if you want him to like take on those mixed groups of enemies, because those mages are going to deal a lot of damage to him. And while Soul can help, you don't want to need to proc Soul so many times in a single enemy phase because of enemy mages. And then the other big thing is his speed. His speed's not bad. It's like the same base as Leo, and like I think the same growth, or maybe like slightly less of a growth than Leo. The big thing is he doesn't get any like speed boosting weapon or anything like the Horse Spirit. And in general, like it's not
super hard to patch up. Obviously, like Charlotte, Berserker Para give 5 speed at S rank.
Yeah, which helps to supplement things.
And there's other tools. You do need to patch up those 2 areas if you want him to truly reach his full like maximum potential. But even if you're not doing that, he's still really good just as a unit who can take on like sections of the map that are purely physical enemies, or just like delete an enemy on player phase to make it a lot easier for his allies. This map in particular is really favorable to him.
All the mages are on one side. He can just avoid them. Like, just go to the center ship.
Exactly. So like it very easy to use his very easy to abuse his strengths on this map.
Somebody mentioned he's a good candidate for speed wings, which reminded me, I have not used a single stat booster yet. We have a speed wing and 2 talismans. Like, I know obviously that doesn't fix it on its own. I could just fucking go absolute basic mode and dump all the stat boosters into him. He doesn't need them, but I don't know. I gotta send it for endgame. Look, 0% growths. Doing as much 0% growths as I've been doing has ruined me in terms of hoarding stat boosters. Because in that game you save them for specific units. But yeah, Xander's really good. I don't know if you mentioned this because you did robot a little bit during that, but the fact he starts with D lances is also really nice because it means if you do the Wyvern reclass, which I think is a very good use of a Heart Seal, he gets Javelin and Beast Killer, so he retains non-bronze weapons. And obviously, like, it kind of sucks not to have the weapon rank bonuses you would get from B rank, but even just having access to an effective weapon and a 1-2 range weapon, albeit a worse one, is better than not. It's nice that, like, his secondary rank, unlike Silas starting at E, which granted is a lot earlier, he doesn't have to do any sort of grinding if he reclasses, which is something that other late joiners reclassing kind of wish was true about them. Gee, I wonder if we're going to talk about a unit who wishes that later.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think it's controversial to say that this is a very good unit.
Yeah.
I know you said you don't use him that much anymore just because he's kind of boring in the way that he's good.
Yeah, he doesn't quite have the same, like, support value as, like, Camilla, who is a unit who, like, really helps, like, feed kills to units in a stretch of the game. Like, you really want that. But Xander isn't quite as... And also just, like... Yeah, I just find him to be quite boring. And again, like, there are cases where, due to those, like, couple of shortcomings, other units are better. Like, if you look at Leo, his defense isn't quite as high, but it's still pretty good, and he has better res. And, like, there are situations in the late game where, you know, there are certain groups of enemies where, like, someone with mixed bulk like Leo is better at dealing with them. And, of course, in cases of, like, his worst matchup is Ninjas of Xander, because he doesn't have any sort of Calamity Gate equivalent. Like, there's no dual Katana in Conquest for him to use.
Yeah.
So his hit rates against them are going to be bad, and he might get doubled. In fact, I know he gets doubled at base by the Master Ninjas on the next map unless you put a bit of some speed on him. And so those are instances where, again, like, other units are probably going to shine more.
against those unit types, but it definitely doesn't mean that Xander's bad.
And because his primary form of 1-2 range is the Siegfried, which is a sword, I mentioned javelins, but, like, obviously that's a lot worse than tomes or shurikens or Siegfried. Xander has to choose between flight and good 1-2 range. And, like, usually you can afford to only have one of them. But it is something that, you know, just to compare him to Leo, Malik Leo doesn't have to make that choice. So that's
right.
A little bit unfortunate for Xander. Granted, like, because of pair up, you can functionally have flight if you pair him, like, if you give him someone who can reclass to Wyvern, but yeah, it's with a unit this good, you kind of have to look for, like, the edge case downsides.
Right. And even against, like, you know, like, with the thing with Siegfried against ninjas, there are still ways around that. Like, I actually played the ninja map recently with, like, using Xander, and I found there was a setup, a very easy setup to get him to one-shot the Master Ninjas with a Lance. It was, like, Bronze Lance +1, C rank, Charolette pair up, and, like, a Strength Tonic gets him to one-shot them. So, like, even in those matchups, he still has, like, you know, like, the Lance access is still helping in that way. Yeah. But since I went first on both the servants, you can go first on, Shura.
Okay. So, I know it's controversial to penalize units for their recruitment costs, but I do, because I think if you're competing for a deployment slot, and you require gold or some other item as a, like, concrete cost, not like this person is hard to recruit, like Xavier, but something like, in order to get Hugh, you need to spend money. In order to get Shura, you give up the boots. I think that's something...
Well.
Who?
Farna?
Yeah. In FE7 Farna, there's a couple of examples. Mutually exclusive units where one is just, like, strictly better. I think that's something that you want to factor in when you're building your team, especially in a game like Conquest, where team composition is pretty important. What units can support each other, what roles people are going to fill, is a pretty big decision on who you're training and who you're not. And in Shura's case, you do give up not only the boots, but if you want to use him to the best of his ability, you probably also spend a heart seal on him, because Adventurer is just not a great class. In order to get a unit who's, like, on paper, pretty good. 18 strength and 24 speed in a bow class is a good place to be. Like, for comparison, Effie has comparable stats, more bulk, and a little bit more strength, especially factoring in her personal skill, but a little bit slower, less bow rank at this point. His stats aren't terrible, but they're not exactly what I would call, like, great. He does get a very good first impression, because he's pretty good against the Master Ninjas and Ninjas on the upcoming map. But if at this point in the game, you have another competent bow user, it's not exactly hard to get someone who's good against the Master Ninjas on that map. You know, we have Archer Effie and Archer Mozu. Laslow, if we'd invested more in him, would be very good for the job. Those are the three that come to mind initially. Selena, if we went the Bow Knight route, I don't know how she does there. I've never used her Bow Knight, but that's, like, I guess something. Shura works as Niles! I forgot about Niles. Niles is a unit a lot of people want to train. Nina, like, Shura's a good failsafe if your team is lacking that role, but I also think if your team is lacking that role, that might be a team composition problem more than... There are plenty of units who can do quite well in the role of ninja killer. Shura is not the only one. If you want to use him long term, like, he's probably fine as an adventurer in Ninja Hell, but he probably wants to reclass. Now, he does have a very good reclass set because he's a Corrin sexual. He gets 3 class lines. I believe it's Ninja Fighter Adventurer, or Ninja Fighter Outlaw, right?
Yes.
So, if you want to, you can send a Bow Knight. Bow Knight's a good class, and he gets to keep his ranks. He does also have the claim to fame of Native Soul Ninja, but he's stuck at E rank in both the fighter line and the ninja line, which is unfortunate because you're already spending boots and Heart Seal to get him there, and then you also probably want to spend an arm scroll to sort of get him up to pace with a better weapon. Consider selling the Killer Bow and Mend gets you more gold than selling the boots. Why am I selling the boots, though? They're a limited resource that boosts the movement of one of my units.
They're joking.
Like, that is worth more than gold, in my opinion, at least. I will say this, like, he does give movement on pair up, which is sometimes brought up as, like, the counter argument of, like, well, you get move +1 either way, but the boots can effectively be move +2 because Niles and Nina and Kaze and anyone who friendships or marries them can also provide movement on pair up, as well as, I believe, all the promoted mounted classes, right?
Yeah.
So if you wanted to, for example, get Selena really far across the map, you give her a Great Knight pair up, you give her the boots, she can go farther than if you just gave her a Shura pair up. I also don't super love just making someone a backpack. I talked about this with, Charolette and Benny, but if I'm going to deploy someone to backpack, I want them to be competent on their own, and, like, sure, it can be, but I think he probably wants a Heart Seal to really be worth the deploy beyond just backpacking. Being a Corrin sexual also hurts because it means that for support routing, he doesn't really want any more classes than he has. Maybe Archer, but, like, he's fine with the bow classes he has if he wants to be a bow unit. Honestly, just make him Bow Knight. But he can't give anything to anyone, which does hurt. And if you're going for high recruitment, then it also means getting children is harder every time you use a Corrin sexual. Yeah, I just don't really love this guy. He's fine filler, but he's fine filler that costs you an extremely good limited resource.
Yeah, I'm not very high on him either. I think that the argument of him being movement pair up being equivalent to the boots is very silly because, like you mentioned, boots stack with a movement pair up, and also it's not something that's unique to him, but also, like, boots don't take up a deployment slot.
Yeah. And if you want to do attack stance stuff, like, I think in the late game you probably want to be paired up more than you want to do attack stance, but, like, there's situations where attack stance is very good. And you can't do that with the extra movement if you were using Shura for the extra movement.
Yeah, so I think that's very silly. And then, yeah, the fact that he has access to all these cool classes, but he has to Heart Seal into them really sucks. I think the idea is that the sort of trade-off that he is this, similar to the Servants, he is sort of this, like, mixed combat and utility unit because he has D-staves and, some magic. But it really, like, D-staves at this point in the game isn't great.
Felicia and Jakob just joined with C. And, like, you're gonna get Flora soon. And Flora is a unit people shit on for being worse than generic maids, despite the fact she joins with, B?
Yeah, she joins with B.
Like...
And with much better magic.
Yeah.
So, like, his magic stat is okay. He can use, like, Mend and Freeze at base, and that's it. And, like, with the Shining Bow, he'll do not bad damage, but...
Oh, he does have C rank, yeah. So he can use it. at base.
You're probably still better off using Niles or Nina for the Shining Bow combat, to be honest.
Or Nyx, lol.
Yeah, or Nyx if you want to do the hyper invest Outlaw Nyx stuff. But and then if you want to use him as a dagger unit, it's like, okay, he has soul access, but like you said, that's 2 heart seals.
And not only that, but he needs 3 levels in hero before he can go into ninja and start training his axe rank.
Yeah.
And like, we've been lagging behind on training Silas, but Silas is ahead of him. Both in terms of not needing a heart seal and being closer to level 5.
Yeah.
And if you want to use Shura against the ninjas, then he's even farther behind because he can't be a hero. Like, he's not good as a hero in Ninja Hell.
Yeah. And also, like, Silas is going to use a friendship seal to get into Master Ninja instead of a heart seal.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, also, if you're using like Soul Dagger Shura, you should probably go Mechanist anyway, for the better bulk.
Yes.
I think.
And then you get your bow rank as well, which is like being able to maintain that's nice, I guess.
Yeah. And even I've seen people argue like, well, you go Master Ninja Shura for Ninja Hell because he can start working on his dagger rank earlier, and like Master Ninja is still a good class in Ninja Hell. And that's true, but you know who else makes a great Master Ninja in Ninja Hell?
There's 2 of them. They're right here.
Well, 2 of them, but like even like I'm talking without soul, like just a Master Ninja without soul.
Mm-hmm.
Kaze can very easily reach the doubling thresholds for the enemy Master Ninjas even after he gets his speed debuffed by them. And obviously because of soul, he doesn't have soul, so he's not like soloing the map or whatever. But neither is Shura, because Shura's also not going to have it. And so Kaze can fill that role just as well as Shura without needing any kind of seal, and he's going to have way better dagger rank. So it's like Shura's just stuck in like the worst possible place for himself, like, and then on top of that you throw in the fact that you're trading off boots. It's really unfortunate, and he's a corn sexual.
Mm-hmm.
Just another kick to the shin for him, you know, like.
And he wants to like if you wanted to cope at anything about him, his personal skill is a debuff skill at the point in the game where you start one-rounding enemies much more regularly.
It's also only against enemies who can't fight back. So like player phase only, and if the enemy counters you, it doesn't work.
And like strength speed -3 is like, it's not a terrible debuff, but if you're not one-rounding, you're probably 2-rounding. And if you're 2-rounding, the enemy's strength and speed does not matter, because they shouldn't be countering at that point. Like if this were like defense res -3, it might have some value. Again, against those, I mentioned the Wary Fighter generals, those are very, very hard to 1-round. They're not very hard to 2-round, especially if you have the first person debuff. But he doesn't help debuff. Like, oh no, we lost speed on the Wary Fighter general. Now we can double them.
Yeah, he also doesn't debuff their defense, so like it doesn't help kill them.
It's just everything that makes him feel like he could. Everything that feels like it could be like going good for him then comes with the caveat of like, oh, but either, you know, other units do it more easily and better, or like this thing isn't actually as good as it seems. Because like, again, hey, you know, 2 range, high res, it's that Niles thing of, are you supposed to be a mage killer, but you're a weapon triangle disadvantage against them?
Yeah.
Like in Niles' join map, I mean.
It, like, yeah, even if he didn't cost boots, I would still be kind of low on him, and then the fact that he does, it's just like, ugh. His only other map where he really stands out, I mean, okay, he stands out on Shura's, but that's just because bows are, or on Fuga's, but that's just because bows are super good there in general.
Mm-hmm.
But Kitsune Lair, and the reason I say that is because his base skill is pretty good, and he does get Lucky 7 at level 5, which helps with his hit rates. And then he has enough speed to where you can stack some speed to double. So he can actually be a pretty good player phase unit on Kitsune Lair, probably one of the better ones.
Mm-hmm. Just because of how avoidant they are?
Yeah, like stacking hit is the most important thing on that map. But even then, there's other, like Mozu still does it better. Like, because of certain blow.
In like the Shura versus Boots debate, I've always said I feel like it depends on your team composition, and I maintain that, but I think the majority of well-playing teams don't need Shura as much as they benefit from the Boots.
Yeah. I like sparing him in an Iron Man, just because, like, hey, that's a free pre-promote. It's hard to turn that down. And
it's a pre-promote who's a staffer, which is something that, like, a lot of units don't want to be in staff classes.
But even in that scenario, like, there's been Iron Mans where I spare Shura, but then I don't use them because, like, not enough people die to warrant it. So, I don't know.
Natively, he gets Rally Skill and Rally Strength. So, like, if you want a Rally bot with him, sure, I guess. Not having even a friendship class really, like, sucks.
Yeah.
I don't like Shura particularly much in any route, even Revelations. But I think this is... Well, is this worse than Birthright for him? Because in Birthright, he's level 10. So, like, getting skills is awful on him there. But at least he offers unique classes there.
At chapter 22? 23?
Yeah.
He joins really late.
He joins directly before the Camilla map. Which, to be fair, I think after his map is the best time to paralog route to get ahead of the curve. So, like, if you're doing that, he can sort of train on the paralogs, but I don't love him. I don't like him in either this or Birthright, and I think he's, like, pretty overrated in Rev, even if he is still good.
Yeah, like, yeah, at least he's free in... At least he's a free 7-move rescuer in Birthright, I guess. That's not bad.
Yeah, that is actually pretty good. And it's also... You don't want to be a bow unit in Birthright, is the other thing. So, like...
There's no Shining Bow in Birthright either.
No Shining Bow in Birthright. He does have the dubious claim of Soul Ninja, but he is 3 promoted levels from Soul, and then he has to train 30 weapon rank to get a shuriken that can make use of it. So, yeah. Again, like, paralog routing, you can do it. Like, I think after his map is the best time for paralog routing. We shouldn't be talking about him in other routes, because, like, that's not relevant, but just trying to find any way to say something positive about Shura, and I really can't. Like...
Yeah. He comes with a free killer bow and a men's staff. Not that killer weapons are good in this game.
No, they're really not.
Well, I guess if you're gonna be a killer weapon in Fates, it may as well be the killer bow.
Yeah. What's the killer bow's might compared to the steel bow?
It's like 3 less? I think the steel bow is 10 might.
Damn. Because I was gonna say, silver bow, you don't get a silver bow, you have to buy one. So, like... Yes.
I actually... Though,
the higher rank bows are good on Niles for capturing, but, like, killer bow's not, like, oh no, we set up a crit to capture the enemy.
Yeah, you also don't get a free steel bow either, to be fair, but you should, if you're gonna buy Niles a bow for capturing, it should just be a silver.
Steel bow's 11 might, oh gosh, okay.
Because silver bow, I think, is like 15 or 16 might, so you should just use that.
And, like, the other bow units have high enough strength. Well, except for Laslow, but... Yeah. Yeah.
Why?
Fine. We'll do unit reviews on, let's start with Flora. Because...
Woo!
We'll start with Flora. Worst Gen 1 unit, bottom 4 overall units. my pick for worst unit in the game, but I don't think she's your pick. She's pretty bad.
I value her a little more than Kana. With that being said, I mean, these might be the saddest bases on a pre-promote I've ever seen.
This is her fastest class, by the way.
Yeah, 29 HP, 14 beef, 18 strength.
And so, the cope on her is she's a free B rank staffer. This is a game where I already don't think staffing is super valuable. I've been deploying one staffer per chapter, and like, you don't need to do that. What's the earliest you can get Flora? I could have gotten her 2 chapters ago, I think, right?
Yeah, chapter 19 is the earliest.
But here's the thing. She does auto-level, right? I thought she auto-leveled.
I thought she did
Fuga
too.
does. I know Fuga does. Maybe
I
they
thought
just
she
screwed
did
over
too,
Flora.
but apparently not.
Yeah, these are just her regular bases. Damn, okay, she doesn't auto-level, yeah. I know Fuga does in Rev, and Fuga takes the slot that she would be in. So, she only does in Rev. Okay, that's a Rev-only mechanic. Once again, proof that Rev is, better than Conquest.
Okay.
But yeah, so
Okay.
the cope is B-rank stabs. The counter to that is that, like, you can, if you've trained up Niles, capture maids that have higher staff rank than her, and therefore get rid of the B-rank staffing. I think that's a misguided response, to be honest. As someone who thinks Flora is the worst unit in the game, she does not get strictly outclassed by generics, because she does have actual combat stats. They're not good combat stats, but they're better than generic maids.
Mm-hmm.
I think the bigger thing is that, what is it, Fortify and the Revival staff are the only 2 stabs above B.
Yeah.
And then, like, what does this give you? Entrap? B gives you Entrap? Yeah. Entrap is something that most people only use on the last 2 maps or so. It'd be nice, I guess, to use it earlier, but I can't really think of too many situations where that's a big deal. You can't entrap any of the stationary enemies, so it doesn't even help with, like, what is it, Haitaka silence everything moment, or any of those.
Oh, Iago?
Oh, I was thinking Haitaka on Fugas, but...
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Because that's her join map, in theory.
There's one entrap staff in the entire game? No, you can buy, I think up to 3 or 4. You can buy a few in the shop. So
Yeah.
there's multiple.
Because Entrap is a Norian weapon, so it is for sale. Rescue,
So-
the most valuable staff in the game, is E rank, so like staff rank's not huge. And we've been using one staffer. Like, she's higher rank. Yeah, maybe you weren't training any staffers, but like, odds are you probably have someone with B by now, even if you're not capturing. Like, Dwyer exists, Forrest exists, Jakob exists. Not all these units want to be in a class that gives stabs, but like, a lot of them have builds that at least work in those. Like Felicia, yeah, you could do Strategist Felicia, or I guess she has stabs there too. You could do fucking Hero Felicia or something. But like, Strategist Elise is a thing. I know Wyvern is better, but like, you might have her.
Yeah, so I think all the non-healing staves in this game are better than people give them credit for. Except for the staff, that one is actually bad. But like freeze, enfeeble, silence, and trap, I think are all quite useful. And even in trap, like, it's most useful in the last few maps, but there are still other good places to use them. Like, one of the most notable is like Nina's paralog if you're doing it later.
Yeah,
so,
the
like,
cheese, right?
Well, the cheese to grab Nina, but even if you're playing it regularly, you can entrap one of the thieves if they're running away with the treasure.
Mm-hmm.
Freeze is super good, honestly.
Freeze is underrated. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
Because it also helps with hit rates, right?
Yes, because it also gives enemies -20 avoid. But like you said, all of these are like C or lower except for Entrap. And even B rank, like you said, there's Strategist Elise, Forest auto level staff rank, and is just generally going to be very good at that role. Felicia, if you've been using her, and you don't really need more than one person with B rank. Like if you have one person with Entrap and then another person to use Freeze with like D rank, you're fine. The only thing that really makes Flora special in that regard is 25 skill is quite a bit of skill, and magic and skill are the two stats that factor into staff accuracy.
It's just a shame her magic's pretty bad.
Yeah, her magic unfortunately is just like kind of mid. So it's like Forest will have like worse skill but way better magic. So it's like Forest will still be just about as accurate, and like he's just gonna have more movement, better combat if he actually enters combat, inherit skills, like she
doesn't
like
guaranteed to have more movement. She can go strategist if you like really want to.
She can, yeah, but it's Flora. Cost to steal. She's a filler unit, but the role that she's being filler for is not a role where you need more than one or two in the first place.
Mm-hmm. And it's also not a role that you're unlikely to have someone in.
Yeah. I think the main value of Flora is, like, honestly, in an Iron Man setting, it can be pretty nice. Just like, okay.
Oh, true.
I'm guaranteed to have someone who can use Entrap in the late game.
And Bifrost. Stonks go up in an Iron Man. Like, not by much, but they do.
That is true. Bifrost also, even if you're not doing an Iron Man, there is some very funny endgame stuff you can do with Bifrost.
Mm-hmm.
It just like sends someone in to bait in all the inevitable end ninjas, and then they die, and then you revive them. But
does inevitable end stick through revival, or do they like come back with the regular stats?
I'm almost certain they come back with their normal stats.
That's awesome.
So, like, Flora's bad, but her niche is better than Kana's. Yeah, that's the way I think of it, is, like, her niche is bad, but Kana doesn't even have a niche, I don't think. Flora just, like, barely has something.
It is, I guess we should talk about, because she's a Corrin sexual, she does have reclassing options. She's unlucky in that her only friendship is with her sister, which makes sense from a lore perspective, but it doesn't give her anything she cares about. She gets the mercenary tree out of that, right?
Yeah, which she already has.
And then in her regular set, she has Mercenary Tree, and she has Dark Mage, which means that if you do want to do the friendship with Felicia, Felicia does actually appreciate that. I personally think it's better than coping on, like, the Hero reclass or the Bow Knight reclass, right? With, like, Bolt Axe, Levin Sword, Shining Bow. She probably
those are not combat classes for Felicia, even with the magic weapons.
I think the lower investment Felicia, like sticking in the strategist class line, is probably best for her. And it's not like Dark Mage is something that she can't get through marriage. Like, if you're marrying Felicia, it's probably to one of the people who has Dark Mage as their base class. I guess Niles doesn't.
Yeah.
But it is a nice option if you've done your pairings in such a way that, it's always nice to be able to access a class that benefits you in multiple ways.
Yeah. And as Faust is bringing up, you can technically do the 5 breakers Felicia, which is very funny. It's not practical, but it's very funny.
I think you used that in one of our PvP matches.
I did, and I don't think she did shit.
Yeah, she died. Well, because I just happened to have the one weapon type she didn't have a breaker for, like, spawn right next to her or something.
Yeah.
But yeah. I don't think this unit's very good. I think that she is better than some people give her credit for. Like I said, the whole outclassed by generics thing. I would say she is not outclassed by generics. Even if you don't care about her admittedly not very good combat, just better than generic combat. The fact that she has the ability to build supports with people, I think that is more valuable on its own, even if it doesn't help her. Like if you're using Felicia, or God forbid, well, I guess female Corrin can get strategist classes from friendship.
Yeah.
Like troubadour classes from friendship. So like, if you're deploying someone just to do random staffing stuff, and you're choosing between someone who can give support ranks and someone who can't, you might as well do that.
No, I will say, if you're using female Corrin, you have also had Elise from the very beginning for that purpose. With and they have a fast support, and Elise has 4 maps of free deployment.
I thought Elise gave Wyvern through friendship. Isn't that why you do Wyvern Effie? I'm joking. I should let the record say I'm joking.
It took me half a second to register if that was a joke or not.
No. On my second playthrough, I thought that was going to be the case, and I got so excited, and then I got so sad when it wasn't. I was like, wait, and I had to look it up on the internet. I googled why don't I have Wyvern Effie from the support, and I found a Reddit post, and someone was complaining about it in all caps, and I was like, I feel you in the very essence of my soul. Oh yeah, since I talked about her combat being better than generics, C rank daggers, at this point in the game, I'd kind of like better, but it could be worse.
Yeah, it lets her use the Hunter's Knife and Flame Shuriken at base. It's she'll do okay. Kitsune Lair, she's okay because, again, she has good skill and Hunter's Knife access. But also 15 speed and 29 HP means she absolutely fucking dies if they hit her. So...
Which they will, because they're accurate.
Yeah.
We haven't even talked about her personal skill. I see people bring this up because, the personal skill doesn't do fucking shit.
It's pretty bad.
I said this with, I've said this with a couple of people who have bad personal skills. Dwyer is the one who comes to mind. It hurts that they don't have an extra personal skill, but having a bad personal skill does not necessitate you being a bad unit. It's just a tool you don't have access to. But, plenty of good units don't have particularly good personal skills. If she had an otherwise outstanding kit, I guess that is good. Yeah, here we go. Collector's not a real skill. Keaton's still fucking awesome.
Selena.
Selena's I feel like people hyper focus on the personal skills because it is one thing that is definitely unique to the characters, when oftentimes in Reclass Emblem it can feel well, this trait isn't unique because I could just reclass someone. And especially in Fates with Marriage, that often is true, although I think it's less true than people say. Just because the way the limited class sets and mixing and matching skills can be unique, right? The specific skill combos.
Yeah. And the fact that seals are limited for most, the first 2/3 of the game.
Yes. But, that is to say, I understand why people focus so much on the personal skills, but, there's some pretty good units with some pretty bad personal skills. I don't think that's the nail in the coffin for her. It's funny to make fun of, though. What the fuck is this?
What the fuck?
Non-adjacent, hurt and attacked by non-adjacent foe. Attacker takes half damage and -3 skill and speed. I guess, it's better than Shuriken Mastery from Kagero. Because it could also affect tomes and bows. And, hand axes and shit. But Flora's not enemy phasing much. And then half damage and, like, a meaningless debuff. I don't know.
Yeah, it's really bad. Also, Cloudy, that's unfortunately not how it works. Corrin will always pass down Noble to their kid.
Yeah.
Although Dragonstone Ophelia is very funny.
We can do that. Speaking of lesbians, the meme lord is here.
Oh, hell yeah, the final unit review.
Yeah,
Okay.
This is our last unit review. So I do want to compare the stats side by side with each other, because I think that these two units are competing for the role of you just got an extra deployment slot and you want a higher rank staffer. Izana has significantly better stats in every area but strength, which is not relevant to him. And if you compare Flora's strength to his magic as, like, primary attacking stat, Izana also has, like, better primary attacking stat than her. The thing that she has over him is B-rank staffs, which I believe in Trap is the big B-rank staff that he just can't use as your late staffer.
Yeah. Though, I mean, it is important to point out, like, the availability differences there, right?
Yes.
But also, like, Flora's growths aren't that great. Unless she's, like, at a pretty high level, his stats are probably going to be about as good at or better than hers.
Oh, and he's also only 2 levels higher than her, so even if she has, like, power level to outclass him, he can catch up faster than she can stay ahead.
Yeah. And, of course, his main big niche compared to Flora, other than those stats,
is Miracle.
are his 2 rallies. The two...
I thought it was Miracle. He's a Midori archetype.
Oh, true. Yeah, but he doesn't have as good luck, so, like, you know.
Well, that's why you give him Replicate with Ninja Corrin Marriage, so he can rally luck himself for Miracle.
You say that, but he has Apothecary, so he doesn't need Corrin Marriage for Replicate.
Oh, see, I've never reclassed this fucker, so I didn't know that.
There's no reason to. But
no, there's not, yeah.
He has Monk, Samurai, and Apothecary.
Yeah, I know about Monk because, like, he has 2 Hoshiden rallies, and notably, there are 2 Hoshiden rallies you can't access without a Corrin a Corrin talent. Otherwise,
that's not true for magic, but it's a very specific case.
Oh, right, the special, like, Nyx. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Nyx Nina, class shenanigans.
Yeah, and, like, to be fair, if you do that, she will get it. Notably earlier than when you get Izana.
Yes.
But, you know, or there's capturable Shrine Maidens early on who come at, like, level 10, so you can, like, instant promote them and get really magic.
Yes.
But...
Damn, I guess Izana's the one who's outclassed by capturables, not Flora.
Oh my god. Okay. But, you know, he's got the, Rally Magic is quite good. And to be fair, Nyx Nina is like a specific... I think it's a good pairing to do. But it is a very specific one that you would have to do.
Well, but it means that it's not exclusive to him, which is definitely, like... I appreciate you correcting me on that.
And then, like... You know, Rally Magic's really good. Obviously, really good for all your mages. But, like, I think especially Odin and Ophelia appreciate it. Odin, because he just needs more help hitting offensive thresholds. Ophelia, because she wants to try and hit, like, one-shot thresholds.
Especially if you're all in on, like, the Vantage Life and Death build. Izana's a part of that.
Yeah, in which case, like,
you know, someone else who has Rally Magic can also be. But yeah.
Yeah, and then Rally Luck's kind of nice. It is +4 hit, +4 avoid, +4 crit avoid, which, isn't huge, but, like, you may as well, like, have it. Combined with Rally skill, it's +10 hit, and then +4 crit avoid can negate, lower the risk of, like, some low percent crits. So, same he gets in, like, the Rallyman chapter. Yeah, but you don't, like... If you're not training Niles, then, like... And you have trained another rally bot, like Laslow, like, you weren't gonna get Rallyman anyway. And Rallyman doesn't have rally luck.
And the thing about Rallyman as well is he's only good for rallying, whereas Izana can do, like, staffing stuff.
Yeah, he has staff utility. And also, like...
Sorry, I clicked on that by accident.
He has better staff hit than, Flora.
Yeah, because of his higher skill and magic, because he uses both.
Yeah. And, like, Flora's skill growth is quite good, so if she's been getting levels, she'll probably have a bit higher skill, but she'll still have notably worse magic.
Yes.
So... Yeah, and he can do chip. Like, 24 magic, like, and B rank tomes, like, he can do chip damage if you need him to.
I don't love his personal skill. I actually find it ends up being detrimental more often than beneficial. Not detrimental as in, like, oh, I forgot about Peacebringer, I'm not hitting a 1-round now, but as in, like, it limits your positional ability, especially if he's going to rally someone before they do combat. It ends up being like, okay, well, I need to make sure I'm not applying Peacebringer to the person I rallied or something like that.
Yeah,
which could be a little obnoxious.
It's theoretically most useful if, like, in a situation where, like, you have a unit who is already over a threshold, and so they don't care about their damage getting lowered by 2, but it potentially gives them extra bulk.
Yeah, the problem with that is because it's 2 tiles long, it's very possible for it to hit your unit but not the enemy unit, and only negatively impact you instead of giving you the extra bulk.
Yeah.
Because it's not deal and take, it's just deal, but to enemies and allies.
Yeah. Can you nullify his personal skill with rally strength? Well, yeah. I mean, any boost, like if there's like a magic unit that he's rallying for and also applying his personal skill to, like, rally magic is still helping.
Yes.
It's not like a super detrimental personal skill. It is kind of annoying to have to keep in mind, though, and position around.
To be clear, when I say I find it, like, hurts you more often than it helps you, this is not a, like, OMG, the unit is ruined by their personal skill situation. It feels like Goodie Basket Raphael, where it's just like, yeah, this can sometimes be a negative, but people overblow it.
Or Arthur's personal skill,
where
it's like, he just has extra crit chance against him, and for no big benefit, like, no actual real benefit.
But also, Arthur is incredibly usable if you want to, just, you know.
Yeah.
Almost every unit in this game has a downside.
Yeah, but I appreciate Izana. Like, free rallies is free rallies, right? Like,
yeah. Well, and on the topic of free rallies, I think the best part about rally luck is it is always on a unit who has at least one other rally.
Yeah.
Because, like, you mentioned, like, the plus, what is it, +4 hit, +4 crit, +4 crit avoid?
Hit, avoid, crit avoid, but yes.
Yes, okay. Like, that on its own would not be worth an action, but that on top of +4 magic is sometimes worth an action. That on top of, like, +4 magic, +4 speed, which we're getting into, like, you know, if it's on a unit who has other rallies, the fact that it's just free is nice.
Yeah. And I mean, between him and Laslow, we have every rally except Res.
Yeah. Well, we can get Res.
Yeah,
I think we have Res, actually. We have Res.
Oh, Forrest has Res. Yeah.
I was looking for, one of our strategists does. There he is. And he's got a higher staff rank than Izana as well, just through the Offspring seal. Which does, like, point to Izana and Flora, their claim on being the only late high staffers is just fraudulent. But before we talk about the rest of the Gen 2 units, I thought we should start with Kana, just because Kana as a unit, she's a unit that both of us are not particularly high on, and she's a unit who, in my opinion, really exemplifies there's sort of the mindset that Gen 2 is too customizable to be, rated in tier lists or evaluated in unit analyses and stuff like that. And I think we're both on the page that that's not something that we subscribe to, just because a lot of Fates' cast is really malleable, and the children are not as customizable as you might think. And Kana is sort of like the poster child of that, because being the son and or daughter of the most customizable Gen 1 unit, you would think there's a lot of different things you can do with Kana, but you can pass Kana a lot of different class sets, but Kana doesn't really do much with those class sets because their stats are... they're not, terrible, but they're pretty bad. And this is Fates, you can fix a unit's stats, and you can make Kana work. But Kana also starts in the class that's pretty bad. Kana doesn't start in Feral Dragon. These amazing stats that you see on screen are not actually what an Odin Kana gets. This is just green unit Kana, not blue unit Kana. So even though you can pass Kana a, pretty customizable class set, and a pretty customizable series of inheritable skills, I think there's probably very few combinations that you can't pass on to Kana, just by choosing Corrin's spouse and also their talent. Kana ends up just not having much that they can do. The biggest thing that they offer is they're tied with Dwyer for the child with the highest potential availability. Which, you do have to, in the case of Conquest, you do have to then do servant marriage, which does not help Kana, because the servants do not pass down very good stat modifiers. And Kana really needs a good parent. I've heard some people talk about, Gen 3 Kana, because I know in Awakening, you can sort of do a Gen 3 Morgan to take advantage of the Gen 2 units who generally have better stats than their parents, if trained. The thing is that the stat modifiers from the parents, solid stats, do not actually have that much of an impact. It's usually, 1 or 2 points in some stats at most, which, it's not nothing, but it's not great. And then when it comes to growth rate modifiers, just looking at the Gen 2 and what they pass down to Kana as their growth rate modifiers, they're usually not actually better than Gen 1, and that just means you get this mediocre unit even later. I was comparing the various magical children to Elise, and Elise just gives better magic than all of the magical children, which, if that's the case, why are you waiting until Gen 3 to do Kana stuff? I guess if you do a very, very early Kana, you could have a second Dragonstone user in, Chapter 10, because it is possible to route paralogs to get Kana before, to route supports to get Kana before Chapter 10 if you marry the servant. But then, do you really need a second Dragonstone user in Chapter 10? I feel like there's better deploys than that, personally. I don't know, Blue, what do you think about Kana? Oh, wait, hold on. Technical difficulties. I forgot Discord does this. Thank you so much for mentioning this in chat. So Discord does this really funny thing where it resets itself if you change if you change Discord channels. It doesn't have the audio source picked up because it's looking for Discord in a channel that I was in a week ago. We ran into this problem before, and I set myself a reminder to fix it. And then we started the stream an hour early, and so my reminder didn't go up, which is a reminder to myself I should turn my alarm off. But yes. Okay, Blues. I'm sorry. Start over. I didn't mean to silence you. The woke mob is coming for you. I've cancel culture silenced my co-host.
Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, so Kana is very underwhelming to me. I think there's a very good chance like, you could make a very good argument for Kana being the worst unit in the game, to be honest. Because, yeah, for those who don't know exactly how the child units work in this game, child units have personal bases and personal growths that are then modified by whoever their second parent is. So, like, Ophelia is always going to naturally lean towards magic, and then her parent either, like, you know, sways it one way or the other. Kana's personal growths, and especially personal bases, are very poor. And I'm not entirely sure why they did this. I can only assume that they felt like Morgan was too good. So they were like, well, let's nerf the Avatar's kid in the next game, I guess. But what you're gonna end up with is, and also like auto leveling in Norn Noble is also just not, or Norn Princess is not ideal. There's also the note that, again, some people don't quite know this, that Corrin's Boon and Bane do not affect Kana at all. Or no, that's not true. They affect Kana's caps, but Kana's bases and growth are not affected. It's only the secondary parent.
It also affects Kana's statue, because Kana's statue is your Bane.
Oh, yeah.
So you get like, oh, this is the dump stat. I guess my child is better at that now.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where I guess it is nice if you want to do, like, physical Corrin, magical Kana, you're not screwed out of that, but, like, it does kind of suck that you can't min-max Kana towards a direction, you know, the same direction as your Corrin. So what you're going to end up with is a kid with just, like, very underwhelming bases in a bad class. But unlike Corrin, it's, like, just not as easy or as justifiable to get them into a different class. And even if you do, like, they're probably just going to end up being a second copy of Corrin or their other parent, but worse. Like, if you just do, like, Leo Kana, and then you put Kana into, like, Sorcerer or Dark Knight, they're not going to be bad necessarily, but your Leo's probably still going to be better. It's very disappointing. I think one of the standout traits of Kana, to be honest, is that because their secondary class is Corrin's talent, you can pass that talent to, like, maybe a certain other Gen 2 unit. Kana does have fixed A+ supports, but, you know, like, there's S supports between, like, the other Gen 2 that you can maybe kind of use to pass it around.
Yeah, if you're not going for a Corrin marries the second generation, Kana can be sort of the backup strategy for giving Ninja to Percy or whatever funky build you want to do. Which, you know, there's validity in that. If Corrin needs to like, this is something that affects male Corrin, where if male Corrin wants to get Wyvern quickly, you kind of have to marry either Beruka or Camilla, because Percy's a Gen 2 unit. And I guess technically with support routing, you can get Percy around the same time as them, but it's just, if you're not doing... Oh, okay. Merc, you're really gonna be all the way out of frame like that? Okay. But yeah, if you need a marriage for Corrin to get a specific class, and you still want to pass Corrin's talent onto someone else, Kana can be the vessel for that. Or if there's, like, two people you want to pass, like Wyvern to, or another rare class, Ninja, maybe a Hoshiden class, I don't know. Then that's nice that Kana can do that. If you want to do Dragonstone stuff, Corrin in the mid and late game almost always has something better to do than be your Dragonstone bot. So Kana can work that way. I know famously Zoran has a video where Kana tackles the Faceless room in the Iago Hans map. But Zoran even says in that video, like, this is fun, but it's not optimal. I had to feed Kana, like, 3 or 4 Spirit Dusts to hit these thresholds.
Yeah. And that was, I believe, Elise, Ophelia, Kana.
Damn.
So that was like a Gen 3 Kana with the highest magic possible and still needed more with the Dragonstone Plus. Which just kind of goes to show.
I thought, maybe I'm wrong about this, but from the information I could find online, I thought that the parent of the Gen 2 units does not affect Kana's Gen 3 growths. Maybe there's just not info about Gen 3 Kana, so I might be wrong. But
I think it does, unless they altered the rules for stat inheritance for Gen 3 Kana specifically.
I put a link to the tool that I use in chat, which is where I'm basing the assumption off of, but I might just be, like, I don't know the depths of the inheritance systems in either this or Awakening, so I might be wrong about that.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, either way, Kana, it's a very disappointing unit. But to your point about Gen 2 being, just as capable of rating them as Gen 1, there are a lot of factors of the Gen 2 units that, like, yeah, they are customizable, but based on the circumstances of their recruitment and stuff, you can still rate them and evaluate them just like you would a Gen 1 unit. Like the fact that Kana starts in Norprince, the fact that, their personal bases are poor, the fact that, and with any kid, really, you can look at them, and even if they are going to be more variable than Gen 1 because of inheritance stuff, that doesn't mean that they're like, it doesn't mean that they are so variable that they can be literally anything and you can't determine, you can't rank them or anything.
And I think the more customizable a kid is, if they're able to, like, not customizable as in, like, Kana can be mediocre in a bunch of different ways. But we talked about Nina and how, she kind of has the growths to work with either a physical or magical mom. Dwyer, the same way. I'm less high on Dwyer in that regard, but it can make either work. Versus, like, if you give a physical mom to Ophelia, you're kind of throwing. I think that is, a point in the benefit of the people who can be more flexible. In the same way that when we were looking at Benny, we were like, this guy kind of only can fill one role. Versus Laslow, he can be a ninja for combat, he can do rally stuff. Elise, she can be a Malig for flying combat, or you can do, mediocre staff bot if you don't want to spend a heart seal on her. A lot of units have a lot of different options, which is beneficial to them. Like, even within the first generation. Yeah, I don't really have anything more to say about my terrible, terrible child that I don't love, though. Do you?
Yeah. No, I don't have much else to say about Kana. I think, like, they can be alright. The best you're gonna do is by giving them a parent that is already really good as a parent in general, like Camilla. But at that point, like, any kid can benefit from that.
Yeah. And even then, Kana's going to need a seal to get out of Noble, and not going to build ranks in something they care about, except for maybe tomes if you stay late enough for an offspring seal. Yeah, I guess if you do, like, Caden Kana, Kana gets to build stone rank.
True. That is one fun fact, is that for stone, Dragonstone and Beaststone share the same rank. So if you do Caden or Keaton Kana, you can go into Wolfsegner or Ninetails and keep your stone rank.
It's the one benefit Kana has over Shigure. I mean, do we want to talk about him? Let's talk about him.
Let's talk about him.
I think that Dwyer is not only one of the worst kids, but on the lower end of the cast in general. He's not truly tragic like Kana, because he does have one positive trait in that he will always inherit not always, but like he should always inherit a level 15 skill from Jakob, which is one of the benefits that the early servants have, is the ability to get level 15 skills and stack a ton of them. And Dwyer can get one. So if you want to make him like a support unit, you can get inspiration. If you want to make him a combat unit, you can get one of the like breaker skills or fair skills or something. Now, this is obviously dependent on who Jakob marries, which will also impact Dwyer's stats. So unless you're marrying Corrin, which like that is the asterisk on all of these kids, is like Corrin marriage does not fix, but it improves all of the kids, even the less good ones other than Corrin's own kid. But if you do Corrin marriage, you can sort of like mix and match Corrin's stats plus a skill from Corrin's talent. That is a huge amount of favoritism though, and so I don't necessarily think like evaluating every kid as if they got Corrin marriage is fair. Without it, he's got a level 15 skill, but he starts in a staff lock class, and I will be honest, I don't think any kid should start in a staff lock class. It just feels really bad, even for the support units. Because staff experience is very slow in Fates, so if you get them before Offspring Seal, then they're gonna have a hole to climb out of, and if you get them after Offspring Seal, they're gonna be in, like, E-rank hell, unless you get them really, really late in the game. You already have a couple of staffers. Why are you pairing up Jakob to get a third one? Even if you reclass Elise out, like we did, I have not had a single map. Like, I have the generic I captured in case there was a map where I wanted multiple staffers. I've not had a single map where a second staffer feels like they would be doing more for me than an additional combat unit. I guess
we're gonna be getting Felicia soon.
Yeah, and we're getting Felicia soon. Which, like, granted, if you gave like your servant Corrin marriage, then it would be sooner than this. But again, that is a huge resource to sink into the child. I don't think all of the, like, not all the children can have Corrin marriage, and whoever has it is going to benefit in a lot of ways.
Yeah. Dwyer, yeah, so, like, for example, for this pairing, we could have, like, sealed Jakob into Malignite, like, partner seal into Malignite to get trample for Dwyer. Yeah, starting staff lock, because it's only, in terms of the Conquest kids, it's only him and Forrest who start staff locked.
And then in Birthright, Mitama does as well, I believe.
Yes. But, like, Forrest doesn't really mind, because, like, one, he's probably going to come with an Offspring Seal anyways, and two, like, he is a more support-oriented unit, so, like, building staff rank, like, that's nice. But Dwyer, if he's just doing support, like, he's just kind of worse at it than someone like Forrest or Felicia or, you know, Elise if you kept her in Troubadour, and as a combat unit, it's like, yeah, he's going to start with E rank in any weapon type. And that sucks. And also, if you gave him, like, a physical mom, because you want to do physical Dwyer, he's getting auto levels in Troubadour, and he's starting in Troubadour. So, like, he's just hurt by that circumstance of just his starting class. He's hurt by a lot. He could be better if he was, like, because Forrest has the classes swapped around compared to Leo, right? Where he has, like, starts in Troubadour and has Dark Mage reclass.
Yeah.
I think
if Dwyer started in Cav and had Troubadour reclass, I would be a lot higher on this unit. But as it stands, yeah, he's a victim of that circumstance. And a level 15 skill from Jakob can only go so far a lot of the time.
The one thing that does benefit him, paired with that level 15 skill, and the fact that you probably want to get one that's not from Jakob's native class line, if we're being honest. Like, none of the level 15s other than Inspiration, which is in a class Jakob doesn't want to go into, are really good from... Or, you know, they're not, like, desirable enough to be the inheritance skill, usually, right? Because Dwyer has a relatively even strength and magic, he can make almost any mother work. He's not going to be phenomenal, but it's not like Ophelia, where you kind of want to pair Odin with a magical mom, or else Ophelia gets a lot worse. Dwyer can be a magical unit or can be a physical unit, and so if there's a specific skill you really want to pass down to him, picking a mother with access to that skill for Jakob, it's not going to screw over Dwyer in other departments. He's also one of the earliest kids you can get, because Jakob joins alongside the Avatar. Even if you don't go for Corrin, which is a fast support that starts pre-done at sea, like, there's a reason he's one of the first kids we unlocked, it's just because Jakob joins really early. So that's also to his benefit to get him out of Troubadour more quickly, but then you're spending a Heart Seal on him as well as a marriage, which is probably not worth the investment. If you like him, you absolutely can, but the thing is that, like, Jakob and Felicia can get multiple level 15 skills and get them much earlier, whereas Dwyer can only ever get one.
This is why, that's why you gotta wait till the second servant to do Felicia Dwyer.
You can do Felicia Dwyer, in which case Dwyer gets
good.
2.
Clarify.
But then he's showing up a lot later, so he gives up that availability lead that he has. And neither Jakob nor Felicia pass particularly good growths to the child. Like, Jacobs are fixed for Dwyer, but I mean, if Jakob marries Corrin for Kana. The servants don't pass on particularly good growths, which isn't a huge deal usually, but for a unit like Dwyer, he really needs all the help he can get, and so giving him a mom that doesn't pass on... Like, I mentioned he'd go either physical or magical, but he does want one of those. He doesn't want nothing. So it feels like no matter what you do with him, he has, like, some minor advantage. Usually it's a single level 15 skill and early availability. And then a lot more drawbacks than are worth it. I've used him in a couple of runs, and, like, you can make him work. You can make any unit in the game work. But he doesn't offer you really anything unique. And I would almost always rather bring the early servant into the late game than swap them out for Dwyer. Which is unfortunate because he sort of fits into the category of children that are trying to replace their parents. Which I honestly think is a boring approach to the children, and I think is unfortunate that a lot of them fall into that. But, like, he starts in the same class as Jakob, and his selling point is the skills, just like Jakob. It's just he's worse at it.
Yeah. Dwyer, it's also, I think my favorite Dwyer pairing that I've done is Azura Dwyer. Because, like, Azura Jacob's already a popular pairing because of Shigure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you get 2 out of that.
Yeah. And, like, you can do the Rally Bot Shigure with that. But Azura Dwyer, because Azura, as a mom, has an interesting thing where she passes down really good strength and speed, but, like, also okay magic.
Mm-hmm.
So I did that, and I did Butler for Dwyer, and, I think I just passed down, like, Inspiration and Voice of Peace or something, and, you know, he has a couple things, and I don't think the fact that he can go magical and be a good strategist is at the very least something that I think differentiates him from Jakob in that way.
Yeah. But not Felicia. Not Felicia or Elise, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, he's definitely worse than Felicia. Yeah, he's just stuck in a very unfortunate position. But I wouldn't quite call him bad, but yeah, he's definitely on the lower end of the cast.
In another game, I wouldn't call him bad, but the units in Conquest in particular are so strong and flexible that I would say Dwyer's probably... I haven't, made a list or anything, but off of instinct, I would say bottom 10 or close to it is probably where he lands. I don't think he's quite bottom 5. There are quite a few, again, not stinkers, just people like Benny, right? Who have, a couple of strengths but lack flexibility, and more drawbacks than strengths. And I would say Dwyer is not that level of bad, but he struggles to stand out. I see a lot of people in chat mentioning his personal skill, which, it is funny that it only works for PvP. I don't think that this is the reason that he's bad. If we look at the other units we have, Kaze's personal skill is pretty fucking awful. Selena's personal skill is pretty fucking awful. The one unit that we killed off, Benny, had one of the better personal skills of the cast, and, he's still, in my opinion, a bottom 5 unit. So I don't think Dwyer's personal skill, he could be a good unit and still have Born Steward. It's definitely salt in the wound that it's another thing he doesn't have the selling point on, but, there's some good units with bad personal skills in this game, and there's some bad units with good personal skills. It is definitely unfortunate that it's, another area in which he's lacking. But I see a lot of people focus on, in this and Three Houses, and to a lesser extent Engage, when units have really bad personal skills, being, Ash is trash because he has Lock Touch as a personal skill. No, I don't think the personal skill, it sucks that you can't draw anything from it, but it's not as big a deal as I often feel people make them out to be.
Yeah.
And, at very least, it gets you at this invasions, or whatever.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, chat's pointing out, it helps you in Invasion.
He's ready for Invasion 3. He won't get lunged by the Stoneborns!
Yeah.
We can't Offspring Seal her, and I don't want to start the map. We'll do this map, this will be the first one we do next time.
Yeah.
Actually, we might delay her. We'll have to talk about it off-stream.
What supports do we have right now? Right, so that's expected.
I want to show these off.
Yeah, no, I know. It's just, okay, Leo Felicia.
Ooh, we have another marriage.
And then Keaton, Xander, Charolette, and Keaton Mozu are both one map away from S.
Yeah, so maybe we do this in order to get those marriages.
Yeah, and then we just have all our marriages.
Yeah.
Well, all of our Gen 1 marriages.
We'll figure it out, because there's also the argument that, letting her auto level, even if she is just mostly going to be a backpack, it's what I said, it's the principle I was talking about with, why I'm not super high on Charolette, is, yes, good backpack, but I'd rather be a good backpack who can also frontline if need be. Because, that situation we had where Xander was low, imagine if there was just a unit who could do combat, we could be okay, Xander's low HP, let's just switch to hypothetical good Charolette and have her tank for a turn. You know?
Yeah.
So there is potentially merit to delaying this a little bit if we're not deploying Sophie, because we get a few more slots once we go into Hoshido, which is a next chapter, because we're on Staircase, right?
Yeah.
But suffice to say, let's talk about Sophie. Let's unit review.
Okay. Sophie is a little... So it's a little unfortunate because the thing with every parent, or the thing with every kid, is you want to compare them to their parent, and Sophie has a lot to live up to. She's obviously not as good as Silas, but she's still pretty good. Sort of similarly to how Ophelia feels like better Nyx, Sophie feels like better Peri. Because her stats naturally lean more towards
speed and sort of away from bulk, which is more so what Silas is, good at. And she's like, starting in Cavalier is nice because the Cav skills are good. And because Silas joined so good, you can get her a lot earlier than we have. And a lot of the earlier mothers are pretty good for her. I think both of the Wyverns are good for her. So is Azura, so is Effie. The only real problem, I guess, is that she doesn't necessarily have a standout class to be a Juggernaut necessarily. She has good player face classes, right? Because she has Bow Knight. If you do Azura Mom, you can do Kinshi Knight. Obviously Wyvern, if it's one of the Wyverns. So she's a good combat unit. It's just she kind of struggles a lot of the time to be your big combat unit, if that makes sense. She's not sweeping through maps like Soleil or Ophelia can do with the right setup, but she is still quite useful and pretty low investment too.
I think what you get out of her is really going to depend on who you make her mother. Because she can go Bow Knight, like you mentioned, and that's definitely her best class from her native set, but there are other people who are better at being Bow Knights. I guess she does build bow rank off of Offspring Seal. But...
Well, no.
Oh, right. Fuck, yeah, she can't do that. Yeah, no, so the problem I was going to bring up is actually true then. Is that there's better people at being Bow Knights, because even the people who are naturally mercenaries have probably built some bow rank, or will start building bow rank pretty quickly. With her, you have to spend both a Heart Seal and a Master Seal to get her into that, which... I don't know, I personally always, and maybe this is bringing experience into it, I always feel like she disappoints as a Bow Knight in comparison to, your Niles's and, I guess Niles is the point of comparison. Yeah, even Laslow.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you said, she doesn't really have a standout class. I like Camilla Mom, just because it gets her Wyvern. She can maintain her Lance rank off of that. I've never tried Kinshi. That's probably pretty good too. But I like her personal skill. Not the the losing clothing thing is funny when it's not sexualized outfits. But I do like the minor defense debuff. At this point in the game, it's really not relevant. But if you get her much earlier, which you can, because Silas joins very early, it can come in clutch in the same way that Dagger's debuffs are handy early on.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's just kind of fine, the unit.
Yeah.
Delaying her is also useful because if you haven't, if you just want a unit you don't have to focus on training to fill out your squad as the slots get bigger, you can do worse than Sophie.
Mm-hmm. She is also she can potentially be one of the better damage stackers because she has access to elbow room, strong riposte, and then depending on the mom, she can have quick draw or trample or something. In particular, because she auto levels both sword and lance rank, she can reach either sword, brave sword or brave lance, and then hit a lot of kill thresholds with that, because she has all the because she can have a lot of damage boosting skills, and her natural stat spread kind of incentivizes that. So yeah, I don't know. Sophie's not amazing, but she's pretty good.
It's also worth noting for late Sophie, she can get Defender for free without having to spend any time in Paladin, which is definitely nice. I do think Defender's, probably the most overrated skill in the game. But +1 to every stat is still +1 to every stat. And other than Xander, she's probably got the freest access to it, because Xander is always in Paladin and just needs a single level. Whereas Sophie, if you recruit her late, she needs 0 levels, but that's an if.
Yeah, or Siegbert.
Oh yeah, Siegbert. I always forget about him.
We'll get
I
to
hate his
him.
map. But yeah, I would say she's the sort of definition of fine. Which doesn't sound great because it is Fates, and like most Fates units are phenomenal. It's not that she's like bad. It's just like, what's the standout trait?
It's like the double-edged sword of starting in Cavalier, where it's like, oh, you start with elbow room and shelter, but also you need a seal to get out of Cavalier and into a better class.
For the absolute low investment, and what we're probably going to do, Sophie can just become a Great Knight for free. And those give really good pair-up bonuses to... Specifically, her father in Ninja really likes that. A lot of people like that, but it's really good for ninjas. And depending on who her mother is, they might also want Great Knight bonuses. In our case, Selena, as a Wyvern, also wants Great Knight bonuses. And her girlfriend, Soleil, also wants Great Knight bonuses. So, like...
Yeah,
it's not that she's the
Silas
only
and
person
Soleil
who can be a Great Knight, but she does support 2 of the better Master Ninjas in the cast. So that's nice. Whereas Gunter does not support either of them. And those are kind of the only 2 units that naturally end up in Great Knight. Like, you can send other people Great Knight. I guess technically, like, Benny and Ignatius.
I was more so thinking Peri.
Oh, yeah.
Peri can instant promote to Great Knight if you just want her to be like a backpack.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's really all I have to say about Sophie.
That's all I have to say, too. I like using her. I use her almost every run, but I think the fact that I use her so much and don't have much to say about her says more than anything we can put into words.
Yeah.
It is a win.
Let's talk about Percy.
Yeah. I know you like Percy a lot. I do too, but I'll let you go first.
So, Percy is much like Dwyer and Kana. He has a benefit of being one of the fastest kids you can get. Both Elise and Effie have a fast support with Arthur. So, if you want to get him immediately and take advantage of high availability flyer with good stats, you have options for it. I think if you're doing that, call me basic, but like Effie is the better one for it because it leans into his physical side. He does have a personal magic growth, so like if you wanted to make him a Malig, I think it's worse than physical, but it's something that's like not fighting as much of a uphill battle as you might think. The bigger thing that I really like about getting Percy early is his personal skill is very good. I'm pretty reliability pilled, so being able to get rid of 15 crit on enemies, I know a lot of people say like, oh, if the enemy has a killer weapon, that's kind of bullshit. I think if the game gives you tools to reduce or even eliminate the chance of crits, then it's fair for the enemies to have killer weapons and expect you to make use of them. And Fortunate Son is probably the strongest one you can get, at least the strongest one you can get early, in Fates. In that, just an aura of anti-crit. Combine that with the natural crit avoid you get from, I think adjacency gives it, right? I know it gives hit.
Pair up gives crit avoid.
Pair up gives crit avoid, right. So the natural crit avoid that you get through pair up, and it's not adjacency, but certain people will give crit for their like adjacency bonus based on support level, right? Because I know you get physical, you get like solid stats for pair up based on support level, but then you get things like hit, crit, dodge, and avoid for support level based on adjacency. So you can take advantage of this to reduce the crit chances of enemies, which is why I don't actually mind when enemies have noticeable crit. You can also use it to patch up units like his father, who are going to face crit on everyone. If you want to use Arthur long-term, getting him married as quickly as possible is very beneficial, because he can build support with his son, so they kind of want to hand out near each other anyway, and then he just gets to benefit from an aura that offsets his terrible, terrible base luck and personal skill. If not completely, at least, 15 dodge is a lot. 15 dodge can patch up a lot of crit issues. Percy himself only gets 5 from it, but he naturally has a very high luck stat, so he doesn't need it as much as others. And his class line's very good. Being Wyvern natively is appreciated. I said this with Beruka, where it's like everyone can access Wyvern with enough effort, so it's not as big a benefit as it would be to other games, but it's nice not to need a seal. And the fact that his guaranteed Heart Seal class uses the same weapon type in the fighter line means that he can skill dip more easily than some others could. He is also, I talked about the children being good in terms of flexibility. If you don't want to early recruit him, which I think you probably should, because he has a lot of positive attributes, he is one of the children who has a very easy path to a concept we're probably going to talk about a couple of times, of build your own Goto, which is where you try to stack as many high-level, level 15 promoted skills onto a unit for as many damage boosts as possible in order to make a sort of effort-free Takumi killer. I think the one people talk about the most is Midori, and that's probably because if you recruit her late, you don't miss her much. But Percy can get Axe Fair from his father, which Axe is the weapon he wants to use. He can get Trample through a Offspring Seal, and then one of the best mothers for him can give him Quick Draw. So if you don't want to use him during the remainder of the campaign, he still can potentially be Brave Axe, Berserker, Axe Fair, Trample, Quick Draw, Takumi Killer. I don't think it's the best use for him, because I do think he's quite beneficial throughout the rest of the campaign, but it is nice to have that option if your support routing or paralog routing just doesn't work out getting him early. His stats are also pretty decent. I think he definitely prefers a physical mother. Right now he has no magic, but he has a natural magic growth if you want to meme around with Malig, or dip into Malig just to get Trample. It's not the worst, it's just also not the best. But yeah, just a solid unit who has one of the best personal skills in the game. As opposed to Benny, who also has a really, really good personal skill, but you don't really want to use outside of that.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think?
So, to build on the crit point, I do have to mention that in the context of Conquest specifically, there's not a lot of enemies with very high crit. I can probably count the amount of enemies with killer weapons in this game on one hand. They are extremely sparse. And enemy class bonuses are cut in half. So, for example, Berserkers have, player Berserkers have 20 crit, enemy Berserkers only have 10 crit. So, his personal skill isn't quite as at first you see that and you're like, oh my god, this is amazing. And there's not that many instances where, you have enemies with super high crit where you need to combine Fortunate Son with a bronze weapon to get them to 0. The way I sort of see his personal skill is that a lot of the time a bronze weapon is enough to reduce enemies' crit to 0. But there are also plenty of other weapons that you would rather use, depending on the circumstances, whether it be a Reaver or an effective weapon, or a brave weapon. And the way that I sort of see it is that Percy's personal skill lets you
lower the enemy crit chances to 0 without having to use a bronze weapon. You can use whatever weapon you want still. And that is still really nice. Because again, there's just not a lot of enemies in the game who are going to have more than 15 crit on you after you factor in your luck stat.
That's fair. That's fair.
But as a unit himself, it's still a nice personal skill. And as a unit himself, he honestly benefits a lot from like the fact that Arthur is his dad and has a different class than him. Lets you. It's nice because it means he's always going to have something unique to inherit from Arthur. Like even if you're not using Arthur at all, like we have, you still get HP plus 5, and that's still a pretty good skill. And if you wait for a bit longer, or you like instant promote Arthur, you can maybe pass down like rally strength or what have you. Even I know he has Niles friendships. You could even pass down movement plus 1, which is never bad to have on your flyer. But I definitely, like, you are right that he definitely wants a physical mother. The only real way you're going to make, like, magic Percy really work is, like, Elise. Otherwise, he really wants a physical mother. And in particular, his speed is the lower end. And so he really appreciates a mom like Effie or maybe someone like Peri or something who is going to pass down some better speed to him as well.
Are we sure that we got the better
also,
speed?
Like,
He's
really
still
good
at 14.
defense. Like 20 defense. Trust me, it is. It's his speed without like a good speed mom is definitely not great.
Oh no.
Keep in mind, this is also before promotion, which like most of the rest of our units are promoted, so
Oh, that's true.
it is a little bit of an unfair comparison right now. I think Wyvern promotion gives 2. I don't think it gives 3. I think it gives 2.
I mean, like, comparing him to unpromoted Selena, who's one of the faster units in the cast, yeah, he only has 2 less.
Yeah, so like Effie Percy's speed is pretty solid, especially given how good his damage and defense are. And yeah, like quick draw, like the fact that the easiest mom to pair Arthur with is also his best one is really convenient for him.
Mm-hmm.
So like he's sort of like in basically the best situation that a child unit in this game could be, where like dad has super good availability, the mom that gives him a fast support and that Arthur most wants is his best one. He joins in a great class. He can always inherit 2 good skills. So you put all that together, and I would argue he's maybe the best child unit in the game. It's sort of like him, Ophelia, and like Soleil are sort of the 3 who I see as like really standing out as like combat units. And then you sort of have like the support oriented kids like Dwyer or Forest and like Shigure, but I like Percy a lot. I think he's one of the best Gen 2 units for sure.
You mentioned the outlaw friendship that Arthur has in order to pass down move plus 1. There is another, I don't think this is the best use of Percy, but rally skill. Percy natively gets rally defense and rally strength. You could make him a rally bot. I think you'd rather spend that on a unit of a lower caliber. But yeah. Again, I value flexibility, and it is technically something he has. Much like with the late recruit Takumi killing thing, I'd rather spend that on a lower caliber kid, but it is technically something he has.
Yeah. And like technically if you're doing Elise Percy, you could do rally, strength, defense, res, I guess.
Yeah. Like, it's definitely far from what I would consider optimal for one of the better children.
Yeah.
But part of what makes a unit good is flexibility in this game, and even if your army doesn't want another combat flyer, there's other things he can do, I guess.
Yeah, like, I think he's better than Beruka, but Beruka, if you train her, can still be, like, a similar unit. I just think, like, kind of a bit worse, and then without the utility of the personal skill.
Yeah, which, like, I guess the personal skill also, if you're just making him a rally, like, I like making units with utility skills into utility units, if I'm gonna make someone a utility. So it doesn't feel like I'm wasting a combat skill.
Yeah, I should also mention, the fact that his personal gives +5 dodge to himself there is a little neat point about that where if you want Percy to go Berserker as a combat unit to, like, get more speed and stuff and max out his strength, Berserker does have an innate -5 crit avoid, so his personal skill and like relatively low luck, and his personal skill cancels that out, so that, like, he's still never gonna face crit, which is nice.
Do you have anything else you want to say about the sidekick, or should we move on to the wall of supports we have banked up?
I think, yeah, we're good. I don't have much else to say, yeah.
Just full context, I've never used Nina, so this is mostly going to be the blue unit analysis moment. Also, I gave Niles his Rev marriage, so this is, just default hair Nina, because I gave him Aboro as a wife, and since Aboro's not in our cast, like, her hair doesn't get passed down, which is kind of cool. But just for looking at the numbers, Nina just looks like very similar to Laslow, except for better, in that she can be either a physical or magical bow knight, or adventurer. And, Niles is not as good as that, but you deploy him to do captures. Nina's probably going to be a slightly better version of that. She has a personal that is, like, the most conditional damage buff in the world. But other than that, I know you mentioned a couple of things, so I'll let you take it from here, because I don't really have much to say, but Bow Knight is a good class.
Yeah, so I like using Nina a lot. She's probably one of my most used Gen 2 units in this game. I don't think she's quite as good as someone like Percy or Ophelia or Soleil. I think those are kind of like the cream of the crop, like Gen 2 units, but Nina's up there as one of the better ones, I think. Like you mentioned, she can be... she's just generally going to be better at, like, magic stuff than Niles, especially if you give her a magic mom. Nyx Nina is the preferred for that, because on top of passing down really good magic and something like Malefic Aura, because of weird parallel class shenanigans, Nyx passes down Diviner to Nina.
Lamau, what? Oh, no,
So
yeah, because Niles' heart seal is... Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so it's like Nina would have Dark Mage, but then Nyx passes the parallel to Dark Mage, which is Diviner.
Yeah. Well, because it first looks for Dark Mage, and then says, oh, she already has it from Niles. So then it looks at Outlaw, and she already has that from Niles as well. So then it looks at the parallel to Dark Mage. Right?
Yes.
That's how it works? Because
Yes.
that's how how you can get Wyvern on Shigure as well.
Yeah. Through Jakob. But yeah, so she's the only unit other than Izana who can get Rally Magic. She gets Rally Magic and Skill, which is actually a pretty nice combination for your magical combat units. She can also get Tome Fair through that, but I think that generally
if you're gonna do magical Nina, it's probably just best to do Shining Bow because she already starts with the bow rank, and has Adventurer. I would definitely say, like, at least in Conquest, when you don't have like Priestess units, she's the best Shining Bow unit in the game. And I mean, Shining Bow's a really good weapon. And even if you want to go physical, like, if you do like Mozu Nina or Camilla Nina or something, and you could just go Bow Knight. Like, she doesn't have like the utility of like Laslow, but in terms of just like raw combat stats, also very good as a Bow Knight. She doesn't really have, again, she doesn't have the capture utility of Niles. And Lock Touch isn't exactly something special in this game, like Thief utility might be in a different Fire Emblem game. But, I mean, it's nice that she has that and Movement +1 out of the box, that she's always going to have those things. Movement +1 more so, I think. She is just one of the best child units in terms of, like, I need to add a combat unit to my team. Who do I add? Who's just going to be, like, better than whatever their Gen 1 counterpart is. And, like, Nina is, like, the perfect example of that. Where she's just going to come in and be, like, one of your hardest hitting bow units other than, like, Effie. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I think just from looking at her, she just looks like better Niles without capture utility. And hopefully we won't get screwed over at the end of this run. And it can serve as a demonstration of, like, capture utility, as strong as it is unnecessary.
Yeah.
We're not getting a pass Falco, by the way. We're not getting a pass Falco. In case anyone in chat is wondering about our level 11 Niles on the bench.
Yeah. But she, what was I gonna say? One very convenient thing, also, this map, has a lot of treasures, and one of those is a Shining Bow. So, like, you just get a Shining Bow alongside Nina, which is really good.
Yeah, funneling you towards that build.
Like, you can buy one in the shop, and if you want, you can, like, forge them to make it a 15 might weapon.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's necessary. But you could do it. But yeah, overall, I like Nina a lot.
Yeah. I got nothing else to say. Like I said, I've never used this unit. I've recruited her once, and I didn't use her in that run. And I don't use Niles that much. So oftentimes he just, like, doesn't get married.
She has a very funny support with Soleil where they argue about Yaoi and Yuri.
Have you ever gotten use out of Daydream? It just feels like, obviously, if you're trying to make her, like, kill an important boss, it is nice to have a damage stacking skill, but it is so conditional!
It's so like, the boost is good. Like, +2 damage dealt, -2 damage taken is the boost for a lot of the good personal skills. And it is the same boost, so it's just as good if you're in a situation where you can use it. But, I imagine... I was gonna say you could make use of it in Rev because of Ryoma and Xander being paired together, but lol, Rev Niles.
Yeah. Yeah. Very unfortunate unit. At least he can be, like, a plus move Parabot in Rev. That's something.
That's true.
Yeah.
I'm not on Nina.
Alright, well...
We can also... Do you want to go ahead and do the Ophelia unit review?
Yeah, let's do that. So I was telling chat while you were away, but I have actually never used Ophelia, so I don't have, like, first-hand experience with her. I can only go off of what I've seen in terms of either other people using her or the numbers. She seems pretty good. Just high magic, Nosferatu. You can either do Vantage Life and Death or Vantage Nosferatu, or you can do both, like, on the way to it.
Yeah.
She's kind of just like a better version of Odin, which like, well, okay, I say better version of Odin, obviously discounting availability. She's one of the kids who does the same thing their parent does, but slightly better, from what I can tell. But this is going to be mostly you on the unit review, because like I said, I don't have first-hand experience, so it's very possible that I'm missing something.
Yeah, so I have a lot of experience using Ophelia, as you can probably tell. I would actually say that the comparison to be made is more so to Nyx than Odin, at least in terms of sort of stat distribution. There's a few Gen 2 units in this game who do feel like sort of better versions of Gen 1 units, but with worse availability. And I feel like Ophelia is sort of that to Nyx, where, yes, on paper, they do both fulfill the sort of role of high magic, fragile mage. But Ophelia just generally, and of course, like, depends on the mom somewhat, but generally speaking, gonna have better hit rates, not quite as much speed with most moms, I believe, but and also, of course, access to skills which can be passed down, and arguably the child unit who benefits most from skill inheritance, just because of that access to Vantage. Vantage Nosferatu is a very strong thing. Being able to bait a bunch of enemies in with Nosferatu and then, you know, turn 2 Vantage sweep them with just like a Thunder or a Fire Tome. Odin can do it, but it requires 2 Heart Seals to both be used on him. Whereas if you're passing Vantage down to Ophelia and doing it with her, you are spending 1 Heart Seal total. So very much an improvement investment-wise. And I know some people are very hesitant when it comes to Nosferatu on Ophelia because of her fragility. And just like, oh, well, you know, isn't she just gonna die? But she is not, even though she is on the frailer side compared to like Odin or Leo, she's not quite as fragile as like Nyx or like Strategist Elise. She's got a little bit more than that, and it's pretty realistic to make it so that she lives 1 hit from any given enemy, which is, you know, if you're doing Vantage Nosferatu, that's all you need, is to just be able to live, you know, 1 hit. And as you mentioned, of course, late game there is life and death, which is sort of like the main thing that she's known for. I will say it is one of those things where it's a little, maybe a little overstated, because some of the late game conquest maps, like chapter 25 or 26, you can't really just like, oh, I'm gonna get Ophelia into Vantage range and then turn my brain off because she Vantage one-shots everything, because there's stuff like Enfeeble, there's stuff like, you know, 3 range enemies with lunge, there's you know, there's stuff there in place that makes a 1-person juggernaut like more complicated. But if you are going to do that kind of thing with life and death, she is probably the best unit to do it. Again, it's sort of one of those things where like you can with Odin as well, but it's more investment. But honestly, just even if you don't do that, even if you don't just turn her into like, I'm gonna try and destroy the late game with Vantage life and death, she still just is a very good option for an offensive mage. You know, like in Sorcerer, she's, in fact, what's her speed compared to Leo right now?
She's 16. Leo with a tonic has 21. Bear in mind, she's gonna get 2 auto levels. With the Offspring Seal currently.
Yeah, so he has like 17 right now before boosts. Yeah, so like with the Sorcerer Offspring Seal, she's gonna have she's gonna get like +2 or +3. So she'll have more than him at like 3 less levels. So she's not gonna be as bulky as Leo, but she is going to be faster. She is going to have just as hard-hitting magic. I guess there is also to bring up, she is one of the few characters in this game who gets a PRF. At the end of this chapter, she gets the Mistletoe.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, she gets the Mistletoe.
The same thing happens with Odin in Awakening, too. And they're like... I don't know, it's weird.
Yeah. Well, the difference is that Odin's Mistletoe is a joke weapon. Whereas
Yes.
Ophelia's Mistletoe is an actual weapon. It's okay. It's basically a Fimbulvetter that doesn't have the speed drop. In fact, I believe it gives +1 magic and speed when equipped. Which, it's pretty good. It's a bit shaky on the hit side, but you're probably still just going to use the tomes that you get from this paralogue anyways. Although I suppose that is another thing to mention, even though it's not something she contributes, you're going to be visiting this paralogue anyway if you're using even 1 tome unit, because the tomes here are so good. So it's kind of like, hey, you're incentivized to get Ophelia anyways, and usually, unless you give her like a really weird mom like Effie or something, she's gonna be good enough to contribute well.
What's wrong with Effie? Mage armors are awesome.
Mage armors are awesome. I will say, if Baron was a class in this game, I would try it.
You said people are hesitant to use Nosferatu because of her low defense. Just reclass to General. Easy. Solved.
Oh, true. General Nosferatu. I was gonna say Shadow Gift, but that doesn't work like that.
Yeah, it doesn't give you tome rank. It's only for like using in
I guess
classes that already
you could
can.
do it with Oni Chieftain because that's bulky.
No, yeah. But regardless, like, I'm glad you mentioned life and death late game and skill inheritance, because even if you're planning on going into Master of Arms for life and death, inheriting one of the samurai skills from Odin, specifically Vantage, means you spend less levels in it. And like, much like Odin does not want to stay in samurai for long, I don't think Ophelia wants to stay in Master of Arms for particularly long either.
He does not.
No, but have you considered multiple arm scrolls and then using Leo's Ice Blade and the Bolt Axe and...
See, you say that, and like, yeah, you could. So, that's another part of that build where people are kind of like, again, hesitant because, like she's at E rank with physical weapons and her damage is going to be really bad. And that's true. Though I think it's easier to get her kills and get her those levels than I think people think, because, mainly because, like you said, you can get her Vantage, so she only needs to spend 3 levels. And then if you, like, edge the experience so that, like, she's barely on the cusp of leveling up, you effectively only need to get her 2 levels. Like, and good use of dual strikes can get her some kills, not too much difficulty. It definitely makes her substantially worse during the time she's in the class. However, because it's like effectively only 2 or like 2.5 levels that you have to spend, you can definitely get her in and out in the span of 1 chapter, if you're like focused on that.
Especially if you use a shared route paralogue for that, because they have higher level enemies than the story.
Yeah, true. So yeah, I would say she's one of the strongest child units in the game for sure, especially because her dad is available so early. I would say Percy is... I would say I'd probably rate Percy a little higher.
Really?
Just because he's more versatile. Just has the innate flyer,
also benefits a lot from inheritance. Like Percy has also a lot of upsides. But
Yeah.
Ophelia definitely has a higher performance ceiling, if that makes sense.
Well, we didn't even mention the crit build with her, because her personal skill.
That is true. I will say, if you want to go for crit builds,
Mjolnir's in this game, I guess, technically.
This game does have Mjolnir. If you want to go for crit builds on her, it is easier than other units because Bibliophile's pretty easy to activate.
I do think, I mentioned this earlier, but it's very funny that both Odin and Ophelia are units who want to use Nosferatu, and both of their personal skills are useless when using Nosferatu.
It is funny. But yeah. I love Ophelia as a unit. Extremely fun to use. I can't wait to put her to good use here.
But should we talk about Shigure?
Yeah.
Like, speaking of units who might have staff access at this point in the game, Falco Knights. I don't think Falco Knights are a really great class to, like, stay in, but oftentimes you go through it.
Yeah, let's often seal him into Falco Knight just to look at his what his actual stats are at this point.
Yeah. Bearing in mind that these are going to be variable based on the parent, based on recruitment time.
Yeah, I think Shigure is, like, he's very much a low effort unit in the sense that, like, he is the easiest path to rally speed, even if it's not necessarily the best unit to have rally speed on. Like, again, like, we have Laslow with it, and because of his personal skill, like, he's a better rallier. But it's pretty easy. He's pretty easy to get that, and innate flight. In particular, there are 2 chapters that come to mind where being a royal with flight is notable, which is the Endless Stairway, and Hinoka's.
Dragon Fangs, right?
Yeah, the Dragon
Veins.
Mains on those maps. So, being innately... I mean, obviously, like, you have Camilla, you have Wyvern Xander, Wyvern Elise. But, like, Shigure being a natively flying royal is neat. And these stats are decent for this point. Like, for a level 6 unit, like, for this point, this is, like, decent stats.
The one that stands out to me is his 20 defense, TBH. Is that from Laslow?
Laslow doesn't pass down super good defense. Shigure has, like, decent bulk, natively. Like, the skill, I think, is from Laslow, and then I expected him to have a bit better strength, to be honest, but I guess that's also just Falco Knight.
Yeah, Falco Knight's a pretty bad class.
Yeah, the most well-known thing with Shigure is, doing Jakob as the dad, because then you can get rally speed, defense, and res.
Doesn't that also, because of inheritance shenanigans, give him Wyvern access, I believe?
Yeah, so like, Jakob passes down rally res, Shigure offspring seals for rally speed, and then he grabs rally defense. And also, like, his stats in Wyvern Lord, like, his combat in Wyvern Lord will be pretty solid, because, like, he'll still have pretty good speed and darting blow, but it'll give him, better bulk, strength +2, all that. So, he becomes, like, this, like, I think, flying unit with easy access to rallies, kind of hard to be bad. And then royal on top of that. But his combat does kind of fail to stand out. And there are other units also who can do the rally stuff. And, like, it's not, like, really that exclusive to him.
It's, it is a nice rally combination. It does suck that he doesn't get any offensive ones other than speed if you were to do the Jacob thing. But I guess that you rally them for enemy phase anyway, right?
Yeah.
So it's not
it also
the biggest deal in the world.
Yeah. And with Laslow and Niles, he can do strength, skill, speed.
Yes.
Because they both pass him Bow Knight, and then they both have friendships that give them rally strength.
And we are in a situation where we can potentially do that if we want. Much like Laslow, he has a personal skill that synergizes with the rallies, but I think people really overstate how helpful this is. Yes, it is a free source of healing, and I talked about with, like, the luck-based mercenary one, and Amaterasu, and, Keaton's, like, the every 5 turns thing, even better, or whatever, or every 2 turns, even better, or odd-shaped, I forget which one it is. The healing skills I do think are a little bit underrated, but this is more conditional than it really should be, with, like, it has to be someone lower HP than you, and 10% of their total HP is usually gonna be like 3 or 4 points. Sometimes it makes the difference, but it's not that much of a heal, right?
Yeah. Like, it's okay. Like, free healing is free healing. And it's not like it's inconsistent. Like, it isn't luck-based or anything. But it is one of the less notable healing effects.
I think if this wasn't 2 people who had lower HP than you, I would like it a lot more. Because it's not like Shigure has a low HP value, but, like, the people who have lower HP than him are not going to be benefiting that much from the heal, whereas, like, you could top off a unit like Keaton, who gets, like, 5 from that, but you can't, because he's never gonna have more HP than him. It's also, like, one of the nice things about a unit who is in a rally role is if they take a hit, you don't need to prioritize healing them. But in Shigure's case, that turns off the heal. That turns off his pitch perfect.
Yeah.
So maybe it's just that it feels bad to me, and I'm, like, exacerbating the problems for that reason. But the fact that it's so inconsequential to begin with, and then they added the conditional that they really didn't need to on top of it, pisses me off.
Mm-hmm. I'm also seeing, because people are talking about the combat of Gen 2 units, because you brought up Shigure's. I do think most Gen 2 units, like, if you give them a decent parent, have good combat. I think Shigure is definitely below the curve in that regard. Like, I think Sophie, Ophelia, Valoria, Soleil, Nina, like, these are all units with good to great combat. Shigure is just not really on the same level as most of them.
The only Gen 2 units that stick out in my mind as having bad combat are, aside from Shigure, are Dwyer and Forest, who start out in the Troubadour class line anyway. And, like,
well,
I know Dwyer doesn't really want to stay there, and, like, you can do combat stuff with him. I just don't like it.
Yeah.
But, like, those 2 units start out in I want to be a support unit class.
No.
I guess arguably Siegbert. I haven't used him enough to, like, definitively say that, but I've heard some people say he's poopy.
I think Siegbert has better combat than Shigure. Kana and Midori also have bad combat, but that's also just because they're bad in general.
I forgot about their existence. I'ma be real. I was racking my brain. I went through all the Gen 2 units, and their names did not cross my mind.
Ignatius also, like, can have good combat.
Ignatius is very mother dependent.
Yeah.
I'd say Ignatius's combat is just a better version of Benny. So take that for what it's worth, because I don't like Benny that much, but he does have a genuine niche as, like, a physical tank. And if you want one, just make it Ignatius instead. I don't know.
Yeah. Like, I think a good amount of parents, like, or a good amount of kids have, like, either, like, better combat than their parents, or, like, worse, but only because their parents are really strong. Like, Sophie has some pretty good combat. The only reason she's not better than Silas is because, Silas, you know?
And we'll be getting to Sophie soon. Like, we're recruiting her this stream.
Yeah. But, like Percy compared to Arthur, Nina compared to Niles, what's another one I'm thinking? Ignatius compared to Benny.
Ophelia to Odin.
Like, there's a good amount who have better than their parents. But, like, Valoria compared to Keaton, because we're gonna get to Valoria. That unit's insane.
We've been gassing up Keaton. Just you wait.
Yeah, just you wait till we get Valoria.
And everything I say about Keaton, I still stand by. Like, I still think he's real fucking good. Just, you know.
Yeah.
Do you have anything more to say
Shigure
about
is like,
Shigure?
no, he's okay.
Just okay.
Yo, now imagine if her personal skill boosted all proc rates.
Should we talk about her?
I mean, no reason we shouldn't.
That is the point. Yeah, that is okay. So this is a painful one for me because Midori is one of my favorite characters and she's just so fucking ass. Midori's gimmick, as it were, and this is not the only thing about her, but her gimmick is she's got an incredibly high luck growth, right? Does she even actually? What the
it's not incredibly high. It is above average, but Camilla is like a lower luck mother, so
okay. That's so sad. That's so sad. With the one thing she has going for her, quote unquote, has going for her, and we sabotaged it.
Hey, yo, you promote to Mechanist, you get plus 10 skill though. That's pretty neat.
It helps with the lethality build.
It does. It does.
So Midori's whole thing is being the luck unit, right? She has a decently high luck base, luck growth, and her personal skill is, it's not Lucky 7, what's it called? Lucky Charm. It gives a flat plus 20% to luck-based skills, so if it's like a luck percent, and here she would have 22 luck, so it'd be a 42% chance for a luck-based skill to go off. Not like the greatest odds, if it's something that's life or death, but a 42% chance of a beneficial effect is quite nice. And it's not like we haven't been demonstrating that if a unit is seeing a significant number of combats, which you can do if you have 1-2 range and pair up, proc skills are going to go off. We've shown that with the Soul Ninjas, you can do it with Soul Mages. Astra is another one, just because it's on Ryoma, and Saizo has access to it, that is really good for the same reason. It fills up the guard gauge. Luna and Aether and the other ones that are like just add extra damage are not particularly good in my opinion, but you know, 42% is a very high chance. That's alright, right? Let's take a look. Let's take a look at every single luck-based, because it's only luck skills. She can't use it for soul, which is skill-based. Let's take a look at every single luck-based skill accessible in Conquest. Dragon Ward, well, let's be generous and talk about the ones that are even in non-Conquest threats. Dragon Ward is fucking ass, and it's not even accessible in Conquest. Salvage Blow requires Oni Corrin. Miracle requires Shrine Maiden Corrin. Miraculous Save requires Kaze Backpack. Future Sight requires Diviner Corrin. Good Fortune and Profiteer and Witch's Brew, which requires DLC, Or, if you're playing with a fucking randomizer, you could get Goodie Basket or Make a Killing, I guess.
Yo, Make a Killing and Profiteer on Midori with the increased... No, that's the randomizer tech.
So, I don't think I need to talk about Dragon Ward. Even if we had access to it, it's not good. I don't think I need to talk about Salvage Blow. As funny as the money bot Salvage Blow on the Dragon Skin, or what is it called? Hex Skin, whatever fucking guys. Void Curse is like it is a meme, and also she can't do that. The ones that people talk about are Miracle, Miraculous Save, and Profiteer. Technically, Witch's Brew is just Profiteer under a different name because you get tonics instead of gold bars. So,
Kinda true.
Miracle and Miraculous Save do stack. I'm aware of the PvP build. I've talked about the PvP build in a video. Basically how it works is like each one checks separately from each other. So if you give her a Voltive Candle, there'll be 3 checks for Miracle to go off, at a 42% chance, or higher if you have higher luck. Just in this example, it'd be that. The thing is that Miracle can only go off once before you have to be healed. And also, the fail case for Miracle not going off at the exact moment you need it to is death. Like, Soul, the fail case for Soul not going off is death, but it's the fail case for Soul not going off over the course of 4 or 5 combats a single time. Miracle needs to go off the first time it has an opportunity to go off. If Miracle doesn't go off even once, then you're dying, because Miracle's for lethal damage only. There are funny Miracle clips, I posted them myself, but it's just not good. If you are relying on, even if you have all 3 of them, if you are relying on a 42%, or let's be generous, what's her luck cap? Let's say she's capped luck. You fed her every goddess icon. What is it, 50 plus 50-ish% chance to not die? And you just fail 3 coin flips? She just fucking dies? But even if you succeed on the coin flip, she can't see another round of combat because Miracle can't go off if you have 1 HP. And you're sacrificing your Corrin marriage and Corrin talent for this. That's pretty bad. Like, I think that's the most cope.
Yeah, realistically, the only thing you are...
Miracle counter?
using...
That is comedy. That is comedy, I'll say that. Sorry.
It's okay. Yeah, the only thing you are realistically actually using it for is Profiteer. So, luck, I was gonna say luck percent. Luck plus 20% chance to get a gold bar. It's a gold bar, in any of the first 7 turns of a map, and you can't, like, dance to get multiple tries a turn. It's just 1 per turn.
Just
so,
one try, too. You can't dance if you fail, either.
Yeah. So, if a gold bar is 300 gold. So let's say you really get Midori's luck up to, like, and you really get the proc rate up to, like, 50% or something. You're gonna get 3 to 4 gold bars a map, which is assuming you beat the map in 7 or more turns, which you might not. But let's say 3 to 4 gold bars a map, which is 900 to 1200 for every map that you're deploying her, which is not that much. And like we've been talking about, Conquest, the Conquest does not, it is not so stingy with gold that you need every last bit that you can get. Thank you, Midori. Very fucking cool. Could somebody clip that?
So what? The reason I was promoting her was to demonstrate this is a promoted level 5 skill, which means that if you want to delay for, like, if you want to get it via Offspring Seal, she's not going to use gold until pretty late into the game. If you early recruit her, you can early promote her in order to, like, train her up, get the level 5 skill as soon as possible. It's, considering this is a shared route paralog, it's not unreasonable to get some promoted levels, even if you do this early on her, because enemies are going to be higher level than in the main campaign, which is definitely nice. But it exacerbates the bigger issue with her, which is outside of getting you money, these are not impressive stats. Like, this is with Camilla Mom. Camilla fix any physical child, and this is what we get for Camilla.
Yeah, it doesn't get better than this.
I'm pretty sure even Corrin doesn't give better stats than Camilla, right?
Huh?
I'm pretty sure even Corrin doesn't give better stats than Camilla, right?
Depends on whatever their boon is. It'll probably be more than whatever Camilla would give in that stat, but otherwise, no. So it's like Corrin and Camilla, but this is about as good as it gets, and just the amount of money that she gives and what it's worth is not that valuable, and otherwise, like, keep in mind, I think there is kind of a floor to how bad Midori can be, because at the end of the day, she is gonna have bows and potentially daggers if you just give up on the money entirely and promote to Mechanist.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like, you know, she has access to good weapon types, and I think the apothecary skills, especially Potent Potion, are quite nice. Like, like, a 50% extra effect on, like, tonics is really good.
I think Quick Salve is a little slept on. It's, like, written off as worse Gale Force, but, like, it's still a movement tech at the very least. Or, like, a free heal, and then you attack, you know?
Yeah, so, like, there is a floor to how bad Midori can be, because she has, like, access to good weapon types and good, like, some good skills. But, God, compared to how good so many of the Conquest units are, this is one of the worst units in the game, and there's just not really much of a reason to use her over any other bow or dagger unit.
Well,
like basically anything that you would be like, oh, I want this bow or dagger, like, combat unit, unless it's specifically for the apothecary skills, all the other units of those weapon types are probably going to do better.
The one thing I will say is that she is the freest build a Takumi killer without actually training them. We've talked about the build your own go-to thing with a couple of the kids, where if you delay their recruitment until the final map, they get their level 18 stats and skills, and you don't ever have to field them. She can get life and death from her father, she can get a random damage stacking skill from whoever her mother is, and then she gets Spendthrift for free and has bow access, to get, like, arm scroll into Crescent Bow, and has one of the easiest paralogs in the game. So if you have a poorly made team going into endgame and you're like, shit, I have no answer for Takumi, you can, like, you can do worse. But the thing is, like, not only is she not even the only kid who can do that, but also, if you've gotten that far in the game and you don't have someone who, like, it doesn't even need to be one person. Like, we talk about a Takumi killer, but you can have, like, multiple people attack Takumi, even if they die in retaliation. It's the final map. Like, I get that people don't like it when their units die, but, like, if Valoria does half and Soleil does half and both of them die in retaliation, like, you still win the game.
Yeah, well, and also I want to point out that, like, that's the whole build of, like, you know, whatever, of, like, life and death and another damage stacking skill and an arm scroll, that's not nothing. Like, you do have to have the foresight to be like, okay, I'm gonna send Kaze into into Master of Arms to get life and death and pass that down, and I'm gonna reserve one of the 4 arm scrolls for her. Like, so even that, it's like you need to have a level of pre-planning for that and putting resources into her just to do that job, which is not essential, and other units can do it.
Not only into Master of Arms, but in Master of Arms for 4 levels. Like, this isn't dipping for Vantage. This is dipping for a level 15 promoted skill. So, like, 4 levels minimum, and they have to be 4 high experience levels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like Alico's pointing out, like, even if you are rescue skipping endgame, you don't have to do the turn 1 setup. There are other setups that exist for turn 2 and turn 3 that allow you to safely get multiple units down there. In which case, like you said, you can get multiple units down, and you don't even necessarily have to, like, sacrifice them. Like, they could all live, and you could kill Takumi, like, in the first couple turns. So,
oh, for sure. I'm just pointing out that, it is. I was just pointing out that it is like,
Yeah, so overall, like, almost every like claim that Midori can stick to is just like not actually that important or impressive.
It is at the very least better than like Benny, who doesn't really have any actual claims except for like Kitsune Layer and Internal Staircase.
Hey. I get more use out of Benny's personal skill than I do out of Midori on the average playthrough.
Oh, you know what? You're right. I hate that you're right.
Like,
I don't know. I don't think she's the worst unit in the game, but I think she's almost always going to be in the conversation. And anyone who says that she is not in contention, I feel like is just gassing up one or more of her positives. Because much like we talked about with Flora, right? Like, the bad units in this game are not... You're not Sophia, you're not even, like, Bune, right? Like, this is the strongest cast we've ever gotten. Conquest, not Fates as a whole. Like, there's some shitters in fucking Birthright.
And Rev.
And oh, and Rev.
If this were a Rev discussion, it'd be a different thing.
But... there's some, like, just because, and I do want to acknowledge, like, the build your own Goto thing, it is high investment, but it is real. Getting money, it's unnecessary, but it is real. Apothecary skills, they're nice. Bows are nice. Hidden weapons are nice. Miracle is not real. But, like, she's got some stuff going for her. But just because you got some stuff going for you doesn't mean you can't be the worst unit in Conquest.
Yeah, for sure.
Everyone's got some stuff going for them. See our Flora conversation about, like, high-rank stabs and shuriken combat and giving Felicia Dark Mage, right? Like, everyone does a little bit of something if you want them to.
Yeah,
Mighty
and then,
Midori!
I will say though, even though she is bad, I do like using her. She is a character who I like quite a bit as well.
Just look at her! She's gonna fall over, it's so cute. Oh no! Bonk! Yippee!
So yeah.
Before that, actually, let's do the unit review.
Let's make sure to do the unit review.
You have more experience using Soleil than I do. I think our thoughts on her are fairly similar, but would you like to, do the honors?
Yeah, I love Soleil. This unit's so fun. And very good, I think. Soleil is, like, sort of the other main candidate for Soul Ninja other than Silas. It's, like, technically easier on her because she has a ninja innately, but Silas is probably getting ninja before Soleil joins. It depends. But yeah. She... One thing that I want to point out that I feel like not a lot of people talk about, but it's actually very good, is her personal skill. This might be the best Gen 2 personal skill. The sort of way I think about it is like the late game version of Vow of Friendship, where the bonuses aren't quite as good. It's +2 instead of +3, but it's also a lot easier to set up in the late game.
I mean, we're doing it right now with Camilla.
Yeah. And and in terms of units she actually has supports with, she has Nina Friendship, Sophie Friendship, and Ophelia Friendship. Sophie's especially notable if you're doing Ninja, because, like you mentioned before, the Great Knight pair-up being super good. And then also her mother. Obviously, we're doing Azura, so we can't really do that, but, like, if you're doing Selena Soleil, or Peri Soleil, or Charolette Soleil, something like that, it's just, like, super easy to activate and still very good bonuses. It makes her stronger and tankier than she first seems. Like, Camilla's going to be giving her +2 res, but then Sisterhood's also going to be giving +2. And if these were physical enemies, we pass down Voice of Peace, which is essentially, like, +2 defense for her. And like, my personal favorite mother for her is Peri, because she can always pass down Elbow Room, and Peri Laslow is a fast support. But I just think Soleil is like... I think Silas is the better unit, because he joined so much earlier and has all those early game contributions. But if you're like, I just want an easy Soul Ninja for the late game, I think Soleil is the best option. It's just so easy to stack damage on her with Sisterhood, Strong Riposte, Shuriken Fair, and then, like, potentially Elbow Room or something. Just super convenient unit.
On the topic of Sisterhood, because she's a Generation 2 unit, I think her being a Gen 2 unit makes it better than it would be as a Gen 1 unit, because Gen 2 units, at least in my opinion, are less concerned about building support rank than Gen 1 units. You don't get any children out of it, and so the only reason you're building support is either the pair-up bonuses or the ability to reclass through friendship and partner seals. Soleil already has all of the classes she cares about as a combat unit, which I do think is probably her best role, just out of the base. Like, no matter who her mother is, she can be a Soul Ninja, and she gets both of those plus whatever mom passes down. So she doesn't care about getting new classes via friendship, and as a result, she doesn't care if you gave her someone who she's not, like, yes, obviously you do want to get the support bonuses, especially if you're doing pair up, but if you're just doing, like, tag team or something, just being able to activate Sisterhood, isn't going to set you back in terms of support routing in the way that it would if you're like, oh, well, I gotta get this marriage and this friendship for this skill combo and this child and yada yada yada. And since you pass down skills from the parent as well, that adds to the lack of necessity to class dip in Gen 2. Not that there's no benefits from doing it, but it is definitely much less of a concern, especially for a unit like Soleil, who just has a build pre-installed.
And also, if, like, because your only real concern is, like, the stat bonuses, her mom will always activate Sisterhood, and they'll always start with a C support and have a fast support. Like, if you've done, like, Selena Soleil, and you have Wyvern Selena, then that pair-up is gonna give strength and defense from Wyvern Lord on top of Sisterhood, and be, like, a really fast support. And, like, we've already seen that Selena with the Silas, like, Master Ninja pair-up is good. It would be, like, a very similar deal.
So yeah, like, just really convenient. And also, even if you don't want to do Soul Ninja, like, at the bare minimum, she's like a high strength bow knight. That's still pretty nice.
Arguably,
But yeah.
suits her stats better because it's a more player face oriented class, but you know, Fates, your stats are liquid.
Yeah. I think Soleil is one of the best Gen 2 units. Like, I think her, Ophelia, and Percy are the ones that really stick out to me as being, like, cream of the crop Gen 2.
The only thing that holds her back, in my opinion at least, is, like, compared to specifically Percy and Ophelia, is Laslow joins relatively late for a dad. It's still early enough in the game, but Soleil's going to get recruited on the later end of children. It's not as bad as, like, late Jakob, Dwyer, or Forrest, or Siegbert, but it can be, especially, you know, we did not help that by picking Azura.
Yeah.
But especially if Laslow is leaning into that rally role, oftentimes building supports is going to be a little bit of an issue.
There's another reason why I like doing Peri Soleil. It's the fastest one.
Oh, that's true. That does require you to use Peri for longer than I would like.
Yeah. Well, we would like to use Peri never.
Well, no, her join map, she makes a good sacrifice.
Honestly, short-term Peri's like fine.
Yeah. I joke.
Yeah. But yeah, Soleil's awesome.
I think that's enough. I think that's enough.
That as well.
Oh,
yeah.
Anyone who saw the previous stream knows that it appeared that Benny died. But an interesting thing about Fates and Awakening is that the units with potential to give birth to children will always give a retreat quote instead of a death quote. So he actually just retreated. He didn't die. And we definitely didn't revive him from the dead with fell magic.
Yeah.
We definitely didn't.
Fell magic casted by his wife Nyx.
Yeah, we definitely didn't let Nyx's fell magic. Because that would have a very, oh no, something has gone wrong. Something has gone wrong. I think something bad has happened to Ignatius.
Hey, he has more base strength than Benny, so, like,
Yeah.
it can't be that bad.
I pointed this out to you in call. But I gave Benny Nyx, which, like, Nyx Ignatius, I have not done the math, but Nyx Ignatius is definitely not doing any fucking favors to Ignatius' strength. Meanwhile, Benny, at level 15, has 15 base strength. When I peeked in, like, right now Ignatius is level 17. At level 14, Ignatius had 16 strength, which was more than Benny. And Benny was a higher level.
Actually.
Was it 17? Oh my god, it's even more extreme than I thought.
Yeah,
So just to highlight just how bad, like, this, we're not rehashing Benny as a bad unit, but, like, the strength problem, it'd be real.
So, yeah, Ignatius, functionally, once you get him, is basically just better Benny. Like, this is Benny if he was actually able to be, like, a combat unit and not just an iron wall. He's gonna have, obviously, noticeably better strength. Like, this is Ignatius with the lowest strength mom possible. And his speed, if you give him a faster mom, like, Selena, or Peri, or Charolette, he'll actually have enough speed to where, like, he doesn't really need a wary fighter in order to avoid getting doubled by most things. And his defense will still be pretty good. And speaking of which, his personal skill also helps with that as well.
This is
It's quite
basically
good.
unconditional.
Yeah, it's basically unconditional. It works in both attack stance and guard stance. And, like, you always want to be in one of the two stances, pretty much, most of the time. So, and getting +2 in attack stance also is very nice. Helps him be bulkier even when using dual strikes to kill. His biggest problem... Well, okay, two big problems. One is availability, because, like, he's one of the latest kids in like when you take into account father's join time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And unlike Forrest or Siegbert, or his dad's not very good, which is the other problem. Like, you have to deploy Benny, which is usually not... I mean, it's not terrible, because Benny can backpack, and, he makes a good defensive backpack, but he comes pretty late, and it's hard for me to say that he's, like, super good because of that, but if you want... Like Effie has better things to be doing, so if you want, like, this tanky armor knight, or, like great knight general unit later on, Ignatius is probably your best bet.
If all you care about is the defense itself, Benny is on average going to have more defense. But if you want a tank who can actually deal damage in return, Ignatius is a lot better. And Ignatius, like you said, he doesn't need Wary Fighter. I would argue that with the amount of, like, stat stacking you can do, you can even get Benny to the point where he doesn't need Wary Fighter, but Ignatius is a lot easier to get there. He's not going to need a rally and a tonic every map to do it.
Yeah.
It is unfortunate. So, one of the upsides of the kids is their flexibility, and Ignatius, being the son of a unit who's already not flexible, lacks a lot of that flexibility. If he goes outside of the tank role, he can be successful, but he's usually going to be worse at whatever role you put him in than other people. But skill inheritance, we gave him these as a meme. If you're actually doing this paralog late, oftentimes it's not mandatory, but it is very helpful to give him Wary Fighter, so as a green unit, he doesn't just die to the Omnioji if you're at the point where they're promoted. Once these ones get to him, he's just dead. But the ones up here, he can potentially survive if you give him Wary Fighter. And it does kind of suck because, one, that is a skill that he can just get through Offspring Seal if you're at the point in the game where you're recruiting Ignatius, unless you have really rushed Ignatius, he probably gets a level 5 buff Offspring Seal, and, like, you probably don't want Luna. But two, it's a skill that he's often not even going to need. So it just feels awkward inheritance-wise for him. Further limiting the flexibility of a unit who's already not that flexible.
Yeah, he, cause with a faster mom, like you mentioned, like, oh, you give Benny a rally and a tonic to avoid getting doubled. If Ignatius has a good mom, he can use that rally and a tonic to double some enemies. Like, he can get to that point. And at that point, like, that paired with his bulk is really good. So yeah, Wary Fighter, unless you give him a slower mom like Beruka or something, generally going to be a waste on him. Which is unfortunate. But
for context, I've had Benny double enemies in the late game of Revelations. So, like, that's... and Ignatius is going to be better to do that. So, like, just to shine a light on how easy it is to hit those doubling thresholds even with slow units like these two.
Yeah. So, I like using him. Unfortunately, he's a bit... he's definitely one of the less used kids in the game, I think, just because, like, his dad's already not great, and he comes later.
Yeah. Yeah, not much else to him. Before we test the map out, do we want to talk about Forest? Because you and I were actually talking about Forest last night. I think we have different takes on him.
Yeah, well, I was thinking there was a bit more of a difference between him and Dwyer than there kind of is. There are still some differences, but Forest, I think, I think if you're giving Jacob a physical mom, Forest is almost certainly going to be like better than Dwyer, because if Dwyer is like physical, then the fact that he auto levels staff rank instead of something else is bad for him generally. But for Forest, Forest is like always going to be magically inclined basically, so the fact that he auto levels staff rank and then just can promote into like strategist is actually pretty nice.
Wait until you see my Charolette Forest build. That's not magically
true, for
inclined.
that canonical hair color. And then and then especially if you have like Felicia as the mom, like we have, is like you can easily pass down Demoiselle or like Inspiration or something. And Forest Magic is like surprisingly quite good. Like he's gonna Offspring Seal to like level 8, I think, at this point in the story, and get quite a bit of magic when promoting to strategist.
His speed is also alright.
Yeah, his speed's also surprisingly. So it's like he's a good staffer, but then also if he needs to enter combat, he's surprisingly competent. Obviously not at like taking hits or anything, but in terms of dealing damage. And I think he unfortunately, I can't really say that he's like super good, because ultimately like he is going to be a pretty late joiner. He is mainly going to be a staffer, which like you don't need a lot of in this game. And for us, right, like if you're doing Felicia Forest and you want a second staffer, you can deploy Forest, but if you only want one, you should probably just keep using Felicia, right? But I like him as a late staff bot option, who can also do combat. It's almost kind of like what Flora wants to be, which is like, oh, staff bot who can also do some combat, but like in actuality she's not very good at combat. And Forest is gonna have better magic for staffing. So I don't know, he's not amazing. I like him though.
When I called him and Secret the bad child units, I did not mean in the way of like unsalvageable trash. This is Wendy and Sophia tier. More in that I am significantly less impressed with the later children than I am the earlier ones. Partially because it feels like, obviously availability is iffy with the children because you do have to get them paired rather than join them in a point in the story. But with the early kids, if you don't want them on your army early on, you can always delay them. Like, the obvious comparison for Forest is Dwyer, because they're both troubadours. With similar stats, Forest has slightly better magic and speed, assuming they have the same mother. But, Dwyer then has the advantage of, like, being able to get an early level 15 skill. Forest is always going to only be able to be your late staffer. Whereas, like, if you want to make Dwyer into your single early staffer, like, say you've reclassed both Elise and Jakob, Dwyer can be early. Which is why I tend to like him better than her. Or him better than... Fuck, I just misgendered Forest. I'm sorry. I like both. I like Dwyer better than Forest. I like him better than him. But the thing with Forest is, yes, he can be that late game staffer. You do also get Izana for free. You get the second servant. Flora is a unit who I do think is a worse version of Forest, but also doesn't come comes earlier and doesn't have the cost of, like, you have to pair up Leo, which I use Leo in most runs, but I do still think being a second generation unit, requiring you to use a specific parent, at least short term, in order to get you, is a little bit inconvenient when team planning. Yeah. And it also means that, and I guess this isn't necessarily fair for comparing Izana and Flora, but the later children have longer to go before they can start building their supports, which I guess Forrest doesn't really care about supports. He doesn't want to reclass into anything, and I guess stat backpacks would be nice, but if you're just the staff botter, like, who cares?
Yeah.
I think
yeah, I will
fine.
say on the topic of
oh, sorry.
On the topic of comparing to Dwyer, I will say that, like, I think, and this is part of the reason I do prefer Forrest a little, is that for Dwyer, if he needs a magic mom to be comparable to Forrest, and Forrest is basically always going to have a magic mom, like, unless you're specifically doing, like, Beruka Leo for Malignite Leo. Whereas, like, I feel like usually Jacob doesn't want to marry the magical moms. Nyx Jacob is okay. I feel like usually if you're kind of using Jacob and pairing him with someone, it's probably, like, one of the wyverns or generally someone physical, in which case Dwyer's not gonna, his magic isn't gonna scale as well.
That's fair. Although, I don't like to use Jacob long term. Maybe I'm an anomaly in that regard. I know that you also don't.
Yeah.
So I tend to think of Jacob's marriage, like, mostly just as, if I'm using Dwyer, just for Dwyer and not care what it offers Jacob.
Yeah. Whatever's convenient to get a pairing down.
And then if I'm not using Dwyer, I just disregard whoever conveniently can get it. Like we did Elise just to get the experience from the map.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I don't know. I tend to think that it is fair that Dwyer might the comparison of, like, Jacob wanting a different spouse than Dwyer wants for a mom is fair, but I also think, like, I don't know, if we're assuming, I feel like we should assume that not necessarily an optimal parent, but not a parent that the kid
Actively doesn't want, right?
Right. It's just, I think it's notable if there is, like, a sort of conflict of interest between, like, what the parent wants and what the kid wants for, like, pairings.
That's fair. Yeah.
I think it is also notable that, like, Dwyer only has the availability advantage if Jacob is first. Otherwise, they're basically the same.
Late Jacob. Well, in that case, they're basically, like, Forrest is just better because Forrest has better stats and also doesn't require you to use late Jacob for.
Yeah, his dad is way better.
Use late Jacob for. I was gonna say. Yeah, it would have to be because Jacob's only fast support is with Corrin, right? And you can't marry.
Well, and Felicia.
Oh, true. Yeah, no, I did that in Birthright Run once.
Yeah, you would do early Felicia. You would bring her in, which is the worst.
Yeah, I had Jacob pass down. It was fun. It was like the triple auras. I had Jacob pass down Inspiration, and then Felicia pass down Demoiselle, and then he learned Gentle Homme naturally.
Dwyer's stats do become pretty awful if you do that, but it's fine.
I mean, it's Birthright. Who fucking cares, right?
Yeah, that's true too.
Forrest, I guess we should say Forrest does technically have a personal skill. This feels like a fake-ass personal skill, because even though Forrest combat is better than you would expect from a staff unit, not on enemy phase.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if this was +2 damage to males on player phase, I would actually kind of like this. Because, you know, a lot of generics are male, it's like, hey, plus... And he already has pretty good, like, player phase damage, I would like that.
I guess it can make him a mage killer if you go Butler, but, like...
So true. I have done Butler Forest exactly once, and it was Azura Forest. It was better than I expected. But it's usually not what you want to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, like, he has 7 strength right now, but it is with, like, one of the lowest strength mothers possible.
Yeah.
Although, like,
yeah.
the other moms that he's usually going to get are, like, Nyx, who's not helping him on the strength department either.
Yeah, like, that's why I would only go Butler with, like, Azura mom, because Azura Leo's, like, fine, and then he gets, like, decent strength.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's alright. I'm just not super high on him. Like, yeah, we might end up deploying him to be like a second staffer if we ever run into that situation.
Yeah.
Just free. I think I'd prefer, like, if I'm going for free staffer, I think I'd prefer Izana because he does start with the rallies. But first, it's not like Izana's strictly better. They're just different, right?
Yeah. I did Sork not tank by stacking damage, quick riposte and stuff, but I'm guessing his bulk isn't good enough in Lunatic. I mean, Lunatic doesn't change the enemy stats most of the time between, like, compared to hard.
Takumi has, like, 10 more HP, fake gamer.
I mean, that's... I didn't say always. I didn't say 100% of it.
I know, I just wanted to actually.
I mean, you could. The thing is, Forest does have very good magic, especially if you give him a high magic mom.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and he does have Dark Mage as his, like, other class. You could definitely do, if you're dedicated, you can do Nostank Forest.
And ours is gonna have hero access, so we can do Levin Sword stuff.
Oh, true. It's just, like, worse than Nostank Ophelia, but it's there.
Yeah. Do you have anything else to say about him, or should we go, like, fix his skills, because we gave him the wrong ones?
We should fix his skills. I think maybe we pass down just, like, the supportive ones. We just do, like, Heartseeker and Demoiselle.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
With, like, a Brave Axe.
Before that, let's talk about the new unit we just got.
Yeah, Valoria. Real quick, can we get a preview of what her promoted stats will be like with that offspring seal?
Yeah, so that's what she looks like. I don't know.
Well,
I like showing off the zoom-ins. I wasn't trying to troll you. I had clicked it before, like, my brain processed what you asked for. This is what a level 8 Valoria looks like. 30, 28, 27, 24. That's with the Beastone equipped. In comparison, because I think the easiest comparison, this is a level 13 Keaton in Berserker, which has better stats, but can't get the adjustments from the stones.
Yeah, and is benefiting from, like, what, like a meal and a pair up and...
Meal? Oh, right, because she doesn't get the meal because she wasn't in the army. I forgot about that. Yeah, meal, that boosts strength and speed. And then pair up that boosts, like, mostly irrelevant stats.
Yeah, but, like... Yeah, Valoria is just insane stats. Using, like, this unit, like... It feels not too... It's to a less extreme degree, but like, this unit kind of feels like using one of the late game Lagoos in, like, Radiant Dawn, like a Skrymir or something, where it's just like, you have enormous stats, and, like, yeah, one range locked in Wolf Segner sucks, and yeah, she doesn't join early enough to more easily patch up, like, a axe rank like a Keaton, but, like, with these stats, there's always something she's gonna be able to do, and honestly, there's still a good amount of places, even in the late game. Like, this isn't necessarily a game like FE9 or something where it's like, oh, all the enemies late game have, like, 1-2 range, or like 80% of them. There's still a good amount of places later on in the game where, like, a 1 range locked unit does work. And she's especially useful in an area like, say, because she's so bulky and strong, somewhere like the chapter 26 with like all the berserkers and the generals and stuff. She's basically just a souped up, even stronger version of Keaton, who can inherit skills and stuff, but just joins later.
Yeah, you mentioned that like Wolfgesser is being One Range locked sucks a little bit. I think we both have pushed back against like a lot of units don't want to use 1-2 range, at least all the time. It's always nice to have the option, but like this isn't a game where you just sit there with a hand axe and javelin, right?
Yeah.
And so it is nice staying in Wolfgesser. I personally think if you're going to only reclass one of them, and I'm not practicing what I'm preaching in this run, but I do think Valoria is typically going to be more successful reclassing than her father, even though she's going to have worse weapon ranks because she joins later. Forged Bronzes, again, we've pushed back against like Forged Bronze being the best weapon in the game, but you can forge a bronze up and like she has the stats that she has good combat even with just Forged Bronzes.
I mean,
and she has better skill than him, so she doesn't need the hit bonuses that the class provides as badly as he does.
Yeah.
know
Yeah, that's
popular-
that's one of the big advantages she has is the skill difference.
Yeah.
And skill inheritance as well, but
Yeah.
like I know skill is often looked at as a dump stat, but the more I play Fire Emblem, the more I'm just like, no, it's actually really impactful. In most titles, and this is just like that. This is one where accuracy is you have a lot of ways to bolster it, but at the same time, like you have a lot of ways to bolster all stats. Like your stats are still good to have. But yeah, I know a popular pairing is Keaton Camilla, and in that case, like, just sending her Wyvern is kind of a no-brainer, but even regardless of who her mom is, she does have access to the fighter line. And despite what Arthur and Charlotte might make you believe, Berserker is a very solid class. It's not, like, the best class in the game, but it's not awful, you know?
Yeah, no, Berserker Valoria is quite strong, and I honestly think it is maybe she's one of the Gen 2 units who really likes arm scrolls. I say that plural. She only really needs one, I think. Like you said, you can get her a bronze, like +1, maybe +2, and get up to D rank, arm scroll up to C, and then you have dual club, hammer, hand axe, like steel, all that. But it's also, I think, totally still very good to keep her in Wolfsegner. And also, one thing that I really appreciate about her is even if you're only really using Keaton as a backpack primarily, obviously, like, a lot of physical mothers want that because he gives really good parrot bonuses. And basically any physical mother makes a good mother for Valoria. The Camilla, Peri, Beruka, Selena, like pretty much anyone. So it's just kind of like whatever pairing you've done for Keaton, she's gonna work out.
Yeah, just because she has such a well-rounded, strong stat spread, it's not like some of the other kids where it's like, okay, they've got a weakness that you would like to patch up or a strength you would like to lean into. Valoria's strength is just she's misses stats. This is Kagetsu before Kagetsu.
If anything, the main thing she's concerned with is what skill she inherits, not what stats.
Especially because if you haven't reclassed Keaton, she's missing out on a father skill, because unlike some of the other kids that share their class with their primary parent, Wolfgetzer not having branch promotions means that you can't, for example, even if you don't second seal Silas, this is a bad example, but like, let's say you wanted to get both Armored Blow, or what's the level 5? Yeah, Armored Blow is level 5 Great Knight, right? Let's say you wanted both armor
Luna.
blow and Luna and defender. Oh god, it's even worse. Let's say there's a hypothetical build you're making where you want both defender and Luna on a single unit. Sophie can still inherit one of those from her dad and then offspring seal to the other one in order to get them both. Valoria doesn't have that option because Wolfgesser is a single promotion class. So the skills she gets from her mother is very impactful, especially if you didn't reclass her dad. We did, because you do have the seal economy for doing so, but you mentioned a lot of people just use him as a backpack, and if you're doing that, you probably haven't reclassed him, because like if you wanted a fighter backpack, there's one for either gender.
Yeah, although I will say, and this was something we almost ended up doing, is if you are using Keaton a decent amount in combat, you could just partner seal him once they have an S support, and you can pass down 2 skills from the mom's class if you want.
True. We did almost give certain blow, but then I remembered she doesn't need that. She's so accurate.
She doesn't, but yeah. So that's the deal with Valoria. I can't say she's like... I wouldn't say she's like in contention for like the best kid just because she joins relatively later and like Soleil comparatively joins like a little bit earlier and also just does so much as a ninja.
Mm-hmm.
But I still think Valoria's really good.
Having access to odd shapes just out of the box is also stronger than you would think. Like it seems whack like it's only one like turn or every other turn or whatever. But it is another damage stacking skill that most people don't get access to. I know she's a fairly popular Takumi killer. It is pretty high investment because you want to get her to a brave weapon, so then you get arm scrolls plural. But
yeah,
having this damage stack, having access to a fair in her native class skill, and then being able to choose what you want from friendship and husband and mother gives some amount of flexibility. I don't think she's like the best at that role. I prefer the ones who can just sort of offspring seal into it if you're specifically looking for a Gen 2 Takumi killer, but
yeah,
I don't know. It's a thing that if I didn't say it, people would bring it up.
She definitely, out of all the Takumi killers, she's definitely one of the ones who has some of the least trouble hitting the raw stat benchmarks for it.
Yeah, she's gonna cap everything relevant.
Yeah, and then like, quick draw, X fair, odd shaved, all that. So yeah, one small thing I want to point out about Valoria that I think is funny. So you'll notice her personal skill is actually a personal skill that is very infamous in Three Houses. It's Goodie Basket. One thing I want to point out is that in this game, Goodie Basket is kinda okay. In Three Houses, it's luck percent chance to heal 10% of max HP, which is quite bad.
And it's on a unit who wants to run a Wrath build.
Yeah.
Which is even
Whereas
worse.
in this game, it's flat 10 HP in a game where HP values are lower overall. Like I think if you were to Offspring Seal right now, she'd have what, about like 40?
Yeah, 42. Which like that's one of the higher values in the game, and that's 25% still.
Yeah, that's about 25%. So
like for comparison, our other really bulky unit, well, you're bulky for different reasons, but like our other really bulky units' HP values are also in the low 40s, high 30s. You don't count, you're cheating, because you're just fucking built different.
Yeah, but like, especially because she's gonna have, when she Offspring Shields, she's gonna learn better odds as well. And so they can like potentially stack. So yeah, funnily enough, despite Goodie Basket being like so infamously terrible in Three Houses, it's actually okay here.
And this is also a game where in general, I think the optimal amount of staffers is between 0 and 2, depending on the point in the game and the team composition you've got. So we've said it before with some of the other less impactful, and it's not like Goodie Basket is like game changing, but it is more impactful than like Good Fortune. The HP recovery skills are nice just to be like, I mean, we're still only fielding Felicia as our only staffer. And like maybe Izana will make the team at some point, or maybe Flora.
Never Flora.
They're closer than you think.
They are. I appreciate Rally Magic.
Yeah, I like that's the difference between them, in my opinion. Fucking outclassed by generics. Point me to all of the useful A-rank stabs, please.
Yeah, no. But, like,
sorry, that's unrelated to Valoria. It's something that I'm like, I think Flora's the worst unit in the game, but holy shit, I hate that talking point.
Yeah.
But Valoria's cool.
Yeah, I like Valoria a lot. Man, I wish I was a better fan of the transformed wolfskin design.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
I don't dislike it, but I don't know. It's okay, in my opinion.
It makes me think of, like, Yetis, which is what I like. I wonder if it's based in some sort of mythological thing, because I know a lot of people make fun of the Stoneborn design, but that's, like, actually based on something in mythology.
Will be fitting.
This is the last kid we haven't talked about yet.
Well... maybe we should give him... Maybe... Alright.
I'll fix his skills, but it would be so funny to leave it like this. It would be so fucking funny.
Yeah, well, no. See, he's a Cavalier who joins with Gamble, which actually makes him a Kieran archetype.
Yo, wait, maybe he's actually good then, because I think he's kind of shit. Not like, the Flora or like Midori or I guess we haven't talked about Midori yet. But not like at the same level as like some of the others. But at the same time, he doesn't really stand out to me. He feels comparable to Sophie, and that like joining in Cavalier is beneficial because Cavalier's skills are good, but a lot of units just don't want to spend time in Cavalier to get them. And he even has the option to inherit an additional Cavalier skill from Xander, although because of the way Offspring seals work and how late he promotes, like, usually he's gonna want to get something else from Xander because he'll get one through Offspring seal, and like, we just went over, you don't want Luna and Defender. But getting Defender for relatively free is nice, and his stats are like, they're kind of just balanced. But unlike Valoria, who we did just recently talk about, they don't feel overkill in every area, they just feel alright in every area. I can't show... I guess we'll save preps and I'll, like, go back. But I can show, like, what his promoted stats look like if we were to Offspring seal him to Paladin right now. They're, like, pretty good, but... I don't know, I'm always unimpressed by him.
Compared to Valoria, who's got like 30 strength, 28 speed, 26 defense or whatever, it's not the same.
Yeah. I know, like, I compared him to Sophie. It's not entirely fair because, like, he always has Wyvern, so he does have somewhere... He will always have a path out of Paladin. And theoretically, he's a better... Like, if you just want to go Great Knight Backpack, theoretically, he's better because he has Gallant. But, like, I don't know. For the late joining kids, I want something more than just this, personally.
Yeah. I'm a little higher on Siegbert than you are. I still don't think he's great. He's got a few things going for him. One of those is that he is always going to have Wyvern innately, and unlike a lot of the other later kids, like, he is almost certainly joining around like when you get the level 3 shops anyway, like when you're gonna have infinite heart seals. So he can just like, you know, grab Defender from Paladin and then, you know, inherit something else from his parents and then go into Wyvern Lord. And like Wyvern Xander, while obviously still very good, there is the trade-off to consider with Siegfried and the fact that you can't use it. But obviously, Siegbert doesn't have that. And then, like you mentioned, Gallant is a pretty good personal skill. In particular, it's funny that we're recruiting them in this order, but in particular, I've done a Siegbert with Valoria, and had them support. I did like Wyvern Lord Siegbert and Berserker Valoria. Very fun and very effective.
That makes sense, because she's the, in my opinion, best physical Gen 2 unit that's not Soleil, and Soleil doesn't want a male backpack.
Yeah, best of the physical, like, female ones at least.
I was trying to find I didn't want to put too many qualifiers on, but it is also, Percy's probably better. She's the best user of Gallant. Let's say that.
Yeah. So Valoria, but even then, like, if you're doing Sophie as a combat unit, like, obviously Sophie likes it.
Mm-hmm.
Really, like, anyone who's not, really just anyone who's not, like, Ophelia, basically.
Yeah.
Or Soleil. Anyone who's not Ophelia or Soleil.
Or a magical Nyx. Or, not Nyx, Nina. Like, if you focused on Shining Bow Nina, she doesn't really care for Great Knight pair-up. I guess she still doesn't hate it.
Yeah, it's okay. You could also do, like, go Malignite, I guess, in that case. I don't know.
Yeah.
But, and then, like, he usually has good skills to inherit, like
Gamble.
Well, again, yeah. But in all seriousness, like, HP plus 5, even if Charlotte's just purely backpacking. And then even if you're doing, like, Hero Xander, you can pass, like, you could pass Soul if you want, which is, like, okay on him. Not really anything super special, but,
Well, and with HP plus 5, he'd have 45 HP. Like, that's a lot.
Yeah, like, 45 HP with, like, 24 defense. Yeah, like, and then you reclass to Wyvern, and it's like, okay, I have a Wyvern with, like, a pretty good assortment of skills with like HP plus 5 and Defender and Elbow Room, and Flying Shelter as well.
And notably, he maintains the Lance rank in Wyvern as well.
Yes, and Offspring Sealing to Great Knight builds Axe rank.
Yep.
Yeah, like, he's gonna have D Axe, so you could just Offspring Seal to Great Knight and then Heart Seal to Wyvern, and you'll have Lance and Axe rank. So I still don't think he's great or anything. He's on the lower end of the cast for sure, but I don't, I think people are a little too harsh on him.
I should clarify that when I say I think he's, like, bad, quote unquote, it's not that, like, again, he's not on the same level as, like, Midori or Flora or even some of the earlier Gen 1 units. Like, he's probably better. He's definitely better than Charolette and Benny. He's probably, at least arguably, better than, like, I don't know.
I would say he's better than
Nyx.
I like him more than Peri.
Yeah, it's more just that for someone who is, like, we delayed Xander's marriage just because, like, he's Mr. Stats, he doesn't need the EXP. We benched him quite a lot just to train other people. But even if you get him as soon as possible, he's one of the latest joining people in the cast. Like, Child Join Time is weird because it's not based on a specific chapter, but it's based on being X many maps after a specific chapter because of, like, paralog routing. You'll always have to play, 7 maps after Xander joins to get Siegbert.
Yeah.
But those aren't always going to be 7 story maps.
Yeah.
But for someone who joins this late, I just want something better. Like, Valoria is also a fairly late joining child unit, and I like her a lot more. I don't know, maybe I'm just holding him to too high a standard because of the immediate comparisons, both in terms of like Sophie comes a lot earlier and can do most of what he does almost as good. And then Valoria comes around the same time and is just like so much better.
Yeah. I just think, like Valoria's really good combat. I do think she's better. I think Shigure is like a pretty nice free option for like, especially if you're doing like an Iron Man or something. You're just like, I want a late game like unit, like we've talked about a lot, who can backpack but who can also fight in their own right. And it's like you're gonna be using Xander and getting him paired. So like you're gonna unlock Siegbert, and he's gonna have good skills to inherit and good classes that he has. So if you need like a unit later on who can do pretty good, who could sort of fulfill that role, like he's still be there.
Someone in chat is asking, do you think Siegbert is better than Forrest? I would say yes, because the thing that I find most valuable in Forest is the staff access, and you get both Flora and Izana for free, but you don't get a unit who parallels Siegbert for free. Like, I mentioned Sophie being fairly close, but that's not free. You do have to pair up Silas and do her paralog. Like, I think Forest is better than Izana and Flora, but if you're not, like, using Leo or whatever, you do still get a staffer.
Yeah, even though... Why are you not using Leo?
Because you saw a YouTube video from 2007. I don't know. Before the game came out.
8 years before Fates came out.
Look, 2007 is my go-to year for bad Fire Emblem takes. I'm sorry that you think backup attacks are good. You watched a video about Engage that was released in 2007.
Yeah, but yeah, I say he's... I kind of view them about the same. Maybe, I would say maybe Sigurd's a little better.
Yeah, I think the reason for the comparison is they're both child units who, I would say, honestly, even though I compared him to Sophie because they're in similar roles, Forrest is probably the closer one. Because they're both, like, kids who come really late and aren't bad, but at the time you get them, you probably have so many... I guess it's the inertia of it all, where it's like, if I already have this pre-built team, why am I swapping one of them out for a unit who is good but not great?
Yeah, I think that's more so applicable in an Iron Man than like a regular run.
I would question the wisdom behind attempting this map on an Iron Man. Like, I'm a be real, if I was Iron Manning Fates, I would skip this paralog.
Hey, listen, I've done it, okay? I'm just saying, you don't, it is an option.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we're gonna at least try it. I'll be honest, I might not do this map, but since we did legitimately get the pairing, I do want to attempt it. If for no other reason, because, like, Fates is a good game, and I like more Fates. But, I beat this on normal. This is the only map I've not beaten on harder above. In the trilogy, actually.
Before.
I was thinking of doing that, and one other one as well.
Yes.
So, I think it's in here. All these reserved. So, we're not playing this, because this is a no DLC run, including branch bonuses. However, I have actually used her on my most recent... she scales?
Yeah, she scales.
I had like 5 people tell me she didn't.
No! Wait!
What a fucking lie.
I didn't know she came with an arm scroll, that's hype.
Yeah, we're not using her, because we're not doing... Like, this is a no DLC run. But I am using her in a rev run that I'm doing offline. And I did want to, like, tack on as a little bonus Anna as a unit review. If for no other reason than to talk about Make a Killing, which this is its best iteration, I'm gonna be real. Not best as in strongest, although there is an argument for it. But best as in funniest, because you actually get gold, and it's a random amount of gold. It's not a fixed amount of gold. You just get given a random amount of gold based on her luck stat on kill.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the ranges are for how much or how little it can be.
Mm-hmm. Me neither. I scoured the internet trying to find it. I'm choosing to believe that the minimum is 1, because that would be so fucking funny. So until someone provides me with evidence otherwise, and by that I mean like some documentation, I don't need to see the code or whatever. Like if someone's documented it, I'll believe it. But until I see some documentation, I'm choosing to believe that it's 1, because it's too funny.
I'd like to imagine the upper cap is something really high too. Like imagine Anna just kills a guy and you get like and you just get like 50,000 gold.
You cap the gold reserves.
Yeah, you just...
Make a Killing is funny. The bigger thing about Anna is just she's an adventurer who apparently scales. I didn't know that. She's just like, she's very similar to Niles, in that like bow unit. She's got better stats, but you can get her early, which is why I make the Niles comparison, because without a seal, he's the only like bow unit who doesn't take any amount of investment. And she can be a bow unit without investment going into chapter 10. And bows are really good, as we've demonstrated throughout this playthrough.
Yeah,
I think
I would also
getting her earlier is probably better, because Bow Knight is just a better class. But like, she has hybrid unit stats, so adventure is not terrible for her.
These stats are kind of ridiculous, are they not?
Yeah. I mean, so like she's auto leveled quite a lot, but
wait,
these
Danny,
do look quite nice.
Danny, why is this an adventure with 46 HP and 21 defense?
I didn't even fucking notice the HP value! Wait, so I've been staring at the wolfskins for too long because that didn't seem weird to me.
I mean, she is coming from another world. I guess it makes sense that she wouldn't have Fate's HP.
She does also, because she's a Corrin sexual, have more classes than normal, I believe. Okay, yeah, she's got the Troubadour line and the Apothecary line. So if you really want to put Midori to shame, make her a fucking Profiteer, Make a Killing unit. Proc separately from each other, by the way.
Rosa makes a great point. Shura is rolling in his grave right now. Yeah, she has the same class, better availability, better stats. She has like a worse class set, but who fucking cares?
You get an arm scroll as well. I mean, look, if you want to make the Shura and Ninja argument, Anna can go maid.
Yup. She doesn't get soul is the main thing.
Yeah, no fighter. She doesn't cost you the boots, and she gives +1 move on pair up.
No. What I should know also is, unlike Three Houses Anna, this Anna actually supports the Avatar. So if you wanted to, you could do Corrin with Anna, and do Soul Maid Anna. I don't know. I don't think it's worth it, but yeah, I'll be straightforward. I'll be upfront. I have never used this unit. However, I would imagine she would be very good. For a lot of the similar reasons, I think Niles is quite good. Mm-hmm. As a combat unit, like outside of the capture stuff.
Yeah.
But and also again, like being a really good Shining Bow user. Like Nina's the other main one. And Nina has some other stuff like inheriting skills, but Anna obviously just has like a lot in terms of raw stats and like the availability as well. I'm curious actually if I can find.
It doesn't look like her staff rank scales, because at this point, based on offspring seals, she should at least have experience.
Yeah, so she always has
CE.
Yeah, or just SIBOs if you're just recruiting as a
Yeah, because I got C with her when I got her in Rev as well. I've been having a lot of fun with her in Rev, just because that's another game where, like, you don't, like, Mozu's the only other early bow user in that game.
And it looks like her... Honestly, her bases at level 10 are pretty similar to Niles' bases. It's just that she has, like, overall better growth.
Rose is just putting how you can capture these bosses.
Wait.
Yo, wait.
That's weird. Her stats here scale. So when the child units scale in their paralogs, they scale according to their growths. Mm-hmm. But Anna is definitely not scaling according to her growths because her base at level 10 Outlaw is 23 and her growth is 35%. So I guess she scales off of a separate thing that is way more generous to her. So maybe you should recruit her later instead of early.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in the same logic of, like, the late recruited bosses scale way more than if you got them early.
Yeah, but it seems to a more, like, extreme degree almost.
Yeah. Perhaps, I'm just guessing here, but perhaps this is because of the map's gimmick, where she runs around based on the staircases, and how if she didn't scale to this extreme, it would make the map a lot harder on clear. And remember, this map, because it's DLC, was designed after the game came out, and perhaps they got feedback around, like, a lot of people really hate how Ignatius' map scales, and I understand why. I think that it's a little bit overblown, personally, but maybe it was, like, just based on that feedback, because this seems to be the one game that IS, like, actually paid attention to stuff in. I don't know. Conspiracy theory. Much like you, I haven't used her in Conquest, and I haven't used her in a full run of Rev yet. Like, it's an ongoing one. So that's why I said this is like a little bonus. I'm just gonna tack it on to the end of the compilation. This is not like a, I mean, none of these are like an exact science. We're not tiering the units, we're just talking about them. But she seems pretty good. Like, she seems like a better combat. She has better combat than Niles. And the Niles comparison, I think, is particularly apt because they both have personal skills that I feel like, to some extent, overshadow their combat, but in my opinion, are the weaker aspect of them. Like, in the conversation. Like, people talk about capture more than they talk about Niles' IMO.
Right.
And they shouldn't.
Yeah.
And I don't really see people talking about Anna, but like, there's a reason that her funny skill was the first thing that I brought up when we were talking about her. Because it is the most standout quality.
Like, by nature of being a DLC thing, you know, she's, like, people are going to talk about her less.
Yeah. But yeah.
But yeah, that's about all I have to say about her.
She's cool.